The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Hey, I feel so bad about the way, that bomb from Josh blew up your living room and, my being the one who opened it. I finished the repairs myself last night. Huh. Come take a look. See? I made some vast improvements, didn't I? It's nothing but water and rocks, and is that a water slide? How much did all this cost? Where'd you get the money for this? You said that money was no object to get to repairing our house, and, you did leave your credit card just sitting out there. I don't even want to figure out what the homeowners association is going to say to all this. Good night. Where's that club? Must find club. Actually, you must do this day in history. Ah! Alright. It's March the 19th. 2024, and this is this day in history. In 1279, a Mongolian victory at the naval battle of Yemen ends the Song dynasty in China. In 1644, 200 members of Peking Imperial family and court commit suicide in loyalty to the emperor. In 1863, Confederate cruiser SS Georgina destroyed on her maiden voyage with a cargo of munitions and medicine, then valued over $1 million. Wreck discovered exactly 102 years later by teenage diver and pioneer underwater archaeologist E. Lee Spence. In 1920, U.S. Senate rejects Treaty of Versailles for a second time, refusing to ratify League of Nations Covenant. In 1932, the Sydney Harbour Bridge is opened in Sydney, Australia. Ow! Found the club. And thanks to you, I now need a bridge to cross my own living room. I thought you'd be pleased. This seems like ideal living to me. In 2003, airstrikes by an American and British-led coalition signaled the beginning of the invasion of Iraq. In 1984, American sitcom Kate and Allie premieres on CBS TV, starring Susan St. James and Jane Curtin. In 1859, Opera Faust by Charles Gounod premieres in Paris. In 1991, NFL owners stripped Phoenix of the 1993 Super Bowl game due to Arizona not recognizing federal holiday Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So that was this day in history. Now, If this seal doesn't want to be clubbed to death, he's going to drain out my living room and remove every one of these stones while we get on with the shows. Yes, mate. Sorry, mate. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Welcome back. I'm Stan Freeberg, and this is When Radio Was. It's time now for part one of the Abbott and Costello Show and Going to Alaska to Find Gold, as originally broadcast March 3rd, 1948.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, from Hollywood, it's the transcribed Abbott and Costello Show. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Stella, where did you catch that terrible cold?
I went out with Susan Miller last night in her car.
Well, how did you get the cold?
She made me walk home.
Well, you better not work tonight. You better rest your voice. It's pretty weak.
Oh, no. I'll yell my jokes twice as loud so everybody can hear.
No, not that! Anything but that! How much can a human being say?
What a sneaky guy.
Well, this all serves you right. Always running out with girls, Costello. Do you want to be known as a guy who thinks of nothing but girls?
Why? Is there another kind?
You dope. You know nothing about women.
That ain't my fault. I'm at that in-between age.
In-between age?
Yes, I'm too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms.
Costello, did your father ever tell you about the little birds and bees?
Yes, he had to. He didn't know anything about girls.
What a dope. What are those gloves you always carry around with you?
They belong to my old girl back in Patterson.
Why don't you throw them away?
What? Throw away Mary Boswell's gloves? There's too much sentiment attached to them, Abbott. Those are the gloves she wore the night she knocked out Tony Galinto in the 4th round.
Well, you're an idiot, a moron, an imbecile, and a jerk.
Isn't that marvelous, Abbott? I'm more versatile than Orson Welles.
Oh, quiet. You beef up this kind of talk, and the native Californians are not going to... They're going to hate you, really.
Oh, yeah? You think so?
Yes,
No, they won't.
You don't know these Californians. You don't even know what a native Californian is.
Oh, yes, I do. A native Californian is a girl who comes from Topeka, Kansas. Marries a man from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Walks out on the street, gets hit by a car from Phoenix, Arizona, and gets a blood transfusion from a Boy Scout from Glendale.
Well, if the California traffic is too heavy for you, why don't you move back to New York?
Oh, it's much worse back there, Abbott. Oh, they even made a big movie about a guy walking across the street in New York without even getting hit by a taxi.
Now, what was the name of the picture?
A Miracle on 34th Street.
Never mind the traffic. Where were you all afternoon?
Abbott, I found a swell place. No kidding. It's called Arthur Murray's Dance Studio. The minute I walked in, a beautiful blonde grabbed me. We danced for 2 hours. Then we sat down and had tea and cakes. Then we danced for 3 more hours. Then I put my hat on to go, and she stopped me and said, "How about some money?"
What did you say?
I said, "Oh, I never take money from girls, but if you want to, you can send me a couple of ties."
You idiot. You idiot. That's a dancing school. They charge $5 an hour. Does the girl teach you any new dances?
No, but I taught her one. It's my special dance for crowded dance halls. I call it the elevator dance.
Elevator dance?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of steps do you use?
No steps. Just grab the girl, stand in one place, and go up and down. Up and down.
I'll bet... Yeah, you said that. I'll bet the girl was glad to see you leave.
She was not. She wanted to make a date with me for tonight. She says, after work. She says, after work. I can't read the next line. Why am I lost? She was not. She wanted to make a date with me for the night. She says after work she's a taxi dancer.
Are you going to meet her?
No, you can't have no fun dancing in a taxi.
But that leaves you without a date tonight.
No, I'll get one.
How?
Like I always do. Me and my dog stand out in front of the Palladium and I whistle. If it's a dog, he gets her. If it's a girl, I get her. And if nobody comes, we go inside the dog and I dance together.
Shame on you whistling as girls. Don't you know you get your face slapped that way?
Yeah, they get some pretty good dates, too.
Hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller.
There are policemen swarming all over the place.
What's wrong?
Well, they're looking for a peeping Tom that's been peeking in the dressing rooms of the girls at Earl Carroll Theater. From the top of this building.
Oh, I'd hate to be the guy. I'd hate to be that guy when the police catch up with him.
You said it. Excuse me a minute.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go out and sell my binoculars.
You're just like a little kid. I think I'll get you a doll and some games.
Just get me the doll. I'll think of my own games.
Costello, there's no way to talk to Susan. She's trying to be nice to you.
I'm sorry, Susan. And if you come over to my house tonight, I'll shoot you a game of billiards. I've got a new billiard table.
But I never played billiards. How do you play it?
Are you sure you don't know how to play?
No.
Well, you stand close to the table like this. Then you put your arms around me like this. And I put my arms around you like this. Then you squeeze me tight like this. Then I squeeze you tight like this.
Wait a minute, Costello. Wait a minute. That's not the way you play billiards.
It's not?
No.
How do you like that? Every year they change the rules.
You know, I've got a better idea, Costello. A bunch of us girls are giving a friend of mine a shower tonight, and I'd like to have you come over.
What for?
Well, I want to show them what a real drip looks like. So long, Captain.
I didn't know you were giving away a washing machine on this show tonight. Oh, pardon me, that's Costello.
I wish you hadn't said that, Mrs. Abbott. I was just about to remark how well you look in dark glasses.
I'm not wearing dark glasses.
No, but I am, and you look much better.
Betty, what are you doing down here tonight?
Well, I came down to see Roy Rogers. You know, I had a small bit in his last picture.
Looks like the bit was too small. It pulled your mouth all out of shape.
Why, you waffle-headed windbag. If I was your mother, I'd give you poison.
And if you was my mother, I'd take it.
What? You sawed-off little shrimp.
Me, a shrimp?
Yes, Betty's right. You're a shrimp. Why, you only come up to her chin.
Which one?
Are you insinuating that I have a double chin?
Double chin. You have so many chins, you look like a 7-layer coconut cake.
I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Now, take it easy, honey.
I'm ashamed that I ever came over to this place. I'm ashamed that I ever associated with this fat monster. Why, I'm even ashamed to be seen leaving here. I wish there was some way I could get out of here without being seen.
I can fix that, Mrs. Abbott. Just step through this window and down the fire escape.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Costello.
You're
I'll
welcome.
just climb down the fire escape.
You're welcome.
Costello, what happened?
I just thought we ain't got no fire escape.
Right. Shouldn't have done that, Costello. Playing a trick like that on my wife. That's very dangerous.
Yes, I never thought of that. It is dangerous.
Certainly.
Sure, she might have landed on an innocent bystander.
Telegram for Lou Costello.
Wait a minute. Hey, you're pretty old to be a messenger boy, aren't you?
Why, lad, I've been delivering telegrams around here for nigh on to 40 years. I remember when this place used to be a livery stable.
You mean there used to be horses and jackasses in here?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Just think, a livery stable. And now you and I are broadcasting from here, Abbott.
Yep, ain't changed much. Here's a telegram for you, Costello.
Thanks.
Thanks. Costello, he's an old man. Give him a tip.
Okay, Mr. Messenger, how much of a tip do you usually get for delivering a telegram?
Well, the average tip is $5.
Okay, here's $5.
Ah, thanks. I want to tell you that in all the 40 years I've been delivering telegrams, you're the first fella to ever come up to the average. So long.
Well, all right, come on, Costello. Read the telegram.
Okay. Abbott,
What?
it's from my Uncle Mike. He's been up in Alaska prospecting for the past 5 years. Brother, is this good news?
Well, what does it say?
Dear Louie, struck gold. Need your help. Come at once and bring Bud Abbott. Signed, Uncle Mike. Come on, Abbott. We're rich.
Well, at last, Costello, this is the break we've been waiting for. Gold, gold. Uncle Mike has found a bonanza.
I hope he'll split it with us.
Why?
I love bonanza splits.
Forget about the bananas. Uncle Mike is in Alaska, isn't he yet?
Yes.
Well, Nome?
Certainly I know him. He's my Uncle Mike, ain't he?
No, you dummy. I'm talking about Nome in Alaska.
I'd know him any place. I'd know him in Patterson, New Jersey. I'd know him in Secaucus and the Strait, any place.
Look, forget New Jersey. Your Uncle Mike is in Alaska, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, when you get to Alaska, you'll get to Nome.
I don't have to go to Alaska to get to know him. I've known my Uncle Mike all my life.
Costello, I'm not talking about know him. I said Nome in Alaska. You have to get to Alaska to get to Nome. That's the Yukon.
That's the what?
Yukon.
Icon what?
Not icon. Yukon.
Oh, you mean I can't, but you can?
Now you got it. Costello, this is no time to start a routine. Uncle Mike needs us. He needs us bad up there to help him get that gold. Now, this is a chance of a lifetime.
What'll we do, Abbott?
Well, you know I've got to get to Alaska as fast as we can. And as soon as we get off the boat, we'll have to start mushing.
What did you say?
I said you and I will have to start mushing.
Abbott, don't you think I'm a little too young for you?
Get him out of here! Costello, come on, let's get packed. We're going to Alaska and sharing your uncle's mine. That gold mine he struck, remember?
Yes.
It's going to be wonderful. We may wind up with $2 million apiece. You know that?
Abbott, what would you do with $2 million?
First, I'd buy a used car.
And what would you do with the other $1 million?
You please talk sense. Remember, in Alaska, we may run into a lot of icebergs.
I know all about icebergs. I used to go steady with a girl who was an iceberg.
Now, wait a minute. How could a girl be an iceberg? An iceberg is a great big cold thing that you couldn't even budge.
That's her.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that bottle you're putting in your bag?
I beg your pardon?
What's that bottle you're putting in your bag?
Some perfume. I'm taking along in case I meet a beautiful Eskimo girl. It's called New Dot.
What's New Dot?
Nothing much. What's new with you?
You dummy. I don't know why your Uncle Mike picked you to share his gold and called you his favorite nephew.
There are 3 reasons, Abbott, why I'm his favorite nephew. First, I'm honest. Second, I'm intelligent. And third, I'm his only nephew.
Come on.
I don't think you will do it.
Come on. We're off for Alaska and gold. Oh, Costello, it's freezing here in Alaska. Boy, listen to that wind. Well, come on, Costello. We're going to find Uncle Mike. We'll need a dog sled.
Look, there's Ignorant Ignatz, the used sled dealer.
Ah, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Well, we're traveling north. What kind of a sled would you suggest for us?
That's our radio special, a sled with a horn. The horn is $5 extra. Just listen to it.
I'll take it.
Good. One sled horn, $505.
You said it was $5.
If $5 for the horn and $500 to join the musicians union. Now, here's a nice sled with plenty of extras. White wall blubber tires, sleep covers, fog lights, headlights, parking lights, spotlights, and a searchlight.
What's the searchlight for?
So you can find the switch to put on the other light.
We'll take it. How about some dogs?
Yes, you can't fool me on dogs.
You know, Mr. Costello, I don't like to say this, but I don't believe you ever drove a dog team.
Oh, is that so? I love dogs. I'll never forget the time my dog Spotty saved my life. It's a sad story. Would you like to hear it?
No.
Then I'll tell it to you. I was out in the Arctic waste with my little dog Spotty. We were lost, starving. No food for 10 days. I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to eat. So I ate Spotty. Every last bit till there was nothing left. Just his little bones. And that was the saddest touch of all. I thought to myself, my wouldn't Spotty have enjoyed those bones?
Well, we're wasting time. We've got to find Uncle Mike and his gold. We'll take this dog sled, Mr. Icknick. Come on, Costello. We're off on the trail of gold. Come on. Costello, can't you make those dogs go any faster?
I keep yelling, giddy-yap, and they just turn and sneer in my face.
Giddy-yap. The word is mush.
Okay, they keep sneering in my mush.
Hey. Costello, that's a Los Angeles bus. What's it doing up here in Alaska?
It must be the bus that runs to the Los Angeles city limits.
There's the Lucky 7 saloon. Let's go in and get warm. Come on,
Abbott.
What?
I don't like the looks of that saloon. There's a tough guy hanging out in front of it.
Well, lots of guys hang out in front of saloons.
On the end of a rope?
Come on, hop off that sled and let's go in. Hey, look at all the Eskimos in here, Costello. And they're all dressed alike. I wonder how you can tell a girl Eskimo from a boy Eskimo.
Abbott, if the Eskimos ain't complaining, why should you?
Say, there's one of those Alaskan dance hall girls. She's beautiful.
Look at that dress she's wearing. It's made out of gold pieces.
Yeah, it sure is. Look, she's got $5 gold pieces around the bottom, $10 gold pieces around the hips, $20 gold pieces around the waist.
Quit staring, Abbott. Anybody would think you never saw a $50 gold piece before.
Costello, when we find your Uncle Mike, we'll have plenty of gold, too. You'll be rolling in gold.
Well, did I hear you say gold? Come here, Chevy. I want to kiss you. Ooh, I'm Magee.
I'm woozy.
You know, I'm crazy about you.
Why?
Because I'm a woman and you're a man. Do you understand? I'm a woman and you're a man. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Don't you think it's a little too late to do anything about it now?
Costello has no gold. He may have lots of gold when we find his Uncle Mike, but right now he's broke.
What do I care? I want him. We don't need money. We can live on love. Kisses for breakfast. More kisses for lunch.
Just go on.
Nothing but kisses for dinner.
You're going to live on nothing but kisses?
Abbott,
Do you think that would make you happy?
Abbott, we may not be happy, but we'll be the skinniest couple in Alaska.
Come on, Costello. We've got to find your Uncle Mike and get that gold. Say goodbye to Magee.
So you're really going, my love. Costello, I'll be waiting for you to return. I live in a little house 12 miles from here with my mother.
Maisie, may I kiss you goodbye?
If you kiss me, I'll call my mother.
But you just said your mother is 12 miles away.
I know, but if you kiss me right, she could get here before you're through.
Maisie, I'm going to give you a kiss that will be felt on the other side of the world. How do you like that? I didn't think I could do it.
Come on, Costello. We've got to find Uncle Mike. Well, Costello, this is where that old prospector told us your Uncle Mike was.
Hey, look at that sign. It says Alaskan Jail. There's Uncle Mike looking out through the bars.
Hey, Mike, we're here. Costello and I are here to help you dig the gold.
Dig what gold?
You said in your telegram that you struck gold. What are you doing in jail?
Sure, I struck gold. That's why they put me in jail.
But they can't put you in jail for striking gold.
The gold I struck was Sam Gold. Sam Gold, the chief of police. You gotta get me out of here.
Never mind him, Abbott. Get me out of here.
Glenn Miller with Matty Malnick's orchestra point the way to the people's choice. Love is just around the corner.
Love is just around the corner, any cozy little corner. Love is just around the corner when I'm around you. I'm a sentimental mourner and I wouldn't be forlorner when you keep me on the corner, just wait to see you. Venus de Milo was noted for her charm. Strictly between us, I'm cuter than Venus, and what's more, I've got on. Let's go cuddle in the corner, any cozy little corner. Love is just around the corner when I'm around you. Yes, when I'm around you.
And now here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Well, your Uncle Mike certainly turned out to be a bust. Just like the rest of your family.
Oh, I don't know. My Uncle Henry is a pretty smart guy. He once tried to think of a name for a candy bar. He thought, and he couldn't get a name. Then one day the phone rang. It was his wife. She said, "Oh, Henry, drop dead." And then and there he got the name for the candy bar.
What did he call the candy bar?
Drop dead. Good night, folks. Good night to everybody in Paris.
And that was part 2 of the Abbott and Costello Show, as originally broadcast March 3rd, 1948. I'm Stan Freberg.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
Dirty people.
That'll never be in. I'll cut that out now. My little nephew Frank to the toilet. That's all, folks. We'll never follow it. Good night. Oh, are they fast here tonight? I never thought of it. Honest to God, I didn't. Jim, it's not like that every Sunday. We never. I took my little nephew Frank to the Toyland. He's a cute kid. He has an open-toed head. Wonderful gag. I wanted to try it. Of course, that makes a straight line out of the punchline here. That's the first time I've ever seen a question, the answer top the punchline. And are the kids tough down there in Toyland? Are they tough? I want to get this whole thing off my mind before I continue. I saw a couple of kids dragging a sack around. I said, "Why don't you go to see Santa Claus?" They said, "Who do you think we got in the bag?" Hey, say, Bill, come here.
What's the matter, Bob? Need help?
That's Bill. No, I just got here too early, that's all. But, Bill, I saw you shopping yesterday. You were in the fur department. What were you doing, buying a fur coat for your girl?
Oh, no, not in that place, Bob. You see, I have a test for fur.
You have a test for furs? What is it?
Oh, yes. Well, I go into a fur store and I set a white mouse free.
Wait a minute. You set a white mouse free?
Well, sure. If nothing catches it, I talk business.
You never follow the other gags. Say, did you get a load of that floor walker in that department store?
Yeah, wasn't he pretty? Tell me, Bob. What were you and he arguing about?
Well, I asked him if he could help me find some yarn, and he said he couldn't since he was in lingerie.
Yes?
I said, lingerie? What do you think I'm in, muslin?
Well, listen, Bubbles, you got to see Santa Claus.
Sure, Bill, I saw Santa Claus. He smiled at me, then he winked and said, I never thought you'd get away from that audience in Pittsburgh.
By the way, Bob, are you giving me something this year?
Why, yes. Now, last year it was gloves, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
This year I think I'll just repeat that.
Gee, you mean I'm getting the other one?
Yeah, well, I had to meet you before I knew that a man could buy one cufflink.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, what an old card wouldn't give for dialogue like that. Well, anyway, Bill, good old Christmas will soon be here, I think.
Yes, Bob. Have a cigar?
Have a cigar. Are you a little drunk or a proud father?
Oh, no, Bob. I just want you to try one. I tried one on my uncle before, but it really wasn't a fair test. He had a weak heart.
Bill, you've been awful fresh since Phil Harris showed you how to do your hair.
Well, it's not that, Bob. I'm just worried. I still don't know what to get Magee for Christmas.
Are you still going around with that Life Boy success story?
She's not bad, Bob. She's just the down-to-earth type.
Listen, if she was any more down-to-earth, she'd creep.
Say, I saw Skinny shopping with his girlfriend. You know, Bob, the fat one? Boy, is she fat.
Fat. She's so fat, no matter where she sits in the theater, she's on the aisle.
Well, you know, for a fat girl, she has a lot of poise. I noticed her hands, for instance. They were so calm and still.
Yeah, that comes from milking cows.
It does?
Yeah, she's milked so many cows, she's got contented hands. But I should run down his girl. How about that shoplifter of yours?
Shoplifter? Now, listen, just because a few little things happen to catch on my girl's clothes, that doesn't make her a shoplifter.
Oh, no. Well, why was she wearing that combination bustle and iron claw machine?
Well, she doesn't want to meet Orson Welles unprepared. And now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular song, Santa Claus. Now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular song, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Say, Bob.
Yes.
Bob.
Yes, Bill.
What are you looking so sad about?
Oh, the whole world looks black to me.
Oh, did you give points against him, too?
Yeah, I certainly lost plenty.
Well, Bob, you've got to do something to make some money fast. And listen, I know how you can make a fortune in a couple of days.
It's no use, Bill. My doodle bug is broken.
No,
That's the
Bob.
thing you find gold with, you know.
No, Bob, I don't mean you should go digging for gold. I don't think you should do that.
I gotta be careful of this audience. We really have a blackboard here tonight. Take it.
Bob, I don't really think you should go digging for gold. There are other ways to get rich, you know. Investments, big business. Maybe we could open our own movie studio.
You remind me of Mayor LaGuardia. You do.
Well, what kind of business do you want to fail in this week?
Well, this week I'd like to get into something unusual, something that will attract attention, Bill.
Bob, don't tell me you're going to put on your one-piece bathing suit again.
No, I think I'll open up a shop to sell Christmas presents, some kind of Christmas presents people always buy. I've got it. I'll sell ties. I can start by selling the one I'm wearing.
Oh, no, Bob. You can't make much money selling one tie.
Oh, no. Saturday afternoon they sold one to 103,000 people. Tuesday night we have a big flag. That helps a little. Anyway, this is the time of year everybody's getting toys for the children. I think I'll start manufacturing them. The first thing I do, I'll put out dolls.
Well, that'll be a switch. You putting a doll out.
And anyway, you know, I could make rattles.
Yeah, you certainly could, Bob. You got the head for it.
Well, hesitation takes. Bill, I've got a great idea for a wonderful toy. It's a little box, and in it is a little man that always pops up at the most unexpected moments with the angriest expression on his face.
Oh, Bob, that's a Jack in the Box.
No, Bill, that's a sponsor. But I'm going in the toy business. I'll sell thousands of roller skates. Everybody will know my roller skates. They'll be on the tip of their tongues.
That ain't the way I heard it, Johnny.
Very sly stuff. Wait a minute, Bill. I just thought of something. We'll need a little money to get this toy factory started.
Well, you can borrow it from the government.
Now, Bill, I wouldn't think of borrowing money from the government.
Oh, don't like poor people, eh?
No, Bill. I've got my own plan for opening this toy factory. I'll borrow the money from Skinny Ennis.
Skinny, where did he get money?
Ripley pays him to keep undercover.
Well, he couldn't have picked a better program.
Set the mic up high. It's working like that. I can see the toy factory now. Bob Hope, prop. Skinny Ennis, prop. Yeah, one on each side of him, holding him up. You'll see. In no time at all, I'll have that toy shop going full blast. Hello? Hope's Toy Factory. We nail 'em, you mail 'em.
Listen, Mr. Hope, this is Mrs. Brown. I bought a package of toys for my son, and the darts are missing. Are you sure you put them in? I can't find them.
You can't find the darts? Wait, I'll look for them here. Say, Skin, come over here. What do you think of the toy shop? How do you like working for me?
Well, Bob, but you better take me out of the Deanna Durbin doll department.
I better take you out of the Deanna the thing, or you take it right out of there? Well, let's get it out. The Deanna the why, Skin?
Shucks, man, those dolls are driving me crazy. I'm in love with 5 of them, engaged to 2 others.
Well, Skin, let's get some work done around here. Wrap up this fireplace and send it to Hetty Lamar.
Man, what does Hetty Lamar want with a fireplace?
Well, this one blazes right back at her. Hello, Bob Hope's Dollies of 1939.
Mr. Hope, this is Mrs. Smith.
Smith?
We bought some of your electric trains last week, and my husband tried to fix one of them.
He tried to fix one of the electric trains.
Yes. Ever since he plugged it in, he's been on his hands and knees in front of it, and that was 3 days ago.
3 days ago? Well, do you think anything's wrong?
Well, I don't know, but every time a streetcar goes by, his eyes light up.
Say, where's my secretary, Miss Sludge?
Coming.
Miss Sludge. Miss Sludge, take a letter.
Take a letter, say, who do I look like, Jim Farley?
You would if you had a little more hair. Now, tell me, Sludgy, can you take shorthand?
Oh, yeah, you just try it and I'll slap you silly.
That's also dirty. That's a dirty gag, you know that? Now to get on with that letter. I hope you folks don't get it. I think I'll, you and I, eh, Bud? Now, to get on with that letter, I think I'll dictate.
Huh?
I said I think I'll dictate. Dictate.
Well, you got the chin for it. You know, boss, I got a complaint. That Skinny Ennis keeps annoying me.
You mean just because Skinny keeps kidding you, why he's only pulling your leg?
I know, but it keeps coming off.
You know, Miss Sludge, you're kind of cute. I'd like to take you over to Catalina Island. Can you swim?
Yeah, but not that far. And say, you ought to tend to business. What'll I do with all these bills that just came in?
Oh, pay them at once, of course. Here's the money.
You can tell this is only a radio program. Believe me.
Kid, I'm a little worried about our sales. Now, how have the games been selling this year?
Not so good. Some goon called up about a game we ain't got in stock.
Mm-hmm.
Some game called Post Office, so I... Oh, operator, I was disconnected.
Say, Bob, I got more trouble. I was blowing up one of those bubble pipes and it backfired.
Well, what's so bad about that, Skinny?
Man, every time I hiccup, I give myself a bubble bath.
Forget that. Tell me, how are things with the Diddy dolls?
Oh, things are pretty much the same with the Dottie dolls. No change.
Hey, Mr. Hope.
Yes, what is it?
Listen, I'm Jones, the foreman in... Listen, Mr. Hope. Mr. Hope.
It's just 3 doors down.
I don't want to go there. I want to talk to you.
Well, I wish you'd go there first.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Hope.
Well, if you can talk in that condition, okay. Go. I mean, we might as well go all the way.
Listen, I'm Jones, the foreman in the... I'm Jones, the foreman in the department where
Wait, I'll loosen your straitjacket for you. Go right ahead, kid. You sleep with boxing gloves. Go ahead, it's all right.
Listen, I'm Jones, the foreman... I'm going to quit, Mr. Hope.
It's okay, you're not helping me any.
I ain't doing myself no good either. I'm Jones.
Yeah. We couldn't get a break like this on the air, you know.
Well, look.
You're Jones, I know.
Look, I'm the foreman in the department where we make them little brown bears, see? Now, I'm on the conveyor belt, and all day long, them little brown bears go by. Brown bears, brown bears, brown bears.
With that character, you can get your own program. The hell with me.
Listen, I gotta quit. I gotta get out, understand?
Why? Why, you've watched thousands of those little brown bears go by. Why have you got to quit now?
Well, today at 3:30, a white one come along.
From now on, you're Mr. Jones. Oh, we gotta quit. Start working on a switch for the brown bears for next week. Hurry up. Get the door. Bob, what's the door? Yeah, that's in there. Hiya, Skin. Gee, listen. When I press this, I want to tell you something now. You are following dynamite. Just step in and be happy. Hey, listen, Bob. Oh, dear, that. Let's just throw it away, huh? Go ahead. Over the Republican headquarters.
What do Republicans want check this for, Bob?
They're planning to make a move in 1940. Hello? Hope's Toy Factory. Charge accounts for all. Doodad with our doodads.
Mr. Hope?
Yes?
Have you got a sailor there that winds up?
You're awful dirty out there tonight. It's a very cute little gag. Doodad with our doodad. Let's not have that undercurrent of tittering. Well, they were, Tom. They just kept snickering back in there. Everything they did. Gag, the same thing.
Mr. Hope?
Yes.
Mr. Hope, have you got a sailor there that winds up?
Have we a sailor? smelling salts.
Is this Hope's Toy Factory?
Who is this, Miss Jones? What'd you say?
Is this Hope's Toy Factory?
Yes.
Well, have you got a sailor there that winds up?
Yes. Yes, we have a sailor that winds up.
Well, tell him to wind up over my house.
Come on, Skin, stop loafing on the job.
I ain't loafing, Bob. I've been over to the doll department examining the doll house.
Say, Skin, there's been something I've been wanting to ask you about those doll houses. How do they look from the inside? Say, well, I see you finally got that Mickey Mouse all blown up.
Shucks, man, I gave that up. Here's my lung.
Say, fellas. This is Sister Jones, yes. What can I do for you, sir? What is it, kid?
Listen, do you have one of those toy bears that talks way down deep and gruff in his throat?
Yes. Do you want to buy one?
Oh, goodness, no. I just want to find out how he does it.
Well, Miss Sludge?
This toy train, a Republican just wanted to buy it, and the electric engine hissed at him.
Gee, must run on Washington, D.C. current.
Gee whiz,
That's the finish of the gag.
Here?
That's the finish of the gag.
You got some awful stuff here. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
I brought a rubber crocodile home for my nephew, and gee, it's too realistic.
What do you mean?
Well, every time he puts it in the bathtub, Johnny Weissmuller dives in through the window with a knife between his teeth.
Well, if you don't like the way I run things here, you can get out and get another job as a secretary.
What, I should quit now just after I broke in your knee?
Well, stay if you want to, but don't be fresh for the customers. They'll think I've got a monkey working for me, not a human.
So it's monkeys to humans I am, eh? Comes the evolution, it'll be different, believe me.
Hello, Bob. Will somebody wait on me?
Well, Bill Goodman, Miss Sludge here will take care of you. Here, wait on this customer, Miss Sludge.
Well, if it ain't Fungus Face.
Say, miss, I want to buy a toy embroidery set.
Okay, how old is the child?
What child? This is for me.
For you. Listen, Rosebud, why don't you go home and press a flower?
Listen, Abe, I don't want any trouble with you. How about a date tonight?
A date? Say, are you trying to pick me up?
Well,
Okay, you talked me into it.
Say, Bill, are you going out with Miss Sludge?
All right, so I ain't need.
Hello, Hope's Toys.
Hello. This is one of the 4 daughters, remember? Now we're the 4 wives. And would you send over some tiny garments?
Well, tiny garments. How soon will you need them?
Tomorrow, we're joining the floor show at Earl Carroll's.
Gosh, things are piling up. Hey, Skin.
Yeah, boss.
Say, how'd you get into my private office so fast? I thought the door was locked.
Shucks, man, the door was locked, but the keyhole was open. I'm going to quit rushing around like this.
Now, look, Skinny, if you stay with me, I'll reward you by taking you to see a movie tonight, The Cat and the Canary.
The cat and the canary, egad, every night the same thing.
Young man.
Yes, sir. Welcome to the toy factory. What can I do for you?
I represent your sponsor, and I'd like a dozen sets of building blocks, and a dozen teddy bears, and a dozen rattles.
What's the occasion? What's the occasion? The kiddie party?
Oh, no, Mr. Hope. You know Christmas is coming, and I just wanted to get a little something for your writers.
Well, I beg your pardon. Doesn't anybody wait on people here? Is this where you buy junk?
Yes, ma'am. Come in and bring your brat with you.
Come on, Yardley. Say hello to the nice man.
Ah, nuts.
Yardley, darling, say hello. I'll beat your brains out.
Ah, nuts.
He's a nice little monster, isn't he? He'll probably grow up to be a leader someday. This guy kills me tonight. I don't know. He'll probably grow up to be a leader someday of the Black Hand.
Ah, nuts.
Yardley, every time you say it, I'm going to take a dime out of your bank.
Nuts.
There. Isn't he awful? I can't do a thing with him.
I can't. Here's $1. Let him shoot the words.
Nuts.
Say, Bob.
No punch, it still looks funny. Where are we?
Hey, have you got the list of those kids you want toy trains for Christmas?
Oh, the kids that want toy trains? Yes, I got the list right here. Want me to read it?
Yeah.
Well, there's Wallace Beery, Victor McLaglen, Boris Karloff, Clark Gable, Gary Cooper.
What about you, Bob? What you want?
Well, there's Madeline Carroll, Ann Sheridan, Dorothy Lamour, Lana Turner, a free pass to Earl Carroll.
Calling Mr. Hope. Calling Mr. Hope. This is the foreman in the baby carriage department. Man Mountain Dean is shopping down here, and we're doing everything to please him. Now he insists on wheeling a baby carriage up and down Hollywood Boulevard.
Well, what are you so mad about?
What am I so mad about? I'm in it.
Say, Bob, I was just thinking, while I'm working here, I ought to get some stuff for my girlfriend.
That fat girlfriend of yours, Skin? Boy, is she fat.
She sure is, Bob. I never realized until last night when we were standing in front of the fireplace and I helped her pitch her stocking. But she's a swell kid. You know, little girls are made of spice and everything nice.
If your girls are made of spice, they must have drained the West Indies.
Say,
Bill's doing a hell of a sketch here, don't you think? Doing it good, too.
Jay, are you the proprietor? Well, speak up, young man. Speak up. Last week, I bought a toy for my son in your store.
Say, did you always talk like that?
Oh, no. And let me tell you something. Don't ever look down when you're opening a Jack in the Box.
Oh, why, hello, little girl. Who are you?
My name is Virginia, and my little girl friends tell me there isn't any Santa Claus.
Virginia, your little friends are wrong. There is a Santa Claus.
Wow, well, I clean up. I got 10 to 1.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Say, listen, I'm just the cutest little fella that you've ever seen. My nose is always red, my clothes are always green. But though my face is funny and I work for St. Nicholas, compared to me, Hope, you look ridiculous.
Say, who is this?
Oh, I'm just a lonely little elf sitting on a shelf all by myself.
Well, why aren't you outside watching the reindeer?
In California, there isn't any, darling.
Oh, how do you do?
Well, Mrs. Frontenac's side saddle. Say, with that searching look in your eye, I suppose you're after a toy, or am I mispronouncing it?
Oh, no, Mr. Hope, be careful or I'll cut your yo-yo string.
Something else for you folks to work on. After the show, let's all go to the main street, huh? I don't think we'd enjoy it after this, but where are we? Oh, yeah, right in there where you cut my yo-yo. Well, come on, folks, let's get back to the last hour here. 40 minutes left here. Well, Fronty, I'm glad you drooped in.
Oh, you have a charming little shop here. Tell me, is this big, beautiful factory really yours?
Well, once a week I wrestle a man from the finance company for it. What can I do for you, Fronty?
There's up one of those toy giraffes.
All right. Would you like a long neck?
Oh, you dear boy. Do you think we have time?
This stuff isn't filthy. It just sounds that way now. You know, this stuff isn't dirty. It just sounds that way now. Everything is just being misinterpreted. The whole... You know how when you go to those parties, everything sounds like that. You have a scotch and... No, we're not there. Let's go.
I think I'd like to look around a bit. Is this Christmas candy really old-fashioned?
Is it really old-fashioned? Do you remember the Maine?
Of course not.
Well, that candy does.
Oh, I must bring some home to my husband. Oh, I tell you the glad tidings, I'm married again.
Again? How many times does this make, Peggy?
Oh, this is the fifth come next relief check. You'll never believe who I married until you see him. Oh, here comes my husband now.
Up, Thunder. Up, Blitzes. Greetings, Hickey. This little chickie married good old St. Nicky.
Those white whiskers, are you really Santa Claus, or did somebody frighten Orson Welles?
Yes. I'm Santa Claus and not a creature disturbing. I've been louse.
Don't forget, I'm your wife.
Oh, yes. Gate, allow me to present this little bit of lavender and old face.
So she's your wife, Santa Claus?
Yes. This is Santa Anita.
Well, I'm charmed.
The feeling is pari-mutual.
Santa Anita, tell me, where's your $2 window?
Well, this isn't it.
I'll say this and do this for my last program on the air. Just mental. I know what you're thinking. Where are we here? Isn't that awful? Isn't that awful?
Well, you know Robert Hope, dear. He's associated with Easter.
Well, how did you ever happen to meet your wife, Santa?
Kid, one day I got a new shipment of reindeer, and what was I going to do? Throw that one out?
I see you've got quite a few reindeer out there.
Yes. Dancer, Prancer, Donner, Blitzen, and Shapiro.
Shapiro, how did he get... How did he get in there? He's a relative.
During the holiday season.
Let's not read that word there. No! Oh, my God. They'll take it dirty. Oh, you don't know what's coming. Let's not do it. Let's jump to the finish. Oh, no. Oh, they're dirty-minded here tonight. Let's not... I've never seen an audience like this.
Saying, all this excitement during the holiday season reminds me of the first time I was kissed by a man.
Come, dear. No hard luck stories, please.
You must be very fond of your wife, Professor.
I am indeed. I am going to have her teeth filled with iron and throw magnetic mines at her.
How can you say that? Don't you ever kiss your wife?
Yes. Non-habit forming, isn't it? I was telling her this morning she looks aristocratic. She looks as if she were born with a brass rail under her foot.
Oh, don't listen.
Pardon us. Oh, Mr. Holt, don't listen to Mop Mush. His mind is as soggy as a bartender's shoe.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can't you two talk nicely to each other? Will you read that line for me?
Yes, but who'd laugh?
Well, I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came here to get your toys. How about an erector set?
Oh, we've got an erector set. We've got an erector set.
You have got an erector set? Oh, well, play it like it's straight.
Yes, what do you think is holding her up?
Well, I never expected to see Santa Claus.
There ain't no Santa Claus, I tell you. There ain't no Santa Claus.
Say, where did you come from?
UCLA.
Well, tell me some more of your interesting experience as Santa Claus, Professor.
All right, Dave. Never shall I forget the time I got stuck in the chimney for 3 days, and then the people who lived in the house built a fire in the fireplace.
What happened?
I invented the sitting hotfoot.
Well, you must be pretty busy during December, but how do you spend the other 11 months of the year?
Trying to get a ticket to the Rose Bowl.
Well, Professor, you should be checking on Christmas. It may be ahead of time. Why don't you call Washington, ask for someone there, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Ickes.
Mr. Ickes? Mr.? Egad, but these jitterbugs are getting high tone. However, I will phone Washington. Hand me that phone. Hello, White House? This is Santa. What's that? What? Right away? All right, goodbye.
What'd they say, Professor?
Don't ask questions, Kate. Get busy. Lower up my sleigh with firecrackers.
With firecrackers?
Yes, Kate, firecrackers. This year, December 25th is the 4th of July.
Oh, thanks for the memory. Our friends both far and near. Each Tuesday we appear. By courtesy of you folks who've been lending us an ear. I'm looking in here, too. Thank you so much. And thanks for the memory of Judy Garland's flair for song beyond compare. Your every tune's a sweet perfume that permeates the air. Oh, thank you so much. And remember, folks, abstinence gentle in matters pertaining to dental. Make your holiday smiles ornamental. Put cheer in 'em with good O'Learium. Next week, we'll all be back as usual with Judy Garland, Skinny Innocence Band, our six hits in the Miss, Jerry Colonna, and Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good 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 Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A socially prominent citizen is plotting to kill his wife. He tells you his plans for the murder. He hires you to do the killing. Your job, stop him.
When you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Fatima is the quality, king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
you'll find king-size Fatima different from other long cigarettes. They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Smoke Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, February 17th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 4:18 p.m. when we got to room 26, chief of detectives' office.
Come on in, men. Have a seat. Did you close the door, Friday?
Yep, sure.
Captain Steed, Sergeant Romero, Sergeant Friday. I'd like to have you meet Special Agent Ray Kimball, Public Utilities Commissioner.
Mr. Kimball.
And his friend, Mr. Trudeau.
How do you do?
Mr. Trudeau?
Oh, I see.
Gentlemen, Mr. Kimball and Mr. Trudeau here have some important information to give us. Mr. Trudeau, would you like to repeat for these officers what you told us a few moments ago?
Yes, sir. Well, a friend of mine wants me to kill his wife for him. I'm convinced he means to go through with the thing.
Naturally, it goes without saying that Kimball here will back up the veracity of the story.
Well, Mr. Trudeau, who is your friend? How long have you known him?
His name's Charles Stone. Guess maybe you heard of him. Owns a string of warehouses around town. I used to work for him.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, the other day he called me and asked me if I was working. I told him no. Then he asked me to meet him in front of the public library. And that was last Saturday afternoon.
But did you meet him?
Yes, I did. And he took me to a bar in the neighborhood, started telling me all about his troubles at home.
Mm-hmm.
He said his wife was stepping out on him, running around with other men. Well, we had quite a few drinks, and I guess I thought that's what accounted for it.
What's that, Mr. Trudeau?
Well, he leaned toward me and he said, "Here's the dope. The wife and I haven't been getting along well at all for about a year. She's stepping out with some other guy on me, and to make a long story short, well, that's when he told me.
I see.
He said, I want to lose her. What do you say? Well, I told him I didn't quite get the drift of the thing, and then he said, I want my wife killed. I'll pay you $1,000 for the job.
Mr. Trudeau, have you any idea why he contacted you on this thing?
Well, I don't know, other than the fact that I hadn't been able to work for some time. He knew I needed the money pretty badly. As soon as I was sure he wasn't kidding about the murder, I told Mr. Kimball here, he's an old friend of mine.
Yeah.
He said the only thing to do was to take it to the police.
Did this Mr. Stone make this proposition to you more than once?
Yes, he did. Kept reminding me how much I could use the $1,000. Well, all I could say was that I knew his wife too well. I couldn't do it.
And what did Stone say to that, sir?
Said I had cold feet. Told me I was just like another man he'd lined up to kill his wife. Told me if I didn't want the job, he'd get someone else to do it.
Do you think he might go for a substitute, Mr. Trudeau, one of our men?
Well, I don't know, Chief. There's only one thing I'm sure of.
Yes, sir.
He wants his wife dead.
4:42 p.m. The meeting in the chief of detective's office went on. A man by the name of Charles Stone wanted his wife murdered. He'd offered $1,000 for her death. He'd approached two men to do the job, and both had refused. From the information we'd received, we knew he wouldn't stop there. There are a lot of people who'd kill for $1,000. It was only a matter of time till he found one. A plan was formulated, and Ben and I were assigned to the case. 5 p.m. Together with Captain Steed and Mr. Trudeau, we left Thad Brown's office and went down the hall to homicide.
In your last meeting with Stone, Mr. Trudeau, you refused outright to have anything to do with this plan to have his wife murdered. Is that right?
That's right.
Did you leave any opening at all?
Well, just to get away from the guy, I told him if I heard of anybody that'd do the job, I'd let him know.
Do you think that maybe he'd listen to you if you went back and suggested somebody?
I don't know. He'd listen to me, but he's no dummy. You got to understand that. He's going to be careful.
Well, which one of you is going to play the killer?
I'd like to try it, Skipper.
Who's going to fit the part best? Trudy here just told you that Charles Stone's no pushover.
I don't know, Captain. This officer here...
Me?
Yeah, no offense, but I'd sure peg you for a cop.
You would? Why's that?
Well, I don't know. You just look like one, I guess.
Well, Joe is a little closer to average height, weight.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Captain. He doesn't look like a cop.
All right. Now, Mr. Trudeau, you're willing to go along with us on this thing?
Certainly, Captain. Anything I can do. You just tell me what you want.
Well, just as soon as possible, we'd like to have you contact Mr. Stone. You'll know how to approach him so as not to make him suspicious.
Yes, I think I can do that.
Joe, how do you want to go about this?
Well, I better use some kind of an alias. Let's see, Matson. Joe Matson.
Mm-hmm.
How about Kelly? Just plain Kelly.
That's fine with me.
Good. Now, how about your background? Better get that straight with Mr. Trudeau here.
Well, suppose I tell him I'm from Phoenix, huh? If I know that town pretty well, he might ask me some questions about it.
Okay. And now, how'd you happen to know Trudeau, the Army?
Did you ever serve in the Army, Mr. Trudeau?
Yes, sir. 42 to 45. CBI theater.
All right. Well, we served together in the Army, huh? Let's make it in China. Quartermaster Corps, all right?
All right. And now, Mr. Trudeau, this is all you'll have to do. Set up a meeting with Stone as soon as possible. Introduce Friday as the man who's willing to do the job for him, an old Army friend. Then step out of the picture as quickly as you can.
All right, Captain. I understand.
It goes without saying, we certainly appreciate your cooperation.
And not at all, sir. Only glad I'm in a position to help out.
You'll probably save that woman's life.
I wish I could be sure.
How do you mean, Trudeau?
The last time I saw Charlie Stone was 3 days ago.
Maybe he's hired somebody else.
5:30 p.m. Captain Steed ordered 2 teams of men from Homicide to watch Charles Stone's wife, Mildred, until further notice. For her own protection, she'd be kept under 24-hour surveillance without her knowledge. We checked the I Bureau to see what we could find on Charles Stone. He owned a gun, a .32 Smith & Wesson revolver. That's all we found. He had no criminal record. We know of him only as a social figure from a prominent family, and supposedly he was happily married. He owned and operated a chain of 6 warehouses throughout Los Angeles. His business reputation was good. Captain Steed ordered that Charles Stone also be placed under 24-hour surveillance immediately. He would be kept under watch without his knowledge. Ben Romero and Gil Encinas were one of the teams assigned to tail him. The next morning, I checked in for work at the usual time. At 10:15 a.m., I left Captain Steed's office and went into the squad room. Homicide, Friday.
This is Mr. Trudeau, Sergeant. I saw Charlie Stone a few minutes ago.
Yes, sir. How'd it go?
We talked about 20 minutes. I told him you might be willing to do the job.
What'd he say?
He wants to meet you.
Before he hung up, Trudeau told me that Charles Stone would meet us that night in Section B in the grandstands at the midget auto races out near Santa Monica. I informed Captain Steed of the development, and then I left the office, went home, put away my gun and all my identification, changed into some old clothes. I boarded a bus and rode back downtown to the Skid Row area where I rented a single room in a cheap hotel. I signed the register J. Kelly, Phoenix, Arizona. 5:30 p.m. I went to Coken's Cafe on the corner of South Main and Satella Street. Captain Steed was waiting for me in one of the rear booths.
Hi.
Hi.
You look like you're all set.
Well, how does the outfit strike you, okay?
Yeah, fine. That old leather jacket's a good touch. Oh, better let your beard grow a little.
You all right? I rented a room in one of the hotels down here. I could use a little expense money.
Glad you said a little. All right, I'll fix it up for you.
Here's the phone number of the hotel in case you want to contact me.
Good.
One thing that's got me a little worried, Skipper.
Yeah?
The legal angle. You know, you can get pretty close to entrapment in cases like this.
Well, nothing to worry about. You just play it straight down the line.
Yeah?
The idea for the crime has to originate in the mind of the criminal. It's got to be all his idea. You just go along with him.
Okay.
Be sure and keep us posted.
Yes, I will.
Murder of his wife means a lot to Stone. He wouldn't want anybody getting in his way.
Yeah.
Be careful.
That night I had dinner with Trudeau at a cafeteria on South Grand, and then we caught a bus and rode out to the stadium where they held the midget auto races. We found the seats where Charles Stone was to meet us, numbers 4 and 5, row 27, Section B, main grandstand. The auto races started. At 10 minutes past 8 p.m., Charles Stone arrived. He looked like an average, prosperous businessman, well-dressed, medium build, dark hair that showed a few streaks of gray. Trudeau introduced us, and then he left.
Where you from, Kelly?
Phoenix.
You like midget auto races?
That's not why I came out here. Trudeau said something about a job.
Sure. Guess he told you what it's about.
Yeah?
You ever handle anything like this before?
I'd be a sucker to answer that one, wouldn't I?
I just want to know if you could handle it.
Trudeau told me about it. I wouldn't be here if I couldn't handle it.
Delicate job. Gotta be sure it's done right.
What are you looking for, references?
Gotta be careful, that's all.
Well, what about me? I don't know you from Adam. How do I know it won't be a double cross?
Don't worry about a double cross. Let's go below the grandstand. Get away from this crowd.
All right with me. You haven't said anything about money yet.
Plenty of time to talk money.
I'd like to know.
How much you want?
Trudeau said 1,000.
Yeah.
When could you get it?
When would you want it?
Before. I'd be a dope to do the job without getting paid first.
I'd be just as stupid to give it to you first. Say, can I buy you a hot dog, cold drink?
Okay.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
One hot dog, couple of root beers.
One dog, 2 beers.
You like root beer?
Sure. How about settling on the dough, huh?
You do the job, you'll get paid. You can ask Trudeau if you like. He'll tell you I keep my word.
Well, it's got to go fast, that's all. I may have a job lined up in Phoenix. I got to get that dough and some new clothes. Got to put up some kind of a front. That's why I need the dough fast, no waiting.
You'll get your money. We can work out something.
Hot dog, 2 root beers, 40. Mustard's on the counter.
There you are.
Thank you.
Just move over there out of the way.
Okay. But you haven't told me yet.
What?
How do you want it done?
All depends.
I haven't got my gun. I'm on the lam. Have you got one?
No, I don't own one. Couldn't use a gun anyway. Too much noise.
Well, make up your mind.
We'll meet tomorrow night. We can talk about it then.
Look, mister, you expect me to sit on this thing for a week. I'm not making a career out of just this one job.
What are you worrying about? We'll set everything up tomorrow night.
All right, how about $10 on the cuff? I got 11 flat.
That's fine. See if that'll do.
All right. Now, how about that payoff, the 1,000? How do we set that up?
We can talk about that later.
Why can't we talk now? Look, Stone, I don't think I like your attitude. You haven't told me how you want the job done. You talk cute every time the payoff's mentioned.
Take it easy,
Take
Kelly.
it easy, nothing. I'm taking the chances. How do I know I'm going to get paid?
How do I know you'll kill her?
Before I left Charles Stone, we set up a meeting for the following night at 8 o'clock. I caught a bus and went back to the hotel room. So far, I'd been unable to get any other corroborative evidence on Stone, evidence that could be presented in court. The next morning, I called the office and kept them posted on developments. I had my meals at a lunch counter next door to the hotel, and I stuck pretty close to my room. At 2:30 that afternoon, Ben called.
We tailed Stone to the midget auto races last night. Did you do any good?
Well, not bad. It's going a little slow, though.
We tailed him after he left you. We drove to a Beverly Hills address, apartment house.
Thought he lived in Glendale.
He does. The apartment he went to is registered to a Jean Howard. Stayed till 4 this morning. Checked the Howard girl out. She's a secretary at one of Stone's warehouses.
Maybe that explains why Stone wants to get rid of his wife, huh?
Here's one more thing. We tailed him to a gun shop this morning. Bought a couple of things, and after he's gone, we checked with the store clerk. Told us Stone bought a box of shells, 32 caliber.
Same kind of gun he had registered, isn't it? 32 S&W?
Yeah.
That's funny. Stone told me he doesn't own a gun.
Doesn't look too good in my book.
All right, now let's don't start worrying, huh?
Don't trust him a dime's worth, Joe, that's all.
All right. You want to check with me later on? I've got to keep this line open.
Yeah, all right. See you later.
All right. Yeah.
This is Stone.
Yeah.
Job's all set up, ready to go.
When?
Tomorrow night.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of New York cover girl Rita Daigle. This is her actual signed statement.
I find Fatima different from other long cigarettes. They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality, and they're extra mild.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended.
And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy king-size Fatima yourself.
You will find king-size Fatima different from other long cigarettes.
They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
8:55 p.m. Charles Stone picked me up in his car at the corner of Alameda and 6th Streets. He turned onto South Broadway and he headed down for the beach. He hunched over the wheel as he drove. I kept wondering how I was going to pin him down. We were less than 24 hours away from the scheduled murder of his wife, and I still didn't have a case against him that'd stand up in court. If he failed to produce sufficient evidence tonight, Stone had a good chance of going free, whether he succeeded in having his wife killed or not. I also had no idea what plans the suspect had made before he hired me to do the killing. There was a definite possibility that he might have arranged for somebody else to commit the actual murder and then set up a double cross with me as the victim. We knew he had a .32 S&W revolver registered in his name, but he denied to me that he even owned a gun. 9:03 p.m., we pulled up in front of Stone's beach house.
Most of the other homes around here are vacant, summer places. People don't start moving in till 1st of May.
But you said you were afraid of the neighbors seeing you here.
There's some living up the next block.
Oh.
Can't afford not to be careful. This one here. There's the front door key. See if you can work it.
Well, I know how it works. You go ahead and open it.
All right.
The living room, huh?
Yeah, bedroom's over here through this door.
All right, what's the story? Where do I start?
My wife should be here about 6 o'clock tomorrow night. She'll be coming down alone to get the house ready for a weekend party.
When do you want me here?
About 4 in the afternoon. Here. Here's the key to the front door.
Better pick it up and hand it to me, huh?
Okay. Here you go. First thing you do when you get here is pull out all the drawers in the bedroom bureau, scatter things around, make it look as much like a burglary as you can.
Yeah?
Same here in the living room. Desk drawer, table, cupboards. Turn them inside out, show things around.
Leave my fingerprints all over everything?
I've taken care of that. A pair of gloves of mine. You'll find them here in this drawer. Remember that.
All right.
Let's see now. Oh, yeah, sash cord. I'm sure this ought to serve the purpose. Shouldn't have any trouble.
Yeah. Piece of rope's pretty new. It's a little slippery.
Won't be with the gloves on. She's not very strong. Shouldn't have any trouble. I'll leave the rope here in the closet.
You sure she's going to be alone?
Positive.
Where am I supposed to hide?
Let me show you. Here. Right by the front door. This closet.
Yeah.
When my wife comes in, closes the door, she'll probably go right to the bedroom and take off her coat. Follow her in and do it fast while her back's turned. No screams. Neighbors might hear.
All right.
Want it clean and quiet. Do it as quickly as you can. Now, when you're finished, here's what I want you to do with her.
What's that?
Take the body and bring it this way. Come here. Here, I want you to see.
All right.
Across the living room to these French doors. Open this one. You won't have any trouble. Take the body out here on the porch. Come with me now. I want you to get this clear in your mind.
Yeah, I think I got it.
Take her down to this end of the porch. Right to the railing. Leave her here. It's very important. You understand? All the way down to the end of the porch here.
I don't get it, but I guess it's all right.
All right, let's go back in.
Look, Stone, I may forget the layout of this house here. Would you draw a floor plan for me? I don't want to get mixed up here.
No, there's paper on the desk there. You can draw it yourself before you leave tonight.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Can't afford to take any chances. Now, what was it? Yeah. After you're finished using the rope, I mean.
Yeah.
You'll find some rings on my wife's fingers. Take them all off. Big setting especially. There'll be a bracelet on her left wrist. Take that, too.
What'll I do with them?
Put them in this white vase in the mantel here. The rings and the bracelet. Don't miss any of the rings. They're expensive.
Well, how about me bringing them to you? I can pick up my dough at the same time.
No, put them in the vase. As soon as that's done, leave here and go back downtown. I'll pick you up where we met tonight, 6 in Alameda, 7:30 sharp. I have the money for you then.
Where are you going to be at 6 o'clock?
I have to cover myself. I'll stay on at the office. Special conference.
I don't know. I don't think I like this.
What do you mean you don't like it?
Suppose something should happen. I got no protection. I'd feel a lot better with a gun.
I told you I don't have a gun to give you. Why would you need one anyway?
Just feel a lot better, that's all.
Buy one if you want. That's your problem. I'm paying you for the job.
I haven't seen your money.
I told you, when the job's done, you get your money then.
There's just one thing I want to make sure of. No mistakes here.
Don't worry, you get your pay. Ask Trudeau if you like. He'll tell you can trust me. You can ask anybody.
How about your wife? Before I left Charles Stone, I got one more valuable piece of evidence out of him, a special phone number written in his handwriting on the back of one of his business cards. In case anything went wrong, I was to call him at this number. In his own handwriting, I also got a list of times that I was supposed to remember. When to come to the house, when to leave, when to meet him for the payoff. The next afternoon at 3:30, I left the hotel and drove my car out to Venice to Stone's beach house. Captain Steed and another officer from Homicide followed me out. We waited in the house together. Shortly before 6 p.m., Mrs. Mildred Stone arrived with Biff, Ben, and Gil and seen us. She refused to believe the story of her husband's plot to have her murdered. Captain Steed laid out the evidence for her.
This key, Mrs. Stone, you recognize it?
Why, yes, it's the one for the front door. Must be Charles.
He gave it to this officer, Mrs. Stone, the man who was supposed to murder you.
No, I don't believe it.
Do you have any idea what's in that closet, ma'am, that one over there?
There's nothing in there. I cleaned it out the last time we were here. I cleaned out all the closets.
I'd like to show it to you, ma'am.
Piece of rope? I never saw that there before.
Mr. Stone gave it to me. It was supposed to be the murder weapon.
Just one more point, ma'am. Over here, please. Do you know what's in this drawer here?
It's empty. It has to be. We never keep anything in there. Only when we move down for the summer months.
Joe?
Right. A pair of your husband's old gloves. Is that right, ma'am?
Well, why would they be there? What for?
I was supposed to wear them while I was in the house so I wouldn't leave fingerprints.
Do you mind if I sit down?
Here you are.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stone. We know it's a terrible shock for you. I think you realize we had to tell you.
It's all right. You've been very kind. You saved my life. I'm sorry now that happened. It would have been better if he'd succeeded. Much better.
Take it easy, Mrs. Stone.
The shame. Terrible, terrible shame. Is there anything I can do for him?
He wanted to have you murdered, ma'am.
I know that. He wanted me dead.
Yes, ma'am.
There's only one thing.
Yeah?
He's my husband, Sergeant. I love him.
6:45 p.m. I telephoned Charles Stone and told him the job was done. His wife was murdered. He said he'd meet me at 6th and Alameda Streets for the payoff as scheduled. I waited. He failed to show up. At 7:30 p.m., Stone was placed under arrest as he parked his car in front of their Venice beach house. A loaded .32 caliber revolver was found in his pocket. He was taken back to the city hall, the chief of detective's office. Ben and I waited outside the open door. We could hear Thad Brown start the interrogation inside.
Do you know what we have you down here for, Mr. Stone?
No, I haven't the faintest idea.
What would you say if I told you your wife had been murdered?
I think you're crazy.
What would you say if I told you that you're accused of her murder?
It's silly. It's ridiculous. I've been at work all day. I can prove it.
All right, Friday, come in.
Yes, sir.
You ever meet this man before?
I've seen him on Skid Row. I don't know him.
Do you recognize the man you hired to kill your wife?
I didn't know the man. I didn't kill my wife. I don't understand all this.
The name's Kelly, Mr. Stone.
He's some fake officer. A Skid Row bum. I don't know him.
I don't think that's going to make it, Stone. Both you and your wife have been tailed constantly for the last couple of days. Photographs taken. Midget auto races. 6th and Alameda. Beverly Hills apartment.
Crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
Mike, would you send the lady in, please?
Mildred, you don't believe all these things you're saying about me, do you?
Here are the rings, Charles. The bracelet, too. I didn't realize how much you wanted them.
I didn't mean it. I don't know what I was thinking of.
There, Charles. There, it's all right now. You'll feel better in a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am. That's all, Friday.
Right.
What's it look like, Joe?
He's starting to talk.
Scott Maine. He tries to have her murdered. She goes to bat for him.
What's it prove?
He sure must love him. What do you think?
How about a cup of coffee?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. To the working detective, the difference between guilt and innocence is proof, in the form of physical evidence, in the form of testimony gathered from reliable witnesses. In determining any suspect's guilt or innocence, the difference is actual proof. And when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes, the difference is quality. And Fatima is extra mild. If you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, smoke Fatima. You'll find Fatima different from other long cigarettes. They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Charles Farnsworth Stone was tried and convicted on soliciting the commission of a felony, 2 counts. He received the sentence as prescribed by law. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Hi, folks. This is Bob on the air for Chesterfield. Every Tuesday night, consult your local paper for time and station Hope.
And Bing, on the air for Chesterfield every Wednesday night, Crosby. I've called this little seminar to teach our new boy the ropes.
Say, Sag, I think it's only fair to warn you, with me selling Chesterfields this year, you'll have to limp along lively to keep up.
Oh, say, since when have you been any competition, lover boy? When we're in pictures together, who always gets the girl?
Which only backs up the old saying, everybody loves a fat man.
Seriously, friends, Skinflint and I, we do agree 100% on this. Chesterfields are milder.
And they leave no unpleasant aftertaste. So always buy our cigarette, Chesterfield.
The best cigarette for you to smoke.
Hear Hope and Crosby Tuesday. Next, We the People on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
The following program is being specially recorded to be sent to American servicemen in German prison camps and will be distributed by the War Prisoners' Aid of the YMCA.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, and Minute Rub modern chest rub, take you now to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Sonny Tufts. You remember the guy, Duffy. The one that when you once said to your wife, tell me what has he got that I ain't got, she talked for 2 days. Yeah, big tall guy, Duffy. You know, broad shoulders, big chest, slim waist, big blue eyes, wavy blonde hair. Boy, if he was only a dame. Yep. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy. The band just started to play that new Western song I wrote, Leave Me Hot Ride Tonight on the Prairie. And I want to listen to it. I guess it's just modesty, Duffy, but I really love that song.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Reed Beat Reeves and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Sonny Tufts, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner, brought to you by 2 products which we pay you to remember. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Minute Rub modern chest rub. Ipana Minute Rub.
Tonight on the prairie, way out west, where the sun sets all day, where the bloom is a purple on the sagebrush, and the deer and the cantaloupe play. I'm a saying, who threw that? Who threw that?
A music lover, no doubt.
Tell them crumbs if they don't like my song, they can rump it. The back of my throat. I'm a saying bonus noches to the city. It's no place for a lonesome cow's hand. Leave me right. Wait a minute. Now listen, you guys, be careful how you throw them dishes around. Remember, China is our ally. Well, Eddie, I guess all great composers have to suffer like this.
That's right, Mr. Archer. And these people are just trying to help you.
Well, I guess it's our lot in life, Eddie. Look at Tchaikovsky. All they paid him was $18.12 for a whole overture. And look at Schubert and his symphony. They wouldn't even let him finish it. So I say, leave him mock me. After this song of mine gets published, the world will be singing a different tune.
Now, that I believe. Yes. Anyway, who's going to publish that song?
My publisher's the $1 Million Publishing Company.
Who's that?
They're the people that discovered me.
How did they discover you?
I answered their ad in a magazine. Here, look at it.
Let's see now. It says here, attention songwriters. Have you got a lot of talent and a little money? We will bring it out of you. If your song is a hit, we'll know it. Remember Jada, Always, 20, Magee, all big hits, and we knew it. So don't delay. Send your song to the $1 Million Publishing Company and make $1 million tomorrow. Please enclose 15 cents to cover costs. Yeah, so sounds like a very reliable firm, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
You sent them your song, of course.
Well, naturally, I wouldn't want to pass up an offer like that. What do you think I am, a sucker?
There will be a 3-minute pause while I wrestle with temptation. Well, good luck, Queen.
Thanks, Eddie. Boy, I hope I hear from him soon.
Hard.
Hiya, Finnegan.
That new song of yours, great song.
Thanks.
Keeps running through my head.
Well, what's going to stop it?
Nothing. Boy, what a beautiful song. Leave my heart right tonight on the prairie. Oh, the words got so much meaning.
Thanks, Finnegan.
Say, yours.
Yeah?
What's a prairie?
Prairie? It's a thing out west, sort of a flat hill.
You know, Arch, every day you learn me something new. I always tell everybody that you make me what I am today.
Finnegan, if you don't mind, I would rather not be connected with it.
Well, take the credit, Arch. You deserve it.
Good evening, Archie. Well, Officer Clancy, glad to see you. Come in and take a load off your beat.
Hello, Clancy.
Well, it's Clifton Finnegan. Been behaving yourself, Clifton?
Oh, yeah, Clancy.
Are you sure?
Look, if it's about writing Clancy's a stinker on that fence, I got an alibi.
What's your alibi?
I can't write.
Finnegan, I get a kick out of you. Bless your little brain. You know, I was with your father the night you came into this world.
You what?
Yes, sir. And 5 years later, he called me up and he said, Clancy, it's a boy.
A shot in the dark, if I ever heard one. Say, by the way, what do you have, Clancy?
Oh, the usual chartreuse flip.
Uh-huh.
Incidentally, Archie, they tell me you've written a song.
A song? Yeah, that's right, Clancy.
An Irish song, I hope?
Well,
What do you call it?
Leave My Heart Rides Tonight on the Prairie.
Oh, it's a beautiful title. Leave me heart ride tonight on Tipperary.
No, Clancy, Prairie.
Wait a minute. Not a Western song.
Yeah.
Shades of Chauncey Alcott. Don't you know that the only good songs is Irish songs?
Now, just a second.
Don't
Clancy.
take my word for it. Ask any Irishman.
Clancy, I ain't saying there's nothing wrong with Irish songs. Mine just happens to be a Western.
Well, then the least you can do is to give it a little Irish flavor.
All right, I'll call it Take Me Back to My Boots and My Kushla. I'll write another one called The Playboy of the Irish World. That'll make you happy. Yeah?
Archie, I've been listening, and I have to agree with Officer Clancy here. Irish songs are very beautiful.
Oh, ain't they though, Mr. Bailey? Do you know Killarney?
Sure, Mother McCree.
Oh, Mother McCree. That is a beautiful song. That song has a message for everyone.
And so has Bailey.
Quiet, Archie. You have no soul. Come on, Mr. Bailey. Let's sing Mother McCree. Sure, I love the dear silver that shines in your hair.
Officer Clancy. Officer Clancy, if you don't mind, I'd rather just talk about Mother. You see, Mother is the one person we can always depend on.
Well, Aaron, go Bristol Myers.
And mothers deserve even more credit than they get. For on them rests the responsibility for the happiness and well-being of every member of the family. Then, too, next to the family physician, Mother is the most important person in guarding her family's health. So, naturally, it's to every mother's interest to know about the best things for the health of her family. For instance, how to take intelligent care of the teeth and gums of her children. A good way to do that, mothers, is to see that every member of your family visits the dentist faithfully, and between visits uses Ipana toothpaste and gum massage regularly. For Ipana is not only unsurpassed in cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, is especially designed to help keep gums firm and healthy. That's why so many dentists recommend this daily routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
And that's a good idea for every member of the family to follow. So help yourself, help your family to healthier teeth, firmer gums, more sparkling smiles. Use Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
Hello, Archie. Tell me, is he here yet?
Who, Miss Duffy?
Who? Sonny Tuck. For who else would I spend a whole day in a beauty shop?
A whole day in a beauty. What's the matter? Were they out of it?
Very funny. Now, please, I got no patience to stand here being stupid. Where's Sonny Tuck?
What do you want with Sonny Tuck?
I'm going to ask him to the dance.
What dance?
The 10 Jolly Girls AC St. Valentine's Day track meet and dance.
Track meet?
Well, you know some of the girls when they see a man.
Yes, I do.
So, we thought it would look more dignified if we called it a track meet.
Hey, but Sonny Tuck, look, why don't you ask your boyfriend, Breckenbridge Hartzenfelder, to take you to the dance?
Oh, him and me had a fight, so I'm not going with him.
Oh, what was the fight about?
He wouldn't take me to the dance. But who cares? Oh, if I could walk into that dance with Sonny Tuck, would those girls drop dead?
Sonny Tuck, take you to the dance, Miss Duffy. You're flying around the helium copper. He wouldn't take you.
Oh, no? Just because he's a movie star? Listen, Archie, many a big movie star goes out with civilian girls. Oh, what a sensation we created the dance. Oh, I can see it now. Mr. Sonny Tuck, this is Miss Katrinka Yarbut. Mr. Tuck, this is Cheryl Rattino. Sonny Tuck, meet Henrietta Nickelducker.
I noticed poor Tuft is so shocked he ain't saying a word. Henrietta Mickeldocker.
Say, Mr. Archie, special delivery letter for you.
Oh, boy, let's see, Eddie. Yep, from that publishing firm. Let's see. Dear friend and honored artist, we have received your great song and believe it will join the ranks of the immortals. That means it won't die.
8 to 5.
Quiet, Eddie. Can't wait till we publish this great song of the West. Naturally, it should have an attractive, appropriate cover. So please send $25, which covers cost of printing, plus hiring of cowboy, horse, and sunset. Please rush money. Yours in haste, $1 million publishing company. Where am I going to get $25?
You ain't actually going to send it.
I got it, Eddie. The letter says rush.
Yeah, but this is a phony.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. I can recognize phonies. You're talking to a man who has been gypped plenty. let's see. Where can I get that 25?
Don't look at me.
Hey, here's the cash register. There's money in there.
Do tell. Now, look, you ain't going to do nothing jaily.
Look, Eddie, what would be wrong if I just took a loan of the dough?
That would be like Jesse James taking the loan of a train.
But who's going to know about it? 15, 20, 25.
If I had the wings of an angel.
Now, listen, Eddie, this ain't stealing. This is just redistribution. Now, take this dough, go down to the post office, and send a money order to the address on this letter.
Okay, Mr. Archie.
And make it pronto. Adios.
San Quentin.
Now, go on, get going. Oh, boy, it won't be long now.
I should say you won't, Mr. Dirty Crook Archie.
Miss Duffy, was you standing there all the time?
I certainly was. And you know what'll happen if I tell Papa. He'll put you in jail.
Miss Duffy, please don't tell your father. Just give me a little time.
Well, Archie, I might forget if
If what?
if a certain party could persuade a certain party to take a certain party to a certain party.
You mean if I don't get Sonny Tough? Miss Duffy, that's blackball. You can't do this.
Take your choice, Archie.
Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Bob.
What seems to be wrong here?
Well, nothing that a few years...
Please, Miss Duffy, leave us not discuss my delinquency in front of a juvenile. Leave us talk it over in private. Bob, sing something, will you?
Boy, you sure seem worried.
Oh, no, it's nothing. Just a little trouble with my song. Go ahead and sing. Now, come here, Miss Duffy. Let's talk this over.
A lonely night, dream of a song. The melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you. When our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. Oh, but that was long ago. Now my consolation is in the stardust of a song. Beside a garden wall, when stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses bloom. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain my stardust melody, the memory of love's
Now, look, Miss Duffy, be reasonable. I can't make Sonny Tough take you to the dance.
Archie, all I know is that if you don't, I'll have Papa put you in jail for 20 years, and when you get out, he'll fire you.
But look, the guy's a society guy in a movie.
Oh, Archie, here he comes.
Sonny Tough. Well, welcome to Duffy's, Sonny.
Thanks. Say, I always kind of thought that Duffy's was just a little hole in the wall.
Yeah, kind of surprised you, huh?
Yeah, it's a big hole in the wall. Say, who are you?
Me? Permit me. I am Archie, mine host. I manage the place, take care of the customers.
Sort of a major domo.
Naturally, we don't serve minors. Say, what a big guy you are. How's the air up there?
See, that's very clever.
I think I'm up all the time. But I'm really serious. Quite a tall height you got. Come here, let's put our heads back to back. Let's see. You're about 3 inches taller than I am.
Well, that's just because you're 3 inches shorter.
Hey, you're clever, too. We're alike in a lot of ways, Sonny.
Oh, well, nobody's perfect.
No, I mean it, really. We're like 2 peas on a knife. You got a strapping physique. I got a strapping physique.
What would you do if the strap broke?
Now, Sonny, please, don't judge me physique by the way that I'm built. I'm deceitful.
How much do you weigh?
110 pounds, and not an ounce of it fat.
All bone, eh?
Yeah. Just take a look at his chest.
Where? Oh, there, behind the belt buckle.
Very droll. Mr. Tufts, in these quips of yours, do I detect a slight tincture of jealousy?
No, it's not that. It's just that to me you seem more like the frail type.
Frail type is right. The frails love me. Yeah, you know that Betty Hutton you work with? She's coming all the way down here to see me next Friday.
Really? You better get some rest.
Don't be silly. A dame like that'll be meat for me.
Well, that'll make it even. You'll be mutton for Hutton.
Oh, boy, Betty Hutton. Boy, I can't wait for next week to get here. Come on, Sonny, let's talk faster.
Hey, Arch, Miss Duffy just sent this note over to you.
Let's see. Dear Archie. Well, sign Miss Duffy. Oh, by the way, Finnegan, do you know Sonny Tufts?
He does?
Finnegan, this is Sonny Tufts, the movie actor.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Tufts? Say, you look much taller standing up than you do on the screen.
Well, you see, they photographed me shorter so my head won't hit the soundtrack.
Oh, that's, how do they make you shorter?
They put me on a diet, shortening bread.
It's a coincidence. Finnegan eats cracked wheat.
You know, Mr. Tufts, I'd like to try acting sometime. When I was at college, they told me...
Finnegan, you was at college?
Well, certainly I was at college, Arch. You remember last year?
Huh?
What did you study at college?
I didn't study anything. They studied me. Anyways, Mr. Tufts, Mr. Tufts, I really think that you're very...
Look, just call me Sonny.
Eh? What was that?
Just call me Sonny.
Gee, that's very nice of you, Sonny. You can call me Daddy.
What a charming family. Lovely people. Oh, say, incidentally, Sonny, speaking of beautiful dames, get a load of that beaut over there.
Where?
Right over there, next to the cash register.
Oh, yeah. She's the one without the keys.
Yeah. A wonderful dame. Would you like to meet her?
Not at all.
Good. I'll arrange it. In the meantime, talk to Mr. Bailey here. Mr. Bailey, Mr. Tufts. Mr. Tufts, Mr. Bailey. Sunny, cloudy. Shake hands.
Hello, Mr. Tufts.
Hello.
Enjoying yourself?
Well,
You
sure,
like it?
but why kick?
Oh, relax, Mr. Tufts. Maybe you're feeling irritable because of your cold.
I haven't got a cold.
You may have a cold and not know it yet.
I haven't got a cold.
But you might have.
Hey, what are we playing? Drop the handkerchief?
No, it's just that a cold can make a person very irritable. That's why I tell people to help themselves to fast relief from those annoying cold symptoms with Minute Rub, modern chest rub. Minute Rub can help you feel better quickly. In fact, it takes no longer than a minute to begin to feel Minute Rub's relief. All you have to do is rub a little Minute Rub on your throat, chest, and back. Why, even before you finish, you'll feel a welcome sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold. Meanwhile, Minute Rub's menthol vapors aid in relieving that congested feeling in your nose and throat. So get yourself a jar of Minute Rub and get yourself fast, welcome relief from annoying cold symptoms. And listen, Minute Rub won't harm clothing or linen. It's greaseless, stainless, disappears like vanishing cream. Be sure to ask for Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub. Modern chest rub.
Archie, why do I have to put on an act? Why can't I just be myself?
Why do it the hard way? You see, I just happened to remember that Sonny was once a society guy, strictly a big Boston socialist. Ergo, you've got to act like a society dame.
Well, all right, but if it don't work...
If it don't work. All the time. Talk.
Talk is better than sing.
Well, here goes. Hey, Sonny.
Yeah?
Sonny, old cad, I would like to present you with Miss Duffy. She just came out this year.
Great girl.
Yeah.
Miss Duffy, you don't happen to be related to the Duffy owns this Tavern, do you?
Oh, yes. Papa is my pater. But you see, this Tavern is just one of his hobbies. He keeps it for laughs.
What a morbid sense of humor.
Look, I know what you're thinking, Sonny, but this dame has ancestors from some of our best families. But I'm telling you, you can see for yourself that she's real society.
Of course. She has such a prominent background.
Well, that she gets from her old age. By the by, darling, how is your mate these days? Dowager than ever, I suppose.
Oh, you know Nata. Here, there, everywhere in the social world. She's all over New York.
Yeah, and part of her hangs over into New Jersey.
Archie, stop insulting Mama and get to the point.
Oh, yeah. Say, incidentally, Sonny, Miss Duffy's sorority is giving a dance on St. Valentine's Day, and you may not believe it, but she hasn't got a date for it yet.
I believe it.
Say, why couldn't Sonny here take you to the dance?
Well, yes, why not?
Yeah. How about it, Sonny?
When is it?
St. Valentine's.
By George, I can't make it.
Why not?
On account of a previous engagement, which I'm sure I can arrange.
Wait a minute, Sonny. You gotta take the dame. There's a thing I can't tell you about, but if you don't take her, it means that I go to jail.
Well, why don't you take herself, then? Take her yourself, then.
She wants you.
Arch, you take her. Just like you said, you look so much alike, you'll never know the difference, kid. Good night.
Hoisted by my own petard.
Well, Archie, somebody's going to take me to the dance.
I see what you mean. Okay, Miss Duffy, I guess you got me with me. What?
Reprieve from the governor.
You mean you didn't send the dough?
No, on account of a picture I saw hanging in the post office.
Whose picture?
The president of the $1 Million Publishing Company marked down to $1,000 reward.
The guy was a crook?
Yep, and here's your 25.
Oh, boy, I'm a free man again. Now I can put the dough back into the register.
Just a second, Archie. You don't have to put it back in the register if you take me to the dance.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. But let's meet here again at the same time next week when our guest will be Betty Hutton. Sonny Tufts is currently being seen in the Paramount production, Here Come the Waves. Don't forget to join us next week. In the meantime, for the smile of beauty...
Remember Ipana toothpaste.
And if you have a cold...
Remember Minute Rub.
And if you have a half hour next Friday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy Tavern. Hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Betty Hutton. Duffy, tonight Sonny Tufts said that I'd be mutton for Hutton, but who cares? I'm a glutton for mutton. See you next Friday, Duffy.
Hey, Sergeant.
Yes?
Mind if I take a look at that package in your hand?
No, it's just a bottle of Vitalis.
Just Vitalis. Why, Sarge, most of us civilians haven't seen a bottle of Vitalis for months.
How come?
You fellas in the service are getting the entire supply of this famous hair grooming preparation. You see, because of wartime shortages, there isn't enough Vitalis to meet the wants of civilians plus soldiers and sailors. So naturally, servicemen are getting first call on the limited supply.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Worried about income tax? Wonder if spring will ever come? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. You were alone in your book-lined study, listening to the idiot gibberings of a parrot, and beside you, caressing you, is an invisible thing, a loathsome thing, from which you must escape.
Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Today, we escape to the West End of London, to a little house just off Hyde Park, where lived a man who didn't like people. Today, we escape in the remarkable tale of Robert Hitchens, How Love Came to Professor Gildia.
It has been said that no night ever passes over London town that sees not some strange and curious event, some occurrence too incredible to bear repeating in the light of day. How horribly true are those words. It's been over a year now since the night I first met the amazing Professor Gildia. I had delivered a sermon at the rectory of St. Swithin in the East End, and was passing through the foyer in departure when I was accosted brusquely by an odd little man, remarkably sharp-featured, his face adorned by a pointed black goatee.
A moment, please. I believe you're Father Murchison?
Yes, that's right, but I don't think I've had the pleasure
Perhaps you've heard of me. My name's Gildia, Professor Gildia.
Gildia, why, yes, you're the famous psychologist.
Yes, psychologist, biologist, anthropologist, philosopher, and that takes care of that. Sir, I never attend religious services.
It appears you've done so tonight.
I came for one reason, to hear you. Find out why an otherwise normal colleague of mine thinks you're the most convincing speaker he's ever listened to.
And did you find out?
No, your talk was intelligent, logical. Therefore, it could never convince anybody of anything.
Thank you. You're a direct man, Professor Gildia.
No time to be anything else. I'd like to have you dine with me, Father Murchison, say a week from tonight, 7 o'clock. I live at number 100 Hyde Park in the West End.
Can't we make it 2 weeks? I'm preaching at St. Saviour's that night, just round the corner from the park. And I'm afraid it'll have to be nearer 8:30 than 7. The service isn't over so early.
We can't even agree on a time for dinner. Very well, 8:30, 2 weeks. Good night, sir.
Perhaps if I had known then what I have, no matter. I kept the appointment, of course. After an excellent dinner, we climbed the stairs to Gildia's study. A large, book-lined room running the width of the house, with windows at the end overlooking the park. In front of those windows stood the one incongruous thing in the room, a cage holding a large gray parrot. In fact, as I recall, it was the parrot that was responsible for my first becoming aware of what exact opposites Gildia and I really were. The same parrot that was responsible for so many other things that happened later.
Quiet, Napoleon. One day that infernal squawking of yours will drive me to wring your neck.
Somehow it surprises me, Gilda. I mean, you're keeping a pet.
I possess a parrot, Father Murchison, that's all. Made a study of the imitative faculties of animals some months ago. Bought the bird then, never got rid of it.
I see.
Started the bad habit of scratching the fool thing's head. It loves it, you see. In 5 minutes, he'll be screaming for more of it. Why would it surprise you so much if I kept a pet?
Because I believe you're the most self-sufficient man I ever met.
More than that, actually. I detest affection, any display of sentimentality.
But you do feel the need of close human sympathy in your life.
None whatsoever. A reasonable amount of companionship, naturally, but that's all. Father Murchison, I'm one person who does not love his fellow men.
Nonetheless, some of your discoveries have been of great benefit to mankind.
Entirely accidental.
I thought you would be liking your coffee now,
Yes, Pitting. Put it down on the table, please.
Thank you, sir. Will there be anything else?
No, that's all, Pitting.
Yes, sir.
An excellent servant there. I know nothing of Pitting's thoughts or feelings, nor he of mine. Perfect relationship.
And if a crisis occurred, if you needed to call on him as a friend?
It would take a considerable crisis.
What about the parrot? Surely you must regard it with some affection, otherwise you'd get rid of it.
Napoleon, merely a specimen. Bird's as devoid of sentimentality as I am. He can only imitate whatever he sees and hears.
Gilda, have you ever been in love?
Neither with anyone in particular, nor with love itself. Being in love, as you put it, or having someone in love with me, would be the most monstrous and horrible situation I could possibly imagine.
All of a sudden, I feel a very great sense of pity.
For whom?
For you. Yet, as different as we were, my life dedicated to all humanity, and Gildea's life stripped of its own humanity, I called again at the house at Hyde Park many times, and we became friends. We talked away many evening hours in the months that followed, sitting by the book-covered table in the long study, the gray parrot chattering away in the background, with the lamplight barely reaching the farther corners. It was on such a night not long ago that the thing began. Gilda had seemed uncommonly nervous since dinner, and had spent much of the time pacing in front of the windows that faced the park.
How's it, Murchison? I can't seem to relax tonight. I ever feel a completely unaccountable presentiment. A sense that something remarkable was about to happen.
Oh, yes. Usually it never did. Turned out to be the effect of too much coffee.
Oh, it's not that. Coffee doesn't bother me. Nothing does.
Well, then suppose you stop pacing the floor and sit down. You're wearing me out.
Noticed how well Napoleon's learned to imitate your voice?
Yes, I have, and it's almost insulting at times.
The worst thing is feeling such a strong compulsion to do something which I know to be ridiculous.
Exactly what is it you're talking about, Gilda?
Well, it's foolish even to mention it, but I wonder if you'd pardon me for a few minutes.
Of course.
Help yourself to more coffee. I'll be right back.
I walked over and stood stroking the feathers of the parrot through the bars of his cage. I'd grown rather fond of the ugly bird, but it always startled me to hear him mimic some phrase of mine or Gilda's. Napoleon, you're a true creature of the devil.
Creature devil, creature devil.
I happened to glance out of the window toward the park across the street. The arc lamp at the corner threw a dim gleam across a bench set just inside the paling. And I was surprised to see Professor Gilda moving about the bench, peering under it, behind it, staring into the shadows nearby. He kept this up for some minutes, then crossed the street and came back toward the house. In a moment, I heard him ascending the stairs.
Father Murchison, has anyone entered this room since I went out?
I know. You mean Pitting, of course. He hasn't been in.
Strange. Very strange.
I saw you across the street in the park. What were you doing?
I thought I saw something, wondered what it was, that's all.
Did you find out?
No. What's wrong with the parrot? Never made a sound like that before.
What do you mean? He seems all right.
Napoleon, stop that.
What was it you thought you saw?
Nothing. As you said, most likely it was the coffee. Only I'm very much afraid that... Oh, no. In this day and age, it's impossible.
Nearly a week later that I received a phone call in my quarters at the rectory. Father Murchison here.
This is Pitting, sir. Professor Gilty's man.
Oh, yes, Pitting. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sir. The master would greatly appreciate your calling at the house this evening, if it's convenient, sir.
Oh, anything wrong?
I could not say, sir.
But why didn't he phone himself? He isn't ill?
I think not. He suggested 8 o'clock, sir. May I tell him you'll come?
Yes. Yes, by all means. Tell him I'll be there at 8.
Use beating about the bush, Father Murchison. I am nervous. Of course I am. Plenty of reason for it.
Oh, you're working too hard.
Now I'm working too hard. The other night it was coffee. As a matter of fact, it's neither one. Be quiet, Napoleon.
Maybe you'd better tell me just what is the matter, Gilder.
Do you feel the presence in this room of anyone beside the two of us?
Well, there's Napoleon, of course.
No, I don't mean the parrot. He senses it too, though.
Senses what?
When you were here last week, I left the house for a few minutes, you remember?
Yes.
I'd been watching someone sitting on that bench across in the park, a shadowy sort of figure. I had to find out what it was.
But you found nothing. You told me when you came back.
That's right. But I left the front door open. When I came back in, I felt suddenly that someone or something had entered ahead of me.
Oh, come now, really, Gilder.
I knew also that they'd found their way to this room.
But I was here all the time. No one came in.
Father Murchison, whoever or whatever came into the house that night, came into this room, is still here right now.
You, Gilder, a scientist.
Yes. Ridiculous, isn't it? But it's true. I'm only able to feel its presence. Napoleon can see it. Look at him now. Now, wouldn't you say he was watching something over there in the far corner of the room?
No, I'd say he's just being as foolish as a parrot usually is.
You, a skeptic?
About this, yes. You've been working too hard. You need a vacation.
I haven't told you the worst part of it. Would you say that I'm an attractive man?
Frankly, no. Oh, I suppose to a certain type of society woman you might...
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, then, what are you talking about?
I don't know whether this intruder is a woman, man, child, animal, but whatever it is, it holds a vast affection for me.
What?
Can you imagine anything so utterly monstrous, horrible? Murchison, the thing, is in love with me.
I could not, would not accept Gilder's belief. And yet the alternative was even more frightful. For I could only decide that the long hours of study and lecturing had affected his mind, had brought him in fact to the verge of insanity. I persuaded him finally to get away for a while, leave the house, forget his professional problems, take a short trip. I accompanied him to Victoria Station, saw him off on the boat train, and then, caught up in my duties, I had little time to consider the strange affair for nearly 10 days. Father Murchison here.
I hope I haven't disturbed you.
Professor Gilder, then you're back in London.
Yes, I've been back for 3 days.
Well, you should have called me. How was the trip?
Quite pleasant. I took passage on a Channel coaster. The sea air was wonderful.
You weren't troubled on the trip?
Oh, no. Not at all. It waited here for me.
What? Then you mean to
Could
tell
you
me...
come over here tonight?
You mean now?
Yes, if you could. You see, I can prove it to you now.
Very well. I shall come right over. I stood there by the phone and shivered. The thing had become so real to him now that he felt he could go away and leave it, then come back and find it waiting for him.
That's why I didn't call you when I first came back. I wanted to be sure. So I've waited 3 days, and every day has been worse than the one before.
In what way? What do you mean?
I mean, the thing was waiting for me here. Glad I was back, fawned all over me. It was more insistently obnoxious all the time.
Gilder, do you mean you've seen the thing? Heard
No,
it?
I haven't seen it, haven't heard it, but I know it's here. I can feel it, sense it. Try to put it in words, and it becomes absurd.
If you'd like some unsolicited advice, call in a doctor. Have him look you over.
And what doctor in London knows any more about the human mind than I do?
I know, but when it's your own mind...
No. You're thinking of hysteria, hallucination. I know all the symptoms. It's not that simple. Anyway, I told you I could prove it to you. You'll notice I've thrown a cover over Napoleon's cage.
Yes, I've been wondering about it.
Part of my proof. He's been here, you know, all the time I was gone, here in this room.
Yes, but
I want you to get behind those curtains with me. Then I'll reach out and pull the cloth off his cage. I don't want him to see us.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, but, all right, come on.
Ready? I'll uncover him.
We crouched there behind the curtains watching the parrot. He protested a while at being so rudely disturbed by some unseen agency. Climbed about the cage with claws and beak, pecked at crumbs, appeared entirely normal. After a time, he began to fix his attention on a spot across the room. There was nothing there.
Watch him. Look at him now.
In the parrot's mind, at least, someone or something was approaching the cage. And yet, the room was empty. Whatever it was apparently had reached the cage now. And Napoleon welcomed it with friendly chortling. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. For the bird was cooing and gurgling as he did when I or Gildia scratched the feathers on his head. I could almost fancy that I saw long, white, ghostly fingers reaching through the bars of the cage.
Watch him and listen to him. He's talking to the thing, imitating it. See what you think.
The bird was moving about in the cage now, nodding his head in a very peculiar manner, uttering the most extraordinary sounds. I began to realize that he was imitating the thing he saw standing by his cage. And then the full horror of it came over me. I tried to hide the thought from Gildia, but he'd already seen it in my eyes.
So you see it, too. That's all I wanted to know. That I wasn't imagining it. There's no point in hiding there any longer. That was my proof.
But perhaps someone was here while you were gone.
I've questioned Pitting and the cook. No one has been here.
It can't be. Such a thing just can't.
Father Murchison, it is.
Well, where? Where is it now? Can you tell me where it is?
Not exactly. Somewhere in the room, not too far away. I can feel that. Napoleon, of course, can see it.
There is some rational explanation, Gillia. There has to be.
No whistling in the dark, Father. You recognize the same thing I did.
I know what you mean, of course.
I can't stand much more of it. But only something I can fight, strike out at. I'm not a coward, but I can't see it, hear it. I can only feel it trying to touch me somehow, trying to get close to me, drooling with desire and affection, fondness for me, and I can't keep it away. It gets closer all the time.
Gillia, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Get hold of myself! You saw the way that parrot imitated the thing, those mannerisms, that gibberish. You know what it means as well as I do.
I saw it, but it can't
possibly... Can't you feel how hideous it is for me? I can't stop it. The thing makes love to me, caresses me, and whatever it is, it has no mind. You saw that. That thing is a slobbering idiot.
I walked home at a late hour, trying desperately to think of some reasonable answer to the whole strange affair. I could not accept Gildia's explanation of the actions of the parrot, though the bird had produced an extraordinary illusion of an invisible presence in that room. In a day gone by, perhaps I might have been called in to deal with an evil spirit. I thought of retribution. Gildia had always borne an unnatural distaste for human love. Was he now being forced to endure the unnatural love of some monstrous being as punishment? I cast such thoughts away from me, yet I could not quite accept the only other reasonable solution, that my friend was insane. It was very late when I fell asleep. The following evening, I preached at Warwick Chapel and returned to my quarters about 9. I found that Pitting had called a short time before and left a rather puzzling message. Implore that you come to Hyde Park at once. Otherwise, I cannot answer for the consequences. But what is it you're trying to say, Pitting? He's not himself. In what way is he not himself?
I can only suggest, sir, that you talk to him yourself. Here we are.
Yes, come Come in. I leave you now, sir. Oh, Murchison, come in.
Gilder, what in the name of heaven is wrong? Fitting said you'd been upset, but he didn't say...
Inhuman machine.
What happened? What did he do?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing.
But I don't see then what...
Oh, you warned me about it once. You said I'd meet a crisis, need him as a friend, and he wouldn't be there. Well, it happened.
Look here. I'm going to call a doctor. I've never seen you in a state like this before.
No. I don't need a doctor. I'm all right now. For a little while, anyway. At least I think I am.
Then what was it? What happened?
That thing touched me. Really touched me, I mean, for the first time. It's only been trying to before. The only way I can put it, it rubbed itself against my soul. It was horrible.
Now, Gilder, you
Don't
got
tell
to...
me. I've got to get hold of myself. I know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. If you felt it yourself, you'd know what I mean. It was disgusting. Filthy. If it lasted one more minute, I know I should have gone screaming mad.
But you don't... You don't feel it now?
No, not now. I lost my head, I guess. I struck out with my fists. I tore at myself, screamed for help. Pitting came and thought I was drunk. But I could feel it touching me, sickening, soft, tender, inside of me.
But it left you then. You forced it away.
Yes, it's still here in the room somewhere, but it hasn't tried to touch me again.
Well, that settles it. Gilder, you're leaving here tonight. It didn't follow you when you took the trip before. It stayed here. That's one way you can be free of it.
Then you believe in the thing, too. Believe it's real.
It's real for you, and that's enough. Now, if I remember it, you're giving a lecture at Oxford the last of the week. You're going on up there now. I'll help you pack.
I could do that. I could stay at the Grosvenor tonight, take a train in the morning. It's right near the station.
And it's all agreed. I'll get at it.
Wait. Look at Napoleon. Standing there by his cage. He's talking to it. Imitating it. Can you imagine what the thing must look like?
Never mind. Let me help you start packing.
But I didn't tell you what it really did this evening. What came closer to driving me insane.
It doesn't matter.
The thing kissed me, Murchison. But not from the outside. What? I could feel it. Warm and wet. Kissing my lips. From the inside.
Gilder stayed at the hotel that night and caught the train out to Oxford the next morning. 4 days later, I received a wire from him. I'm still feeling a bit shaky, but everything else is all right. No sign of any visitor. Why don't you try to come up for the lecture Friday night? And please get rid of Napoleon for me. Signed, Gilder. On sudden impulse, I decided to accept his invitation. My train was late, and I arrived at Oxford with only time enough to go directly to the seminar. I slid into my seat just as Gilder was introduced and began his talk. He was pale and perhaps a bit drawn, but seemed otherwise composed and in control of himself. As I sat there, my mind wandered away from his talk, seeking some solution for the horrible problem which I regarded as being as much my own as Gilder's. I decided I would try to persuade him to sell the house in Hyde Park Place, since his strange fixation seemed to be bound up with it. Try to find lodgings elsewhere. Some 10 minutes passed when suddenly I noticed Gilder was becoming very nervous. He faltered in his talk, seemed to be confused. He stood there on the platform, deathly pale, his hands out as though pushing something away from him. I knew what was wrong. Pardon me, please. Could I get through? Pardon me, let me to him, please. Pardon me, I'm his friend. Gilder, can you hear me?
Murchison.
Yes. Everything's all right.
It came here. Found me out. It rubbed up against me on the platform. It's no use. Take me back to London.
We arrived back in London late the next afternoon. Gilder was a broken old man. He shivered continually, trembled as though shaken by a chill. He claimed to sense the awful presence of that thing always nearby us, accompanying us. And he was constantly terror-stricken lest it might try to touch him again. I stayed with him in the house in Hyde Park. And as night drew on, we sat in the long, book-filled study on the second floor. Pitting brought coffee to us and then withdrew. We found little to talk about, and the silence of the room seemed doubly oppressive without the familiar chatter of the parrot in the background.
What did you do with it, Murchison? Napoleon, I mean.
I boarded him at a pet shop in Shaftesbury Avenue. I thought you might want him back again after you'd reconsidered.
No, I don't want him back. You still can't feel its presence, can you?
No, Gildear, I'm afraid I can't.
Wish to heaven I couldn't. It's in here with us now, you know.
Now, please.
It doesn't matter. That's no use. I can't fight it any longer. There's no way to fight it.
Perhaps that may be the answer, to stop fighting it. You said yourself that you felt it was fond of you, meant you no harm. Then why not stop fighting? Try to return its fondness, its love, if you will.
You don't know what you're asking. Even the thought of it sickens me. Fondness, love for that thing.
Perhaps it may be the only way out.
Then there's no way out. I tell you, Murchison, I've only one feeling for that creature, and that's hatred. Hatred, disgust, and hatred.
Please, try to be calm.
Wait.
What is it?
Perhaps that's it. Listen. Whatever you are, beast or devil, I hate you, do you hear? I hate you. Murchison, that's doing it. It's recoiling, withdrawing. I can feel it.
Julia, please.
I hate you. I hate you. Murchison, it wants to leave. It's beginning to hate me, too, but it wants to leave now. Open the door. Go downstairs and open the front door. Open the front door and let it out.
All right, Gillia, if you'll feel better about it.
Want me to go alone, but I know how to fight it now. Go, Murchison, hurry. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
I ran down the stairs and threw open the front door. I stood there, breathing in the night air. It was clear and cold, and the stars hung overhead. I looked across to the park, saw the glow from the street lamp falling on the empty bench directly opposite. And at that moment came a sound that froze my blood with horror. I stood there, paralyzed, unable to move. Seconds passed, perhaps minutes, I don't know. I don't know how long I stood there. I glanced across at the empty bench, and for one moment thought I saw a shadow sitting on it. A vague shadow as Gildear saw it one night weeks before. And then the bench was empty, and I heard Pitting running downstairs.
Father Murchison, come quickly. Professor Gildear, it was his heart, I think.
Yes, I believe it was his heart.
But Father Murchison, he's lying up there now, sir. He's dead.
Dead? Dead, Pitting? I hope so. I sincerely hope so.
Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and directed by Norman MacDonald, today brought you How Love Came to Professor Gildear by Robert Hitchens, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Louis Van Rooten as Professor Gildear, Parley Bear as Father Murchison, Harry Bartell as Pitting, and Paul Frees as the Parrot. Music was conceived by Cy Fewer with Richard Orant at the console. Next week,
when the coming weekend offers little to stir the imagination, when routine inactivity stares you in the face, when you're already tired of doing nothing, we offer you Escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story of high adventure. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I glanced across at the empty bench, and for one moment thought I saw a shadow sitting on it. A vague shadow as Gildear saw it one night weeks before. And then the bench was empty, and I heard Pitting running downstairs.
Father Murchison, come quickly. Professor Gilder, it was his heart, I think.
Yes. Yes, I believe it was his heart.
But Father Murchison, he's lying up there now, sir. He's dead.
Dead? Dead, Pitting? I hope so. I sincerely hope so.
Escape, produced by William N. Robeson and directed by Norman MacDonald, today brought you How Love Came to Professor Gildia by Robert Hitchens, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Louis Van Rooten as Professor Gildia, Parley Bear as Father Murchison, Harry Bartell as Pitting, and Paul Frees as the Parrot. Music was conceived by Cy Fewer with Richard Orant at the console. Next week,
when the coming weekend offers little to stir the imagination, when routine inactivity stares you in the face, when you're already tired of doing nothing, we offer you Escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story of high adventure. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
This is Chicago, WMAQ.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Incident number 256, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Get the Moon Out of Your Eyes. It's hard to realize that we're already into the month of October, the 10th month of the year. It's a glorious month, full of wonderful colors, and a good month to talk about how to care for your linoleum floors. How can you keep the colors of your linoleum bright and sparkling? How can you make the linoleum itself last longer? Well, here's how. With Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, used with great satisfaction in many thousands of homes from Montreal to Mexico. Ever since Glow Coat was introduced a few years ago, its popularity has increased steadily. It makes floors gleam with beauty, gives a long-lasting polish that's easy to maintain, protects linoleum and other floor surfaces against wear, does all these things at low cost and with practically no work. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It takes no rubbing or buffing. Simply apply and let dry, and in 20 minutes your floor is like new. Be sure Johnson's Glow Coat is on your next shopping list. Maybe it's the old Johnson Wax feeling for snappy appearances. Or maybe it's just years of perfect radio timing. Or again, maybe just a coincidence. But just as we opened their show tonight, who should be driving up in front of 79 Wistful Vista, home from their vacation, but Fibber, Magee, and Molly?
get them brakes fixed. Home again. Well, help me unload these bags and stuff, Molly.
All right, dearie. But what on earth is this in the greasy paper bag?
Huh? Oh, that's the rest of that T-bone steak I had at that roadhouse this noon. I couldn't finish it, so I brung it home for the dog.
We haven't got a dog.
Huh. Well, I'll bury it till we get one.
Ah, there, folks. Welcome home.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hi, Throckmorton, old man. Certainly is good to see the old faces again.
Yes.
If mine was as old as yours, I'd trade it in.
Same old Fibber, isn't he, Mrs. McGee?
Oh, dear, is he?
Well, how's everything been, Throcky, old pal? You been keeping an eye on our house for us, like you promised?
Ah, yes, indeed I have, McGee. I think you'll find everything in fine shape, except for the umbrella stand in the hall. That got broken.
Oh, yeah? How'd it get busted, Gildersleeve?
Well, I think the carpenters must have done it when they were rehanging the dining room door.
What? Rehanging the dining room door, but what on
Oh, that's right. You wouldn't know about that, would you? Yes, the dining room door fell off when the floor gave way.
Hey, what are you talking about? What floor gave way?
Why, the dining room floor, of course.
What?
You couldn't expect any flooring to hold all that water without something happening.
All of what water?
Why, the water that came through the dining room ceiling from the bathroom upstairs.
From the bathroom?
What was the idea of leaving the water running in the bathroom, McGee? So it'd be hot when you came home?
A fine homecoming. I knew I shouldn't have ought to trusted you to look after them there things like that there, Gildersleeve. Of all the careless, slipshod, ignorant, lackadaisy chain imps...
You're a hard man, McGee.
Oh, boys, stop it. You mustn't start quarreling the very minute we get home, or must you?
Well, no, it ain't compulsory, I guess.
I should say not.
No.
You might at least wait till tomorrow.
What time, Gildersleeve?
How's 10:30?
Make it 11. We had a long drive, and I'm tired. Well, come on, Molly. We better start unloading this stuff.
Fine. I'll take these boxes and the bag of laundry, and you bring
No. You folks must be just about worn out. Let me carry that stuff in for you.
What?
Give me that steamer trunk. That's it.
Oh.
Well, I'll be back for another load in a moment, folks.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
On your mother's side or your father's side?
On my father, huh? Oh.
Isn't Mr. Gildersleeve nice? He has a heart as big as all outdoors.
Yeah, and it can get just as windy and cold, too. Now, let's see. I guess I left my fishing tackle in the trunk compartment.
Well, hello there, Fibber. Hello, Molly. Welcome home.
Mr. Wilcox, how nice.
What's the name, Bud? Oh, hi, Harlow. Gee, I'm glad to see you.
Well, say, by the looks of your car, you've certainly been places. Look at that dust. Tell you what you better do. Get a can of Johnson's car new and...
Okay. Call off your dog. We know the car's dirty, and we know what to do about it, too. Now, let's go on from there. Friendly and non-commercial.
All right. Can I help you unload that luggage?
No, thank you. Mr. Gildersleeve is helping us.
Yeah. Besides, we don't want you to see the present we brung you before we're ready. Oh, you'll love it, Harlow.
Gee, what is it?
Oh, now, don't be impatient. You drop by later, and we'll give it to you.
Yeah.
All right. And if there's anything I can do, just give me a ring.
Ah, good old Harlow.
Say, incidentally, what did we bring him, McGee?
Oh, I don't know. We'll find something. How about that sewing basket with the beads on it we bought from the Indians in Walla Walla?
Well, it'll have to be cleaned first.
Huh?
You carried your bait in it for 2 weeks.
That's all I did carry in it, too.
Well, folks, I carried that steamer trunk right up to your room. Now, give me another load. I won't be satisfied till I get every bag out of that car.
Now, let McGee help you.
Yeah, I'll be glad.
No. I'll get this big box. And, McGee, you hoist that outboard motor up on my shoulder.
Okay.
Better straighten the rudder on it, McGee, or you'll have him going around the block.
That's very good, Mr. McGee.
I thought it was pretty good myself.
I'll be back for another load in a moment.
What's got into that guy, anyway? He's working like a beaver. Except his tail ain't so flat.
Well, it will be by the time he lugs in a couple of more trunks. Now, stop criticizing a helpful neighbor and get to work.
Okay. Now, let's see. There's my
Oh,
fishing...
look, McGee.
Huh?
Here comes the little girl from across the street.
Hey, what's she looking so haughty about? Hi there, sis.
Oh, how do you do?
Hey, come back here a minute. Hey, sis.
Were you a see me, sir.
Hey, what are you getting so high-hat about?
Well, gee, it was my thought that inasmuch as our business relationship had more or less culminated, there was no further point in assuming a false hardiness upon a casual contact with my former employers, I betcha.
Your former employers? Mm-hmm. You ain't leaving our show, are you?
Well, I've had some very good offers. Oh. And when you've been in show business as long as I have, Chief.
Okay. So who's been making you offers?
My agent told me not to tell, I betcha.
Oh, who's your agent, little girl?
Willie, too. But you can't talk to him now on account of he had to go to bed early, on account of he broke a window with his football, on account of a belief.
He broke a window on account of a belief?
Sure. He believed he could kick its footer over the house.
Oh, I see. I said I see.
So don't expect any credit for it. It was pretty obvious.
Okay, sis, okay. Anyway, I wish you a lot of luck with your new show, whatever it is, and I hope you'll always think well of old Fibber and old Molly.
Let me out of this.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun together, haven't we?
Yes, we have, sis, but whatever you do, we wish you well. But if I was you, I'd talk it over with your mother.
With who, mister?
Your mother.
My mother?
Yes, your mother. Who is it that you can always depend on to tell you a story at bedtime? Who sings to you and makes you laugh and makes you brush your teeth every night?
Oh, Bob Hope. What's on, mister? I'll see you next week.
Right, kid. I think a smart youngster like that really deserves a pat on the back. With a hairbrush. The little pup, she did. Oh, hi, Gildersleeve. Much obliged for helping. Couple more tricks and you ought to be about through, huh?
Yes, Magee. But as I said, I won't be happy till I get every bag out of that car.
Well, there's only one more bag left, Mr. Gildersleeve. The Gladstone. You bring that, McGee.
Okay, Molly.
No, you don't, Magee. I'll take that.
Oh, come, Troxy. You've done enough.
You think I have? Well, watch this.
Hey, watch what you're doing there.
You're spilling everything out on the sidewalk.
That's what you get for putting my bag on the bottom of the pile.
Huh?
When you borrowed it last summer, you didn't tell me you'd be gone 13 weeks. My wife has been wanting to go away on a visit for 2 months.
Well,
and now maybe she won't even go. You see what you've done, McGee?
car in the garage. Why?
Well, I've emptied everything out of the bags and suitcases, and I can't find your purple sweater. Where do you suppose it is?
Oh, I remember. It was took by a moose.
Anybody that'd take that sweater's no moose. He's an odd fella.
No, this is a real moose, honest. Remember the night you spent with your Aunt Hattie up in Winnipeg, and I stayed in the tourist camp?
Yeah.
Well, when I went to bed that night, here was that moose with his head stuck through the window.
Yeah?
I didn't know it was a real moose. I thought it was just a moose's head, mounted.
Oh.
So I hung all my clothes on it.
What?
You got away with my orange and blue necktie and my green slacks, too.
Pretty snappy outfit for a moose. He ought to do all right in the mating season.
I sure hated to lose that sweater. Anything else missing?
Well, I haven't checked everything yet. Why?
Oh, I don't know. I still got the feeling we forgot something fairly important.
Well,
too.
don't worry about it, dearie. It will probably show up sooner or later. Now, let me see. Here's my beach shoes.
Come in.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly?
Yes?
Who's sponsoring you this year?
Same people, Bud. Johnson's Wax.
Didn't they sponsor you last year?
For the last 5 years, in fact.
Who are you going to work for the next year, may I ask?
Johnson's Wax.
For the next 5 years.
10 years with one outfit. And they call this a variety program. It's reprehensible.
Fresh guy. What does he expect us to do? Change sponsors as often as we change our jokes?
Quit. Keep on talking. You left yourself wide open.
Let's go over these souvenirs and gifts, Molly, and see what we're going to give to whom.
All right. I put them all over here on this end table.
Now, let's see what we got. There's that snakeskin hat band and the abalone shell table lamp. The little Indian squaw doll holding the paprika.
Papoose.
Papoose is what they hitch on the end of a freight train.
No, that's a caboodle.
Oh, yeah. Well, then what's a paprika?
Red pepper.
All I got to say is that's a heck of a name for an Indian baby. Red pepper. Of all the junk. Old Home Week.
If they pound on that door as often as they did last year, it'll make the old home week all right. Come in.
Oh, there, my dears. Welcome
Oh,
home.
Mrs. Uppington, how nice.
And Billy Mills. Hi, Uppy. Hi, Billy.
Hello, kids. I sure am glad to see you back.
Getting lonesome, Mr. Mills?
No. Getting broke, baby.
I should like to have had a vacation myself, but what with my rumba lessons...
Well, vacation's a what? What'd you say? Rumba lesson?
Heavenly days, and that.
Well, really, I don't see why you're so surprised. Simply everyone is rumbaing, you know. Are they not, William?
That's right, Snooky. If you don't rumba, you're a little behind. And if you do...
Oh, but really, Mrs. McGee, you must take it up. It's simply fascinating. It's so exhilarating.
Oh.
Yes, I just finished my 5th lesson with Madame Lazonga. And next week I'm to give an exhibition at the country club. Oh, you must come.
Oh, I wouldn't miss that for all the tea in Panama.
No, you mean China.
We can't say China. It's controversial. We'll be there the night you make the exhibition of yourself. I mean, the night you put on the exhibition of it.
Somehow I can't picture you as a rumba dancer, Mrs. Uppington.
Well, really, and why not, my dear?
Oh, I don't know. You always seem more the type to spend an evening with the mazurka.
Yeah, mazurka tonight and schottish at sunrise.
Oh, come now. One must be more receptive to new ideas, or one becomes stoogy.
That's stodgy.
Not on this show. Now, here, let me show you how the rumba is done. William, the piano.
Yeah, I saw it. Ain't it a dilly?
No. I mean play, William. A rumba. I wish to show Mr. and Mrs. McGee how simple it is.
Oh, never mind.
Man of one, man of two.
Look at that, will you, Molly? Here in the bull fiddle.
Oh, my, I'm so sorry, Mr. McGee. I didn't realize I was so close to that floor lamp. Really, I'm afraid I stumbled over the wire.
You sure tripped the light. Fantastic.
McGee, she couldn't help it.
Oh, I know it. Just to show you there's no hard feelings, Uppy, come on, get up and come over here to this end table and select a souvenir of our trip.
Say, how about that little hunk of petrified wood, Mrs. Uppington?
Yeah, that snakeskin hat band.
Oh, now, really, I hardly know what to select. All these things are so unusual, you know. William, come here and help me decide. What shall I take?
You want my candid opinion, Stucky?
Yes, of course.
Take the end table.
will. Well, thank you so much, Mr. and Mrs. McGee, and I do hope I'll see you at the country club. Come, William.
Well, I'm glad I didn't put those things on the piano.
I can't get over old Uppy doing that rumba.
Mm-hmm. Now what?
I got that feeling again.
What feeling?
That we forgot something. You sure all my fishing tackle was unpacked? Because I'm positive.
Hey, where's my present?
What you mean, where's your present? Is that any way to come busting in here when we ain't hardly unpacked yet?
Well, gee whiz, you promised. Let me see it. Come on.
Oh, all right, big baby. Here it is. How do you like it, Harlow?
What is it?
Well, you see, Mr. Wilcox, you put that little flower in your buttonhole, and the bulb has water in it, and when somebody smells of the flower, you squeeze the bulb and squirt him in the eye.
Oh, I see.
I kind of envy you, Harlow. You can have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, I'll be a social panic with this. You know, it reminds me of a magic plate lifter I had once.
Yeah?
You know, you put it under the tablecloth, squeeze a bulb, and somebody's plate jumps up and down. Ha, ha! Boy, was I a card.
Gee, I'd like to have one of them. You still got it, Harlow?
No. Johnson's wax just about ruined that gag.
What's that?
Yeah. When people began to realize what beauty there was in a dining room table polished with Johnson's wax, and how easy it was to keep it looking beautiful, to say nothing of protecting the surface from scratches and stains, well, a lot of them just quit using tablecloths.
Oh.
Gee, sometimes there'd be weeks go by before I had a chance to use my magic plate lifter.
Well, that's pretty tough, Harlow, but you can't stop progress.
No, I guess not. Well, did you have a nice trip?
Oh, wonderful, Mr. Wilcox. I don't know who enjoyed it the most, McGee or me or the old-timer.
The old-timer, was he with you?
Oh,
Yes.
sure he was. He was more fun than a barrel of monkeys, too.
At least we think he was.
Yeah.
Next trip we make, we're taking a barrel of monkeys instead. Just for comparison.
Well, did you catch any fish, Fibber? Or are you a fisherman?
Am I a fisherman? You hear that, Molly? Am I a fisherman?
Well, we're both waiting for the answer, dearie.
Even when I was a little tyke, I could catch more fish than anybody in town. Why, I caught so many catfish, they even nicknamed me after him.
Oh.
I think. Bullhead McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, my.
Bullhead McGee, the blue-eyed, brown-haired, barefoot boy, bravely bouncing on the bosom of the briny in a battered boat to bring in bountiful batches of black bass and bluegills for breakfast. Best barracuda battler that ever braced a back on a bulkhead to belabor the big babies that bite the bait and bend the bamboo till it's about to bust. Barging back to the beach with a bursting basket of breathtaking beauties from the bottom of the bay and boasted about in the best boathouses as the brightest bozo of brains and brawn. But I say, King's Men, can you carry on?
The King's Men sing The House That Jack Built.
This is the house that Jack built. This is the malt.
Oh, this is the malt
that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. This is the maiden all forlorn, and this is the man all tattered and torn, and this is the priest all shaven and shorn, that married the man to the maiden forlorn. This is This is the farmer sowing his corn that kept the cock that crowed in the morn. That waked the priest all shaven and shorn. That married the man all tattered and torn. That kissed the maiden all forlorn. That milked the cow with a crumpled horn. That tossed the dog that worried the cat. That killed the rat. That ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack
Hey, Molly, give me a pencil and paper.
What for, dearie?
I'm going to write a list of everything we took with us and check it against what we brung back. I know we left something someplace, and I can't for the life of me remember just...
Oh, hello, Mr. DePopulis.
Well, for scream's sake, Fizzer and Cupid.
Yeah.
Welcome home again as I live and breathe the best I can with this hay fever.
Well, thanks, Nick. Glad to see you.
My goodness gracious. It must have been a wonderful thing to be driving all over the Western Hemisphere and doing all that seat sighing.
No, you mean sightseeing.
On a long trip, you can do both, I'm thinking. I'm going to take Mrs. DePopulis and the kids on a long trip one of these days. Every night, my biggest boy, Demetrios, is bringing home a lot of road mops.
Road maps.
Road mops. He's in the street cleaning department. But what was I saying before somebody is blowing the whistle on my train of thoughtfulness?
You want to take a trip sometime?
Oh, yes. The only thing is, I think we'll have to ask you to take care of our cat.
Oh, what kind of a cat is it?
She's a miser.
A miser? Your cat is a miser?
Sure. Oh, she's a terrible little miser.
How much money has she got?
Oh, she hasn't got any money. She works for nothing.
Works for nothing doing what?
Catching mice.
You mean she's a mouser?
Oh, I stand connected, Fizzer. Well, I've got to get home now so I can hear Kay Kaiser on the radio.
No, that's Kay Kaiser.
Miser, Mauser, Kaiser, Kaiser. What difference is it making to anybody but a man or a mice? Incidental flaws, Fizzer.
Huh?
Where were you going on this? For scream's sake. Where were you going on this big vacation of yours?
Up in the high Sierras, Mr. DePopulis. And believe me, you get some beautiful panoramas from some of those mountain peaks.
Yes, I wouldn't be a bit... You get what?
Some beautiful panoramas.
Oh! Well, panoramas wouldn't be very appealing to me.
Oh.
I like the old-fashioned nightshirts. Well, so long, Fizzer and Cupid. If you get a chance to drop down by my candy kitchen, why bother?
You know, I think it would do Mr. DePopulis good to take a motor trip with his family, Magee.
Huh?
By the way, how many children has he got?
How should I know? We've been away all summer. Aunt Janet, I wish I could remember what it was that we forgot. I won't sleep a wink till I remember what that...
Oh, now stop worrying, dearie. Whatever it is, it'll show up sooner or later.
Well...
Say, I better call the grocery and order something for supper. Is the phone working?
I don't know. I'll see. Hello, operator? Never mind. I just want... Oh, is that you, Mert?
Heavenly day.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? Huh? Your old man. He what? Got shot in the leg. Honest, Mert?
Well, my goodness, I don't think getting shot in the leg is anything to laugh at, dearie.
No, you don't understand, Molly. He was loading some cartridges and got some shot down his pants leg. Pretty near tickled him to death. What say, Mert?
Now what?
Oh, she says she's got a long-distance call for us. Okay, Mert, put him on. Hello? Hello?
Hello, is that you, Johnny?
Oh, hi, old-timer. Where are you talking from?
You know darn well where I am, Johnny.
Huh?
I'm in that filling station in Gold Beach, Oregon, where you drove away and left me.
Oh, my gosh, Molly, I knew we forgot something.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. I'm very glad to tell you about a wonderful new Johnson product. A new and entirely different kind of enamel called wax enamel. If any of you ladies have in mind doing a little redecorating, repainting your woodwork, bathroom, or any pieces of furniture to give them new life and color, then please try wax enamel. Why is it different? Well, it actually has wax mixed right in it, so it dries with a beautiful, smooth, lustrous, wax-like finish. And because of this wax right in the enamel, wax enamel gives greater protection against scratches and marring and is easier to keep spotless. It took years of research before Johnson chemists perfected wax enamel, but it was worth waiting for. It comes in a wide assortment of smart colors selected by a prominent interior decorator. Wax enamel is economical because a little goes a long way and one coat almost always covers. See wax enamel at your hardware, paint, or department store. Remember, it's made by the makers of Johnson's Wax.
Hey, you Fibber, Magee, and Molly?
Yes, we are.
I'm warning you. You better get out of here quick.
Why?
They're following you right now.
Who's following us?
Bob Hope and his mom.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, reminding you that when you buy any one of the Johnson Wax products, you'll get your full money's worth in satisfaction. Be sure to ask your dealer for Johnson's self-polishing blow coat for your linoleum, Johnson's Wax for your floors, furniture, and woodwork, and Johnson's Car New for your car. All these superior products are manufactured by S.C. Johnson & Son, Incorporated, Racine, Wisconsin. Well, we hope you'll be with us again next Tuesday night, same time, same station. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, Flash Gordon saved Queen Azura's life by throwing Hoko, king of the Death Dwarfs, into his own fiery pit. Then he and the Witch Queen raced for the iron door leading to freedom. In the meantime, Dale and the invisible Zarkov managed to enter the palace. Then Zarkov made his way to where General Tall was putting Khan, the Hawkman, into a cell. From Khan, the scientist learned what had happened to Flash and Azura. Although Khan had only a theory about Flash's being still alive and was unable to tell Khan exactly where the iron door was located, the great scientist decided to search for it before his invisibility wore off. At that moment, Flash and Queen Azura reached the iron door in their mad dash for freedom. They found it barred from the outside and heard the cries of the Death Dwarfs as they started to close in on them. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Big Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Now we continue the story. Brandishing the spear of the dead dwarf king, Flash Gordon places himself between Queen Azura and the howling mob of half-sized men closing in on them as they stand at the barred iron door.
Here come the dwarves, Azura. Stand behind me. I'll hold them off as long as I can.
Oh, you're a brave man, Flash, but I'm afraid there are too many for you.
There'll be quite a few less pygmies walking around by the time they get me, Azura.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Flash. Why, they seem to be in a conference. Why don't they attack?
I don't know. I wish they'd hurry up and come out of the huddle. The suspense is worse than the actual fighting.
I'm going to pound on that door again. Somebody must be out there. Help! Help! This is Azura, your queen. Calling all doors!
Save your voice, Azura. It's no use.
Oh, I guess you are right, Flash.
I know I'm right. This time. But I was a fool not to listen to you, Azura, in the first place. It's all my fault that we're in this tough spot.
Well,
I know apologizing won't save our lives, but I want you to know I'm sorry I've risked your life. I only wanted to capture you as a hostage in order to conquer Tall and your army.
I believe you, Flash. And while apologies are in order, I'd like to ask your forgiveness for the way I've treated you. It was only because I loved you. May I remind you of the saying, all's fair in love and war?
It's only fair to remind you, Azura, that I love Dale Arden, and I always will.
I know that. But for once and for all, I beat her out.
What do you mean?
Look, here come the dwarfs to attack us. You may love Dale Arden, but I shall be the one to die with you.
In the meanwhile, back at the palace, General Tall brings a squad of guards to the cell of Khan, the Hawkman.
Hawk! Well, prisoner Khan, what have you to say for yourself?
Just that this cell isn't as comfortable as it might be, Tall.
You are pleased to jest.
One would think you were a guest of honor instead of a prisoner.
Not from these quarters, they wouldn't.
Perhaps you can leave that cell, never to return to it.
By what means?
Do you still believe Flash Gordon and Azura are alive?
I told you I shall never believe Flash Gordon dead until I see his body.
Yes. Well, it may not be long before we shall have that pleasure.
Is that so?
Yes, that is so. Prisoner Khan, you forget that I am now king of the Blue Magic Land.
Are you? Saying you are doesn't make you a king.
No? Then listen. God, am I or am I not King Tall?
Yes, you are King Tall. King Tall the First, yes.
You hear, Prisoner Khan? The guards acknowledge me to be their king.
They may say so to your face, but I'll wager they don't behind your back. But what if this handful of guards do call you King Tall? They aren't the whole army. They aren't the whole kingdom.
The whole army. I'll show you, prisoner. I'll show you who acknowledges me to be king here. Guards, sound the call for review. And you, open up the cell. We'll bring the prisoner with us. Now, prisoner, come out of that cell.
Never to return, General?
That depends. And don't call me General. Guards, bring the prisoner this way. Forward. March.
May I ask where you are taking me?
You'll see. You'll soon find out.
Well, wherever we're going, it will be better than that cell back there. Honestly, Tall, if you're going to run this country, you might begin by improving your cell blocks. Well, what's the matter? Can't you hold a polite conversation?
Halt!
Why, we're on the parade ground.
Guard, give the signal to start the review.
What's all this for, Tall? Do you want the army to get a good look at me so they'll recognize me in case I try to escape?
Khan, you are a brave soldier.
Praise from General Tall is praise indeed.
Even though you are a prisoner and face death at any moment, you are no coward. Khan, this review is for you.
For me?
Yes. I'm having the entire army pass before us for two reasons. One is to show you that the troops will salute me as king.
I see that, Tall. You are getting the royal salute. What is the other reason?
Can't you guess?
I never guess. Well, Tall, what is the other reason for this review?
To give you an opportunity to become acquainted with your troops.
With my troops? I don't understand you.
I am offering you the post of Commander-in-Chief of my army.
If I will do what?
If you will swear allegiance to me as King Tall the First.
You can call off your review, Tall.
You will not swear allegiance to me?
Most emphatically, no.
Very well. Guard, stop the review. Take the prisoner back to his cell and keep him there for the rest of his life.
Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Zarkov, the scientist, returns to Dale Arden, who has been awaiting him.
Well, I am back, Dale.
Oh, Dr. Zarkov, I was beginning to fear they'd captured you.
How could they? They cannot see me.
That's true, but I was afraid that you'd started to become visible right now. What did you find out? How is Flash? Did you see him?
I did not see him, Dale.
Oh, then we must search for him, Dr. Zarkov. Let's hurry. He won't be invisible forever.
I have been searching for Flash, Dale. That is why I have been so long in returning.
Two persons are better than one when it comes to searching. Perhaps you'll find him with me helping.
I hope so, Dale.
Where did you look for Flash? In Azora's quarters?
Flash is not in the palace, Dale.
How do you know that?
I found Khan a prisoner in the cell block. He told me that Flash captured Azura.
He did? Oh, that's wonderful.
Wait until you hear the rest, Dale.
You sound as though you had tragic news.
I have sad news. Just how tragic it is we shall not know until we find Flash.
What do you mean, Dr. Zarkov?
It seems that after Flash captured the Witch Queen, he carried her off through an iron door somewhere in the hills.
Oh.
Khan was only able to give me a general direction to follow in my search. But it has been of no use.
I have an idea, Dr. Zarkov.
Yes?
While you're still invisible, let's free Khan. Then he can help us search.
An excellent idea. We are only a short way from the cell block. Come along.
Oh, I do hope we find that iron door in the hills.
So do I. Down these stairs, Dale.
Why should Flash take that horrid witch queen into the hills?
They were being pursued by the Blue Magic soldiers, and Flash made for the first avenue of escape. But the iron door bars from the outside. They cannot come out of the tunnel.
Then we must hurry and open that door.
Yes. Ha! Listen.
What's that?
It must be a squad of guards coming to Khan's cell. Here, get behind this pillar. They must not see you.
Perhaps you wish you'd accepted my offer, Con.
Never. I swear allegiance to only one man, King Flash.
Halt. Open the cell. Get in there, prisoner. Forward. Forward, march.
All right, come along, Dale. We came just in time.
Con.
Princess Dale.
Yes. Are you all right?
Yes, perfectly all right. Where's Zarkov?
I am here, Con. I will open the cell door.
Did you find Flash Gordon?
No. That is why we have come back for you. Dale thought you might recognize the hill if we got you outside.
I'll do my best. Come along.
Back in the tunnel of the Death Dwarf, Flash Gordon is valiantly resisting the attack.
Come on, you pygmies!
Good work, Flash. You are holding him off wonderfully.
I hope I don't get tired before they do. Why you...
I'm sure my men will soon be here, Flash. Paul will not rest a moment until he found me.
This is one time when Paul can't appear any too soon for me.
Keep up the good work, Flash. I'll try to summon aid. Help! Help! Paul! Stop! Help!
I'm afraid it's no use pounding on that door, Azura. They've probably given us up as dead long ago.
As long as I have life, I shall try to summon aid. Help! Help!
Meanwhile, Con and Zarkov and Dale reach the outer gate.
Now for the hill.
Which one?
Well, it's either... What? Why, I can see you, Zarkov.
Yes, you've become visible.
So I have. It is a good thing we got these robes off the guard. Well, it is do or die from now on. No more reconnoitering until I build another machine.
Oh, I do hope we can find that iron door. Which hill is it, Con?
Let me see. It's either that one or that one over there.
Suppose you take that one, Con. Dale and I will try the other one.
Very well.
Take this ray pistol, Con.
Thanks. Goodbye, Princess Dale, and good luck.
Thanks, Con. Same to you.
Now, let us see.
Look out. Here comes an officer of the guard.
Quick, Dale. Pull up the hood of your robe. Any news, Captain? We are just in from the country.
News? Only that an invisible shadow has carried the Queen off to the tunnel of the Death Dwarf.
The tunnel of the Death Dwarf?
Yes.
Oh, where is it?
Over there.
Can we save Flash, Dr. Zarkov?
Oh, what's this? Zarkov? Why, you...
That settles him. Come on, Dale. There is no time to lose.
Oh, we must save Flash. Hurry! Hurry!
Luck is with us so far. We are heading for the right hill.
Yes, there's the iron door. I can see it from here.
So it is. Dale, I must warn you. Nobody has ever come out of that door alive. You had better wait outside.
No, Dr. Zarkov. I'd rather die with Flash than live without him.
Well, here we are. See the sign? Death to all who enter here.
Listen, someone's pounding on the door. Now it's stopped. Oh, Dr. Zarkov, do you suppose...
We will soon know. Stand back, Dale. I am going to open the door.
Guess I can't hold them off much longer, Azura.
Flash, kiss me goodbye before we die. Oh, Flash, how could you?
Flash, Azura, come out quickly.
Dale, Zarkov.
We're saved.
Come out. I will finish off these creatures.
Dale, darling, you don't know how glad I am to see you.
Don't touch me, Flash Gordon. I hate traitors. You kissing that hussy.
You don't understand, Dale. It was Azura's last wish. We thought we were dying.
I wish you both had.
Dale.
This way to our hideout, Queen Azura. You are our prisoner.
Did you get your colored poster stamps in the Comic Weekly last Sunday? The Comic Weekly, as you know, is the picture section of the Hearst Sunday newspapers. And each week it contains a half page of wonderful full-color poster stamps of animals, ships, American history, famous persons, flags, and many other interesting subjects. Each poster stamp is 2 1/2 inches long by 1 3/4 inches wide, 6 times as large as the regular 3-cent stamp. I have one in front of me right now. It's a colorful picture of the Santa Maria with sail set, and below it is an inscription which reads as follows. Santa Maria, Columbus's flagship. It set sail from Spain with the Pinta and the Nina on August 3rd, 1492, and landed on the Bahama Islands on October 12, 1492. Every stamp is different. All you have to do to become a member of the new Poster Stamp Collectors Club is cut out these poster stamps each week and paste them carefully in your album. The official album of the Poster Stamp Collectors Club should now be available at all leading stores. So be sure and get your poster stamps in the Comic Weekly section of your Hearst newspaper next Sunday. And next week at the same time, another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
It isn't Mildred's Pierce, kiddies.
The makers of Tenderleaf Tea and Bluebonnet Margarine present The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests Martha Ray, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you're wondering who I am, my name is Kenny Delmont. Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Radio Week. To observe the occasion auspiciously, we wanted to bring you a radio big shot. But all we could get was a blank. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Kenny, this week radio celebrates its 25th year of broadcasting. Think of that, 25 years and still in its infancy. You know, the first radio program I heard was from Pittsburgh station KDKA way back in 1920.
How was the first broadcast, Fred?
Oh, it was quite exciting, Kenny. The announcer came on and said, "This is Pittsburgh." The next thing I knew, cinders started flying out of my crystal set. Smoke came pouring out of the earphones. The coil turned into a hot coal. The wires melted down and spelled out John L. Lewis on the phone.
Well, in 1920, radio must have been a lot different, too.
Oh, all of the programs were new then, Kenny. Mr. District Attorney was still going to law school back in those days. The National Barn Dance was just one rube doing a hoedown in a silo. Bulldog Drummond was just part of a litter back in 1920. And radio had yet to hear those two famous words,
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Say, you got a lot of applause tonight.
My aunt with the big hands is here.
Your aunt with the big hands, huh? Well, tell me, Portland, we probably use it the way things start off. Tell me, Portland, are you celebrating National Radio Week?
No, Mama and I are celebrating the end of shoe rationing.
Oh, good, good.
Mama says now that song will be back on the hit parade again.
What song?
Shoo, shoo, baby.
You should spray that joke with DDT, Portland. It's lying there, but it isn't quite dead yet. Say, how can you buy shoes today? Aren't the stores crowded?
Oh, it's awful. My salesman had 4 women's feet in his hands at once.
Say, that beats a full house, 4 feet. Say, he must have been terribly mixed up.
Oh, he was.
When I left the shoe store...
Yes?
On one foot, I was wearing a wedgie.
And on your other foot?
I had a sneaker.
A wedgie and a sneaker, huh? With one leg longer than the other, how did you ever get home?
I walked along Fifth Avenue with one foot in the gutter.
Oh, that's fine. I hope you didn't step on anybody we know. And speaking of stepping, we'd better start stepping down to Allen's Alley, Portland.
What is your question tonight?
Well, I was going to use that one we heard earlier in the evening about the man who was sitting in Mildred's Piers, but I changed my mind. You know, this week, the $11 billion victory loan drive started throughout the country, and since the government is asking all of us to buy more bonds, Portland, our question is, are you doing your part in the victory loan drive?
Shall we go?
As one little doggy said to the other little doggy, let's get along. Gosh, it's good to be back in Allen's Alley again, isn't it, Portland? I wonder if the senator is in.
Somebody knock.
Now, look, Senator.
Claghorn's the name. Senator Claghorn, that is.
I know
I represent the South. I'm from Dixie. That's down south.
Well, you keep telling me
that. Let me talk, son.
Well, all I'm trying...
Let me get a word in. A word, you understand?
That's all I know. I know.
You keep running off at the mouth, son.
I haven't even...
Yada-da, that is.
Look, Senator, what is Washington doing about the victory loan drive?
Well, I say, Congress is all excited. Senator Ball is bouncing.
Fine.
I said Ball is bouncing. That's a joke, son.
Well, I suspected it.
You ain't very humorous, son.
Well, I do the best I can.
They keep getting by you.
Well, I do the best I can to stop them, Senator. But they're so sticky, I don't like to touch them. Tell me, Senator, are you...
Makes a lot of pauses in that.
We have any pauses left over. We could use the short ones, for station identification. Tell me, Senator, are you behind this victory loan?
I overdone it, son. I can't go back home.
You can't go south?
I told my constituents to buy bonds. Buy victory bonds, I said.
I see.
Our army has won the war, I said.
Good.
Our army is coming home victorious, I said.
Well, why can't you go back down south, Senator?
They thought I meant the Confederate Army.
Oh.
So long, that is.
So long, Say, a piece of corn pone fell out of the senator's pocket here. Oh, well, I'll give it to him next Sunday. Well, let's move along to Titus Moody's door.
Howdy, bud.
Say, Mr. Moody, you look a little tired tonight.
Yeah, my Sears Roebuck catalog come yesterday. I was up all night reading it.
You couldn't put it down, eh?
Couldn't wait to see how the story come out.
Gosh, well, Mr. Moody, I know you're doing your part in the victory loan drive.
Yeah, I bought $500 worth of bonds.
You put them in the bank?
I buried them in my backyard.
You hid your money in the ground? Why?
Well, a fellow, he told me, he says, you can't take it with you.
And you?
I thought I'd try it.
Well, burying your money sounds like a good idea.
Not so good, Bub.
What happened?
Gophers.
Gophers, eh?
They dug down where I had my money buried.
You mean the gophers ate up all of your bonds?
Couldn't tell my $500 from a hole in the ground. Hold on, Bub.
Mr. Moody's going to have a hard time trying to spend those occupation gophers. Well, I'll try this next house.
No?
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, I'm sure you're doing your bit in the victory loan drive.
I'm auctioning off my furniture.
Really?
My goal is $100 bonds.
What furniture did you put up?
First, my coffee table.
Uh-huh.
For $12, it is going.
$12 for a coffee table, huh?
Oh, it's a genuine Chippendale.
Oh, Chippendale. Fine.
Next, for $50 is going my pickle pine lobster.
Pickle pine lobster. Another valuable piece?
A Duncan Feinstein.
Duncan? I see.
Then is going job lot.
teapots, high boys, low boys, assorted bric-a-brac.
Most of your things were gone, huh?
Like old Mother Hubbard, mine cupboard is bare. You'll pardon the expression.
Yes. But you made your $100 goal?
I am $3 short.
Well, how did you raise the last $3?
In the kitchen, I'm finding 2 chairs.
2 chairs.
Mine rocking chair and mine husband Pierre's Morris chair.
And you,
I am selling Pierre's chair. Eureka! I am making mine gold.
Well, if you sold your husband's chair, what is he sitting on now?
What he's always sitting on, silly Billy.
Well, here we are. Here we are at the last house in the alley. I'll see if anyone's home here.
Oh, it's you, the pest again.
Ah, Magee and Magee. I'll bet you boys have written some new songs this week.
You bet. Have you heard? It's watermelon time in Waterbury, baby, so I can't elope with you.
Now, wait a minute. Now, look. I just stopped by to say I'm checking to see if everybody is behind the Victory Loan Drive.
Great. We just wrote a new Victory Bond song.
Victory Bond song? How does it go?
Here's Sam. Casey ain't dancing, romancing, or such. He's just buying bonds. The war may be won, but that job isn't done. Casey's buying bonds. Casey's saving his dough for that small bungalow that he'll share with his strawberry blonde. 'Cause she is a whack, and until she gets back, Casey's buying bonds.
And now that Magee and Magee have torn their tune apart, we bring you 5 little girls who will put one together for you. The DeMarco sisters, accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his Atomic Orchestra, now sing Bell-Bottom Trousers.
Once there was a little girl who lived next to me, and she loved a sailor boy. He was only 3 now. He's on a battleship in his sailor suit. Just a great big sailor man, but he's just as cute. Bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue, down on him. She loves her sailor, and he loves her too. Once there was a little girl who lived next to me, and she loved a sailor, he was only. Now he's on a battleship in his sailor. Just a great big sailor man, but he's just as cute. Rock, 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 rock. N-A-V-Y, Navy. Bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue. She loves her sailor, and he loves her too. Sailing, sailing, give me those bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue. And she loves her sailor, and he loves her too. Loves her too, loves her too, loves her too. Do I?
Thank you, children. And now, Kenny, with a word to the wives.
You can trust Her Majesty, the American housewife, to be practical every time. She wants finer tea in its most convenient form. So she buys Tenderleaf brand tea balls. They outsell all other kinds in America because they're better in every way. Easy to handle, more convenient, more gracious. Above all, they make finer tea. Because the tea leaves inside the individual packets is famous for flavor Tenderleaf brand tea. Always supremely delicious. And the packets are made of tasteless filter paper, a vast improvement that filters your tea as it's being made. It comes out clear and sparkling, unmarred by specks. There's nothing but tea goodness in your cup. And tea goodness means quick comfort when you need it most. When you want the quick comfort of a bracing cup of delicious Tenderleaf tea, just drop a Tenderleaf tea ball in your cup, add boiling water, and it's ready. So for every good reason, ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea balls.
Maestro Al Al Goodman has just presented a Reader's Digest version of that popular song, If I Loved You. And now, say, Portland, will you hand me my pitch pipe over there on the floor, please?
Uh-huh. Is this it?
Yes, thank you. Any bonds today? Any bonds today?
What are you doing, Mr. Allen?
What does it sound as though I'm doing? Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom? Yeah. Well, you can laugh. Let me tell you, the Treasury Department, all the dealings I've had with them and can't pronounce the name. Heard me singing with Frank Sinatra last week.
The Treasury Department?
Uh-huh. You know, Barry Wood did all of the singing in the last bond drive. Well, the Treasury Department wants me to sing for the Victory Loan. Why, I may be another Lucy Monroe before I'm through. Any bonds today? Bonds
Gosh, Mr. Allen, if you sing like that, you'll get $11 billion thrown at you.
$11 billion in pennies is still $11 billion, Portland. Well, I'm singing on the Staten Island Ferry tomorrow at 11 o'clock. If the wind is right, they'll hear me all over Jersey. They think they have flats in Jersey. Wait till they hear me in the morning.
Who is our guest tonight?
Guest? Oh, I knew I had forgotten something, Portland. You know, I've been so busy. Yesterday, I had to go down to the song publishers to get a copy of Any Bonds Today. Well, I got there early and nobody was around. I thought I'd wait in one of the rehearsal rooms, so I opened the door, and there was a quiet-looking young girl sitting there studying some lyrics. I passed by her window, I think was the name of the song. And as I came in, she looked up and said softly,
Hiya, Freddie, oh boy, Freddie, hiya, Freddie.
Say, I didn't mean to barge in on you, Martha. I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it. Slap the carcass down over here.
At my age, Martha, one does not slap the carcass. One lowers it gently.
Well, lower it gently, Fred. The creaking won't bother me.
You sure? You come across an occasional one as we go along. But Martha, you seem depressed. You look as though you had lost a friend.
Fred, I just lost 1 million friends.
What happened?
The fleet left town.
Now, don't tell me your boyfriend was the Romeo of the Big Mo.
Oh, he was the cutest little sailor, Fred.
A little sailor?
He was so small, his dog tag was a Pekingese.
Would you like to run over that again? Now, there's some It may be with us. I'm not sure. So small, he's a sort of a sample sailor. Was he romantic in a miniature way?
Romantic? When I smiled.
Yes?
He said it was like a landing barge opening up.
Well, as long as you've missed your sailor friend, Martha, how about going out with me?
Are you kidding?
Well, you know the old Navy saying, any old port in a storm.
It ain't that stormy, Fred.
Martha, there are people, believe it or not, who think that I am not unpretty.
Fred, at carnivals, I have thrown baseballs at better-looking faces.
Martha, for your information, I have my own hair, I have my own teeth. No other radio comedian can make that statement. So what do you say, Martha? Let's go jitterbugging.
You a jitterbug, Fred? Are you too old to jit?
A man is never too old to jit, Martha. I read about a jitterbug who was 97 years of age. The day he was buried, a voice was heard coming from within his coffin.
What did the voice say?
Dig me, brother, dig me. Well, Martha, I have to run along. I've got to learn my song.
Well, I have to rehearse my song, too.
Really?
I'm opening at the Carnival Room in a couple of weeks.
Say, as long as you're going to be in town, how about coming on my program some Sunday?
Oh, I'm through with comedy, Fred. I'm going in for drama.
You, a dramatic actress?
Fred, while I was playing overseas for the USO, I learned that soldiers aren't looking for comedy in a woman.
Well, I know that, Martha. And what they're looking for, you are not going to find in Noel Coward, either. Won't Hollywood give you a chance to do it? We could have used some of that on two of those other jokes before. Won't Hollywood give you a chance to do a dramatic picture?
Hollywood? 10 years in Hollywood, and what have I got to show for it?
200 sweaters and Sonny Tuff's autograph.
Sonny Tuff's? Gad, they've taught him to write. Paramount did it again.
Oh, if I just had a chance to show my dramatic ability.
Say, I just remembered, Martha. It so happens that I have a play.
A drama? Gosh, Fred.
Now, if you have a little time...
Just a minute, Fred. The band is waiting to rehearse my number.
Uh-huh.
I'll be right back. Okay, boys. Tampico, on the go for Mexico. Tampico, that's the place to go. Tampico, where banana boats all go. Tampico, down in Mexico. Now when you're making the rounds, let me give you a tip. Don't think the natives are square. They're very, very hip. Oh, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, that's the place to go. The temperature's very high, so when you're out courting a maid, don't try to get too romantic. At 101 in the shade. Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, that's the place to go. You go down there to relax and get away from the jive. A native greets you and says, Jackson, give me 5. Zoot, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, way down in Mexico.
Tampico, say, that was swell, Martha.
Oh, thanks, Fred. Hey, now, what about your play? Is it a dramatic? Pardon me,
It's a dramic. It's a dramic with some tender leaf tea in there. It's a sequel to that... It's a sequel. Let's read between the lines. I think we'll do that. I think it's a sequel to that new picture, Love Letters, Martha.
Love Letters, that big hit Jennifer Jones and Joseph Cotton are starred in?
Yes, Love Letters, but my play is called Mash Note. You are a girl like Jennifer Jones. You have lost your memory. And the way I play Joseph Cotton, you'll think a boll weevil has just gotten through it.
Let's go, Fred.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the premiere performance of America's newest dramatic star, Miss Martha Ray in Mash Note.
I am Bennington. That is my name. I cannot remember my name. I cannot remember anything. The reason I cannot remember anything is because I have lost my memory. I remember only one word out of my forgotten past. One word keeps echoing through my mind. Always that one word.
Murgatroyd.
Murgatroyd. That word was the only link to my past. One day my empty life was brightened. I met him.
Yes, Bennington met me. I am Lord Neville Buff Puffington, keeper of the Privy Seal, alto fifer in His Majesty's Warm Stream Guards. At the last election, given the boot with Winston Churchill. Yes, it was I who won the art of Bennington, but I shall start at the beginning. It was at the beginning it all started, obviously. It was Michaelmas Eve at Lady Cavendish's Fish and Chip Fry. Music was playing. Rather. It was the social event of the season. A group of us young dandies had gathered. I was standing by the harpsichord. I was about to give it a bit of a tweak when I heard a chap say...
I say, here comes Lady Cavendish, but you went out with her niece.
Oh, gentlemen.
How'd you do?
You do.
You do?
You do.
You do.
This is my niece, Bennington. Bennington, you may remain and regale Lord Bath Puffington.
Yes, milady.
Come, gentlemen. We're having such beastly fun in the tassel room. We're pulling them.
I say, Bennington.
Yes, my lord.
We Buff Puffingtons never beat about the bush, you know.
Yes, my lord.
If we have something to say, we jolly well out with it. Tippity-poo and all that sort of rot, you know.
Yes, my lord.
Bennington, will you marry me?
Yes, my lord.
Congratulations, old girl.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I was to be Lady Buff Puffington. He didn't know my mind was a blank. Only one word tied me to my forgotten past. Always the same word.
Murgatroyd.
And so we were married. It wasn't long before I sensed that something was wrong with Bennington. She was incessantly forgetting. Forever she seemed to be saying,
I can't remember.
When I would say, Bennington, I'm off for a bit of croquet. Where are my wickets?
I can't remember.
Bennington, I'm going frogging tonight. Where is my frog net with the short handle?
I can't remember.
Finally, it dawned on me. My wife had lost her memory. I sent for England's greatest psychiatrist, Sir Proctor Prendable Bar. The psychiatrist said...
Your wife has suffered a great shock.
Really?
It caused her to lose her memory.
Shock, you say?
She must have witnessed some terrible scene.
Terrible scene?
Someone in agony.
Agony.
Someone tortured. There is only one clue.
One clue, you mean?
The name Murgatroyd.
Anything else, Doctor?
Yes, that would be £2.
Thank you. Murgatroyd, the only clue. I called on the police. To the four corners of the earth, they cabled that name.
Murgatroyd.
Then success. Scotland Yard found the solution. Bit by bit, they pieced together my wife's tragic past. At last I knew. I summoned her. Bennington! I say, Bennington!
Who are you?
I am your mate, Lord Buff Puffington.
I can't remember.
Your memory will soon come back, old girl. Listen closely. You recall Murgatroyd?
Murgatroyd?
Murgatroyd. An accountant at Hollywood, California, in the colonies when you were there.
My memory. It's coming back. Murgatroyd. I worked for him.
Right. Then one day in March, one of Murgatroyd's clients came into his accountant's office, remember?
Stop. Don't bring that horrible picture to my mind again. No.
There in Murgatroyd's office, you saw the sight that drove you out of your mind.
No.
You witnessed a man going through the agonies worse than death. A scene of self-torture and suffering no other mortal could possibly witness without breaking.
No.
Yes, Bennington. You saw Jack Benny paying his income tax.
Now, Kenny, with a parting reminder. A suggestion about something good to eat makes us all take notice. So here's one for the book. Remember the letters F-N-E for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet Margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy. Yes, when you buy Bluebonnet Margarine, ladies, you get three important things. You get flavor, delicious flavor. The fussiest eater in your family will go for Bluebonnet. It's so fresh, delicate tasting, country sweet. You get nutrition, proved nutrition. Delicious Bluebonnet is packed with food energy, rich in vitamin A, too. And Bluebonnet means economy. This fresh, tempting spread saves you real money. Why, it costs so little you can spread it on twice as thick. And remember, Bluebonnet margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. Back of every pound stands the Fleischmann reputation for top quality foods. You can buy Bluebonnet with confidence and eat it with real delight. So ask your grocer for Bluebonnet tomorrow. It's the margarine that gives you flavor, nutrition, economy. All three.
Thank you, Kenny. Before we stack up the tender-leaf tea bags and put away the Bluebonnet margarine for the evening, I want to thank Martha Ray for joining us tonight. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, the Fred Allen Show brings you comedy. Drama.
Joe, don't take my life.
Okay, I'll take your Esquire instead.
And our guest will be...
Monty Woolley. Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory out west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
I'd been up north for a few days. On the way back, I camped on the Pawnee River, about 30 miles from Dodge, planning to ride on the next morning. During the night, however, my horse twisted his knee somehow, and it was going to be slower traveling than I'd figured. So I started out before dawn. It was just breaking day when I heard a rifle shot up ahead. A half hour later, I spotted a fallen horse and the figure of a man crouched by its head. As I came closer, however, the figure stood up. And I saw it wasn't a man at all, but a small boy. He held a rifle in his hand.
That's far enough, mister.
I'm a friend, son. Put down your rifle.
Hey, you sound like... Yeah, it's Marshal Dillon.
That's right. Who are you?
Oh, gee, I'm glad to see you, Marshal.
Now, you look familiar. We must have met somewhere.
I'm Yorkie Kelly.
Oh, sure, I remember now. That camp on the Arkansas.
That's right.
Oh, what happened to your horse, Yorkie?
Busted his leg. I shot him just a little while ago. And I've been crying, Marshal. That's why I couldn't see you good.
I don't know. Every man loses his horse once in a while, Yorkie.
It ain't the horse so much, Marshal. It's my pa.
Your pa? Oh, where's he?
They rode off with him, Marshal. Right that way. You gotta go after him. Please, Marshal, please. Something will happen if you don't.
Now, wait a minute, Yorkie. Take it easy. Just tell me what happened. Who rode off with your pa?
I don't know, Marshal. It was dark. I couldn't tell.
Well, let's sit down here. Come on.
Okay.
Now, take your time and tell me the whole story, huh?
I was out hunting last night, Marshal. I sneaked off to shoot some coyotes.
Yeah?
And then I heard a lot of horses coming. So I hid and watched them. Those were our horses, Marshal. And 2 men were driving them. They stole them. I know they did.
Well, what about your pa?
He was with them. They stole him, too.
Well, how do you know?
It was dark, but I could tell. The way he was riding.
He had his feet tied under his horse's belly, that's why.
Go on.
Well, I followed him till my horse went down. He busted his leg in a prairie dog hole. So I unsaddled him and then I shot him.
Where do you live, Yorkie?
Over there, about 5 miles.
All right. My horse is lame, but I'll get you home on him. Go get your saddle.
Well, what about my paw? Ain't you going to go after him?
I'll find him, but I gotta have a fresh horse. All right, hand me your saddle. Now get up behind me. Come on. That's it. You think there are any horses left at your ranch, Yorkie?
We only had 6, and they were driving 5. Paul was on the other one.
Yeah, we're in a spot, then. My horse will never make Dodge. He's getting worse every step.
I got a little Indian pony out in the pasture. Oh, but he's not big enough for you.
Then you'll have to do it, Yorkie. When we get there, you'll catch your pony and you'll ride into Dodge.
What'll I do there, Marshal?
Go to the jail and tell Chester I sent you. You can leave your pony there and ride back with him. Tell him to bring some extra horses. We'll need them.
We'll be just like a posse, won't we?
Sure. And don't worry about your paw. We'll find him.
We got to. You tell Hattie where I've gone, will you, Marshal?
Hattie?
Hattie ain't my real ma. My real ma, she's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Hattie's awful pretty, but I don't like her much.
Well, I hope you don't tell her that, Yorkie.
She ain't as old as Pa, but she's awful old.
Oh?
She must be 30 anyway.
I see. Well, how old's your pa?
65, but he's tough. You know, Marshal, I don't think Hattie's any good for a ranch.
Why is that?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't think she is. You'll see.
Yeah.
I'll ride real hard for Dodge, Marshal. We'll be tracking my pa before you know it.
Sure we will, Yorkie. When we got to the pasture, I helped Yorkie catch his pony and got him started for Dodge. Then I rode on into the ranch, put my horse in the corral, and walked up to the house. Hattie came to the door. She was young, all right, and pretty. But she looked more like she belonged in a dance hall than on a ranch.
What do you want?
My name's Matt Dillon, ma'am. I'm from Dodge, U.S. Marshal.
Marshal Dillon?
I heard about Mr. Kelly from Yorkie. I ran into him out on the prairie.
Where is Yorkie?
Oh, he's gone to Dodge for some fresh horses, ma'am. He will be back by evening, and we'll get started.
Get started?
Now, don't you worry any. We'll find him, all right.
What did Yorkie tell you, Marshal?
Well, last night he saw the men who stole your horses and took Mr. Kelly.
Where'd he see him?
Right. He was out hunting, he told me, and he saw him ride by.
So that's where he was. Darn little scoundrel. He's always running off like that.
I don't understand, ma'am.
That boy's got the wildest imagination.
What do you mean?
There's no trouble, Marshal. Kelly went along with those men just to show him the trail, that's all. He sold him those horses.
Oh?
Why, sure. Crazy Yorkie, always stirring things up. I'm going to hide him good when he gets home.
Yeah. Then you expect Mr. Kelly back soon, is that right?
Sure. He'll be back.
When, did he say?
Today, I suppose.
Who were the men he rode off with?
Well, I don't know their names. That's Kelly's business. I don't interfere. Come on inside, Marshal. I've got a pot of coffee on the stove. I expect you could use some.
We had coffee, and she insisted that I call her Hattie, and we talked for quite a while. It seemed she'd worked in a dance hall, all right, over in Abilene. Then old Kelly came along a few months ago and offered her a home and respectability. And she jumped at it. According to her, Yorkie was the biggest problem she had, aside from the fact that living on the prairie wasn't exactly her idea of a good time.
Oh, I'm sick of it, Marshal. Nothing but work and wind and dust and that awful kid.
Are you plan to stick it out?
Oh, sure, I'll stick it out. Sure I will.
You'll get used to it in time.
Tell me, Marshal, how's Dodge these days? Pretty lively?
It was when I left.
You know, I was planning to move to Dodge once, before Kelly came along. I kind of wish I had.
Well,
Now.
One town's pretty much like another, Hattie.
Yeah. But the men are different.
Maybe.
I'd have got along real fine in Dodge. Wouldn't I, Marshal?
Sure. Why not?
More coffee?
No, thanks.
It'll be night before anybody gets back here, Marshal.
Yeah, I suppose it will.
You sure you don't want any more coffee?
No, thank you. I think I'll go see what I can do for my horse. He's pretty lame. I'll see you later.
I'll be here, Marshal.
I spent the day out by the corral doctoring my horse and taking it easy. It was after dark when Chester and Yorkie rode in, leading 3 extra horses. But I still didn't know whether we were going to need them or not. I told Chester how things stood while Yorkie was watering the animals, and then we all walked up to the house. I explained to Yorkie that we'd have to wait for morning in any case. Hattie was waiting on the porch.
Well, Yorkie, you ought to be real proud of yourself this time.
We're going after Pa in the morning, Hattie. Can't track him at night. At least that's what the marshal said.
That's right, Yorkie.
Now, don't tell me you're going to make a fool of yourself, Marshal.
Well, I hope not. Oh, excuse me. This is Chester Proudfoot, Miss Kelly.
How do you do, ma'am? Yorkie, I could whip you.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Kelly. He's done no harm. Your husband isn't back yet, and if he doesn't come in tonight, maybe we better go look for him.
How can he come home when they got him all tied up? Stole our horses, too.
That's a lie, Yorkie. Those men bought our horses, and your father just rode out to show them the trail.
Why are you saying that? You know Pa wouldn't sell our horses.
Don't you talk back to me. You shut up, that's all.
I won't shut up. You ain't my ma, and you can't
Now,
make
Yorkie, now, you take it easy. We'll find your Pa. I promise you that.
Well, okay, Marshal. But you find him.
We will.
Well, Marshal, I figured you'd all be back here, so I fixed some supper.
Well, say, now, that's mighty kind of you, ma'am. I'm awful hungry.
And the Marshal also missed his dinner. Come on inside and we'll eat.
Well, I'm going around back and wash, Marshal. You don't have to if you don't want to, though.
Okay, Yorkie. We'll be along. Chester.
Yes, sir?
I don't think old Kelly's coming back tonight. We'll be riding after him in the morning.
Yes, It sure is a lot cooler now the sun's down.
I don't know when I rode so much in 2 days. Dodge yesterday and clear out here today. I must have covered 1,000 miles.
Well, maybe you'll learn to ride. You keep this up, Yorkie.
Oh, now, Marshal Dillon.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh? What's the matter?
Now, here they are. The tracks go off this way.
Yeah, they got a whole day's start on us. We can't follow them at night.
We'll find them. We got to.
Hey, look up ahead there.
Where? What's a man? And he's afoot.
Yeah, come on.
It's Pa! It's Pa! Say, Pa! Pa, you all right? We found you. Me and the Marshal and Chester. We found you.
Yorkie. Boy.
Get him some water, Chester. He's about played out.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Kelly. Chester's getting you some water.
Here it is.
Thank you.
I needed that. They didn't give me any water.
Where are they, Mr. Kelly?
They've gone. Camped near here all day. Then they left me. So as I'd die out here. Looked like I got lost and starved. They had it all planned.
I knew it, Pa. I saw you with them and the horses.
I knew it.
Have you eaten anything?
No, Marshal, they didn't feed me either. Wanted me weak so I couldn't walk far when they left me.
Chester, dig out the jerky.
Yes. I'm old. Wouldn't have lasted very long. It was a good trick, blast 'em.
You mean they were going to leave you out here to starve just so they could run off with your horses?
No, it's more than that, Marshal. I'll have another drop of this water. One of them, fella called Webb Cutter. He's going to run off with my wife, Hattie. As soon as they sell the ranch, he is. Hattie'd own the ranch with me dead.
Oh.
I never did like her nohow.
Here, Mr. Kelly, chew on some of this.
Oh.
And I got some hard biscuits, too, if you want to soak them in the water.
Thanks. I'll be all right once I get something in me.
Pa's old, but he's awful tough. Ain't you, Pa?
Yeah. And an awful fool, too, Yorkie.
Oh, that's all right, Pa. We're better off alone, you and me, anyway.
Who was the other man, Mr. Kelly?
Rourke, he called himself. Friend of Cutter's. He's going to get his share of the money off the sale of the ranch.
Did you know these men before?
No. Hattie knew him back in Abilene. So they said. They had it all figured out before we got married. Oh, Marshal, there's nothing worse than an old fool.
Well, you aren't the first man to be fooled by a pretty woman, Mr. Kelly.
I was lonely, that's all. And I thought Yorkie ought to have a mother. Sure picked a good one.
Just you and me, Pa. We don't need no woman around.
Well, there ain't going to be one long. That's sure.
Look, Mr. Kelly, what did they do with your horses? They going to drive them back to the ranch?
That's what they said. Only thing that bothered him was Yorkie here. They weren't sure he was asleep. Hattie said she'd take care of him.
I sure fooled him. Didn't I, Marshal?
Yeah, you sure did, Yorkie. But if they're headed back to the ranch, Hattie will tell them we're on their trail and they'll all run off. I got to stop them.
They got a couple of hours start on us, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, but those horses they're driving will slow them a little. Chester, you stay here. You can ride in tomorrow when Mr. Kelly gets his strength back. I'm going to take the horse Yorkie was riding on a fresh one.
I'll go with you, Marshal. I'll fight him.
No, Yorkie. You've done your part. You stay here with your paw.
Yeah, I'm the one that ought to go, Marshal, but I just ain't up at that kind of ride.
That's all right, Mr. Kelly. You take it easy and come on back when you can. I'll see you at the ranch.
Mr. Dillon,
you wouldn't have an extra horse, Chester, and you'd need it.
Yes, sir, that's true. Well, good luck.
Thanks.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, every Monday night, an affable man about murder, Thomas Hyland, invites you to come along on a CBS Radio crime classic. Dramatizing all the known facts about actual killings of bygone days, crime connoisseur Hyland recreates atmosphere as well as details in his Crime Classics. Remember, Monday nights on most of these same stations, CBS Radio presents Crime Classics for an unseasonal chill in the atmosphere. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
One thing in my favor was that Cutter and Rourke weren't riding as hard as I was. They didn't know there was any special hurry. I changed mounts every few miles, but along toward the end, one of the horses began to sull, and finally I had to leave him. It was just before daybreak when I came to the ranch. There were no lights on in the house, so I figured I'd beaten them after all. There was a room for my horse in the hay shed, and I put him in there and closed the door. Then I walked up to the house, hid behind a rain barrel near the porch, and waited. It was a half hour before they rode in. They put their horses in the corral and then came up to the house.
Cutter. She's awake. She's lighting a lamp back there.
What's she need a lamp for? It'll be daylight in a minute.
She's your woman. Why don't you ask her?
She's my woman, and you remember it, Rourke. I seen you looking at her the other night.
One woman's just like another to me. They're all the same. They're all poison.
For you, Hattie's poison, all right. I'm telling you, Rourke.
But she's pretty. That's more than I can say for most.
You forget she's pretty.
Okay. There's something else about her I like.
What do you...
Well, I've been thinking when she sells this ranch, she gets a third, you get a third, I get a third.
That's right.
But whoever gets Hattie sort of gets 2/3, don't he?
You try that, Rourke, and I'll kill you.
I'm just joshing you. You really going to marry her, Cutter?
I told her I was, didn't I?
I didn't ask you what you told her.
Shut up. Here she comes.
Hello, Webb. Rourke.
What are you all locked up for? Old man Kelly ain't going to come sneaking home.
Come on inside. Hurry up.
What's
We haven't
the
got much
matter?
time.
What's the matter with you, Hattie? You're all upset.
You'll be all upset, too, when you hear what I got to say.
You mean that Marshal Dillon from Dodge?
It's just what I mean. And he's got another man with him. A Chester something or other.
Well, I'll be... This fixes everything.
Why didn't you take care of that bratty kid like I told you?
He sneaked off to go hunting. He wasn't even here. So how could I help him?
And he ran smack into the Marshal. Now we've really got our heads in a noose. Suppose the old man's dead when they find him.
Well, if he's dead, he can't talk, can he?
Oh, it's worse if he's alive. Blast you, Hattie. Can't you do anything right?
You're blaming me?
Who would I blame? I didn't put that Marshal on our trail.
It don't matter now who did. What are we going to do?
We're going to have to get out of here fast. I'm all ready to go just as soon as I get a riding skirt on.
Wait. You ain't going nowhere.
What?
You heard me. We can't be dragging a woman around. You'd wear out in no time.
Now you're making sense, Cutter. We'd never get away with her holding us back.
You're going to leave me here, are you? You're going to let me face those people? You know I'll go to jail, don't you?
Oh, they won't do nothing to you. Tell them you got misled or something. They always go easy on women.
You're going to run out on me.
Oh, now, Hattie, you'd be better off here. They'll let you go and you can get on back to Abilene. And I'll come by as soon as they forget about all this.
Oh, come on, Cutter. We're wasting time. They could be here any minute now.
You cowards. You dirty, rotten
Now,
cowards.
Hattie.
Who is your mother,
That's
mister?
enough, Hattie.
I hate you. Go on, get out, both of you. I wouldn't have either one of you.
Either one of us?
You didn't think I cared, did you? I'd have made one of you shoot the other before I was through. Pies don't cut 3 ways, mister.
Now we all know, Cutter. What'd I tell you?
There, that'll hold you. Come on, Rourke, let's go.
Dirty dog!
Ah, forget it, Hattie. Maybe I'll get to Abilene sometime. So long.
I'll fix you.
I should have known about you.
You gonna talk all day? Come on.
All right, get your hands up, both of you. Get 'em up in the air. And don't try anything.
Hello, Marshal.
You touch that gun and I'll kill you.
While you're killing him, what do you think I'll be doing, Marshal?
Don't try it. Either of you.
Hanging's bad, Marshal. I ain't going to hang.
You don't have to hang. Kelly isn't dead. We found him in time.
I don't believe you, Marshal. I think you've been here quite along. You ain't even seen Kelly.
Yeah. You just want to see us hang.
I'm telling you the truth.
Oh, no. Lawmen don't tell the truth. Not to fellas like us, anyway. Do they, Rourke?
No, I don't believe they do.
Well, he can't kill us both, Rourke. We'll draw at the same time.
I'm telling you, don't try it.
Why not, Marshal? Let's kill him, Cutter.
No.
We killed him. We killed them both.
Now, give me the gun, Hattie. I said, give it to me.
Take it.
You shot Cutter, Hattie. Why did you do it?
I don't know, Marshal.
Did you do it to help me? Or because he was running out on you?
He's dead. What difference does it make?
It could be murder, Hattie.
You'll have to decide that, Marshal.
Yeah. Cutter might have killed me.
He might have. Well?
Go back in the house. You can wait in there.
Now they're both dead.
Do you care?
No. No, I don't care. What's going to happen to me, Marshal?
I don't know. I think I'll let Mr. Kelly decide that.
Where is he?
He'll be here tonight, probably. He's with Yorkie and Chester.
Marshal, will I go to jail?
I don't know, Hattie. Depends on Kelly.
He's a nice old man. He wouldn't hurt anybody. I'm sorry I got into all this. I wish I hadn't.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah?
I just had a long talk with Hattie, Marshal.
Well?
She tried to kill me, you know. She had a hand in it.
She'll go to jail for it if you prosecute her.
I know. But, Marshal, I can't send anyone to jail. Not a woman. If she was a man, I'd shoot her, but...
What do you want to do, Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I'll get her things and drive her to town, Marshal. I'll give her some money. And then Yorkie and I'll come back here. Yorkie will just have to grow up without a mother. And about me, it don't matter none.
All right, Mr. Kelly. I guess I wouldn't want to see her in jail either. We need women out here. Good or bad. We need them.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, John McGovern, Joseph Kearns, John Daner, and Nestor Paiva. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This Monday night, Herbert Marshall has the leading role in a story adapted from Daphne du Maurier's collection called Kiss Me Again, Stranger. It's the eerie story of the birds, describing strange happenings on an otherwise quiet English countryside. Hear it this Monday night on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents the Summer Theater. Yes, this Monday night, starring Herbert Marshall. And remember, there's action as a policeman really finds it in 21st Precinct, Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
Jell-O! The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Paint No Use. Here's something that's most unusual, the sort of thing that doesn't happen often. Back in 1919, Jell-O received a fine letter of praise from Mrs. Ray T. Thorne of New York City. And now, 17 years later, we hear from Mrs. Thorne again. She's a real friend of Jell-O. Just listen to what she says. Some 17 years ago, I wrote to you telling how much our family enjoyed Jell-O, and how Tommy, then 7, had rushed to the kitchen and scrawled Jell-O on the order list. I thought you might be interested to know that we still use only Jell-O, and that the Tommy of my first letter is now a naval aviator, but still a Jell-O fan. While he was playing football in college, he came home from practice every day to raid the icebox. If he found no Jell-O, a whale of huge proportions went up. One night when I had the entire squad for dinner, Tom asked me to serve Jell-O, and the training coach heartily approved. So I want to thank you for giving me, during 30 years of housekeeping, a simple, wholesome, delightful gelatin dessert. No other compares with Jell-O. That's fine, Mrs. Thorne. Your letter means a lot to us. Many, many thanks for sending it. There aren't many products that can boast such loyalty as yours. And here's wishing you and your aviator son all the luck in the world. And now we bring to you the man who returned to the air last Sunday with a deluge of merriment, a gale of laughter, and a worried look, Jack Benny.
Me worried. Well, hello again, folks. It's the Jack Benny who wasn't a bit more nervous last Sunday than he is right now.
Oh, no?
No.
Why, it was the first time that I ever saw you so jittery. An old trooper like you.
Well, after all, Don, it was our opening program.
Well, that was nothing to get excited about. You know, I wasn't nervous.
No, not much. You were stammering so much before you got through. Jell-O had 12 delicious flavors.
Well, that's twice as good as ever before.
Yes, and twice as stammery
Yes.
for me there. Yes. Well, I can't argue with you there, but Don, seriously, did you hear any reports on last week's program? You know, any comments?
Well, no, Jack, but I happen to have a few clippings with me. Here's one from the San Francisco Examiner.
Oh, the Examiner. Let's see it. Sunday radio reviews. A Manhattan merry-go-round, very good. Phil Baker, excellent. Eddie Cantor, great. Jack Benny, 8:30 to 9. Well, that's quite a notice, isn't it?
You did all right.
Not a rave, but at least it isn't a panning. Any other glowing reports, Don?
Oh, yes, here's one from a local paper, Jack. Read it.
With a big headline, no less. Well, Jack Benny's first program goes over with a thud. You must have thought it was our thud program. It was our fuss.
Well, what else does it say, Jack?
It says, all in all, Benny's humor showed the most complete display of brass that this critic ever heard. Brass, he must be talking about the band. I'll have to speak to Phil Harris about that.
Did you call me, Jack?
No, Phil, I was just talking to Don about our fuss program. Have you heard any reports on it?
Nothing to speak of.
I see. But say, Phil, I did hear some awfully nice things about you.
Thanks, Jack. I hear some awfully things about you, too.
Hey, read that right, will you?
Oh, pardon me. I mean, I heard some awfully nice things about you.
He's just a little excited, folks. But you know, Phil, you were a little nervous last week, too. You were shaking, so I don't see how you ever managed to lead your orchestra.
Oh, it was easy, Jack. I just grabbed my baton real tight, and my nerves did the rest.
Oh. Well, you deserve a lot of credit, huh? Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Oh, thank you. Gee, this has been going on all day, folks. Oh, Don, listen to this one. Heard your program last Sunday night and can appreciate how you feel.
Well, who's that from, Jack?
The New York Giants.
Oh.
Well, it was nice of them to remember me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gee, you look so tan and ragged.
Mary, you did that joke last week.
Well, you still look ragged.
Oh. Say, you're starting out pretty good tonight, but last Sunday you were plenty nervous.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Why, the script in your hand was shaking like a leaf.
It was not. I was waving to my mother in the third row.
Oh, your mother, huh? Well, your mother was in Plainfield, New Jersey.
Oh, then I must have been nervous.
Yeah. Well, Mary, did you hear any, we're laughing more than the audience tonight. Mary, did you hear any comment on our show?
No, Jack, but I got the loveliest telegram from a couple of sailors. Imagine.
Sailors? Oh, Navy boys,
Uh-huh. Listen to this. Heard you on Jack Benny's broadcast last Sunday night and thought you were wonderful. Signed, Seaman.
Seaman? That's Simone. Simone.
Oh, they were seasick.
Yeah.
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Say, you're here alone tonight. Where's your girl?
Which one?
Oh, you know, the one who wanted a lock of my hair last Sunday.
Oh, the dopey one.
Yeah. Well, what do you want, Kenny?
Oh, a wire just came through you. Here, I opened it by mistake.
That's fine. What do you mean you opened it by mistake?
He thought he could read.
Oh. Well, give me that wire, Kenny, and after this, be careful.
Gee, he's dumber than last year.
He is not.
I am, too.
All right. Oh, hey, fellas. Get this wire. Oh, boy, get this. It says, felicitations on your debut last Sunday, repercussions of which are still reverberating. Cease. Your nonchalance and savoir-faire dominated the festivities throughout. Cease. Accept my sincere approbation.
Who's that from, Jack?
Freddie Bartholomew. Wasn't that sweet? Well, somebody likes to play, Bill. That was Sing, 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 played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And very good.
Thanks.
Well, we went Simone one better there, I think. But, Phil, I notice you're still a little nervous.
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I invited two of my girlfriends up to see the broadcast. And they're sitting in the front row, and, well, naturally, I'm a little self-conscious.
Oh, well, I know how you feel. You see, I asked some girls up to the broadcast tonight myself. I invited Claudette Colbert, Joan Bennett, and Carol Lombard.
Yes, I noticed those 3 vacant seats.
Well, you know how heavy traffic is today. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last Sunday, this evening we are going to offer our condensed best pocket edition of that famous classic, Anthony Adverse, written by Hervey Allen, produced by the Warner Brothers, directed by Mervyn LeRoy.
And shoes by I. Miller.
Yeah, quiet. We begin our play with Anthony at the age of 10. Since I'm just a boy at heart, I will play the part of Anthony the youth. Anthony. Also, the man, as played by Frederick March. Mary Livingston will be Angela, my childhood sweetheart. Kenny Baker will be my servant when I get to Africa. Oh, Kenny.
Yes, Jack?
Here's your accent.
Yow's the boss, shown up.
Very good, Amos. Owing to the unusual length of our play, we will start it immediately after the next number, which will be sung by Kenny Baker. Meanwhile, I'll try and get Young for my part.
Gee, I hope you get Robert Young.
Quiet. Sing, Kenny. Gee, I wonder where I put my rompers.
The night was filled with sweet surrender. I had a million things to say. We shared the moon in all its splendor. You pressed your lips to mine, and by the way, did I remember to tell you I adore you, and I am living for you alone? Did I remember to say I'm lost without you, and just how mad about you I've grown? You were in my arms, and that was all I knew. We were alone, we two. What did I say to you? Did I remember to tell you I adore you and pray forevermore? You are
That was Kenny Baker singing Did I Remember from the motion picture Susie. And now for our play, Anthony Adverse. The locale is Leghorn, Italy, in the year 1773. The scene opens in the shipping firm of John Bonnyfeather, known as the Casa di Bonnyfeather. You see, in those days, everybody had a casa.
Are you going to have a casa, Jack?
Yes.
Jackassa.
All right, let's get into the mood. Italy, 1773. Anthony Adverse. Curtain, lights, music.
Hello? Cassidy Bonnyfeather? Yes, Mr. Bonnyfeather is in, but you can't talk to him. The telephone hasn't been invented yet, dope. Call back in 100 years. What's that? Oh, wait a minute. Come in.
Hello.
Hello, little boy.
What you doing?
I'm answering a telephone that hasn't been invented yet.
Why?
I don't know. I must be nuts. What can I do for you, little boy?
I'm looking for work. I'd like to get a job here.
Sorry, we're not hiring any sopranos.
I'm not a soprano. I'm a poor little orphan.
An orphan, eh? What's your name?
Anthony.
Oh, little orphan Anthony. Have you ever worked before?
Oh, Orphanon. Am I killing me?
Oh, here comes Mr. Bonnyfeather. He's a nice old Scotchman, and you can talk to him.
Oh, thank you.
Ah, good morning, lass. Good morning, laddie.
Good morning.
Shut off that motor. Who are you, laddie, and what brings you here?
I'm Anthony, sir, 10 years old and looking for work.
Work?
Yes, don't tell me that hasn't been invented yet.
Well, you look like a bright lad. Anthony, what is your last name?
I haven't any, sir.
Well, laddie, I'll get you a name. Aye, and a job, too.
I've got an eye.
I know. I'll put you to work in the accounting department. Anthony, do you know arithmetic?
Oh, sure, I can count up to 10. Up to 20 with my shoes off.
Very well, I'll try you out. First, in subtraction.
Okie dokie.
Now, Anthony, what is 2 from 12?
1.
What is 3 from 12?
1.
What is 4 from 12?
1. I'm stubborn, ain't I?
You certainly are. All right, what is 2 from 3?
12.
Oh, terrible.
Well, I may subtract terrible, Mr. Bonnyfeather, but I add verse.
Adverse. That's it. That's what we'll call you. Anthony Adverse.
Anthony Adverse.
Anthony Adverse.
Now and forever. Anthony, I see a great future in store for you. You will travel to strange places and see strange lands. Your life will be full of adventure.
Gee, I can hardly wait.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, etc.
Who is that?
That's little Angela, the cook's daughter. Come here, my child. I want you to meet someone. This is Anthony.
Hello, Angela.
Hello. How old are you, Anthony?
10.
So am I. Gee, you're cute. And you've got the nicest gray hair.
Say, I got plenty of worries, believe me.
Well, children, I have work to do, so just run around and play.
See, that Mr. Bonnyfeather's awfully nice. He's a Scotchman, isn't he?
If he isn't, he's wasting a lot of ours.
And speaking of Scotchman, you will find that Jell-O, too, is economical. With its 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
I'm sorry Wilson was invented. Oh, Angela, you're so beautiful and so sweet. Will you marry me?
Why, Anthony, we're only 10 years old.
Well, I'll fix that. Time marches on.
10 years later.
Angela, will you marry me? Will you, Angela?
Yes.
You ought to have your voice lifted.
I'm sorry. I got a bad cold.
But I'm all right now.
Oh. Then you will accept me, Angela.
Yes.
There I go again.
Angela, I'm so happy. Come, sweetheart. We'll be married at once.
Anthony.
Angela. Oh, Angela, at last you are mine, and we will never be separated. Never.
Oh, Anthony. Anthony.
What is it, Mr. Bonnyfeather?
You must leave here immediately. I'm sending you on a special mission to Havana to collect some money that is owed to me.
Havana?
Aye, lad. You must contact Carlos Cibo, a wealthy Cuban. He's a slippery customer, but I want my money.
What does he do?
He runs a sugar plantation.
Good. I'll try and get a lump sum. Angela, be brave. I must leave you at once.
All right.
Ah, poor Angela. What will you do all the time I'm away?
Oh, I'll get along.
That's what I'm afraid of. Now, goodbye, darling. I'll see you in 5 or 10 years.
Goodbye, lover.
Goodbye, Mr. Bonnyfeather.
Goodbye, Anthony. Don't forget that lump sum.
I won't. Will you miss me, Angela?
Yes. Gee, I'll be lump sum.
Well, goodbye, goodbye. I'm off to Cuba.
Cuba, that's where he's going. Cuba, that's where he'll stay. Cuba, where wine is flowing.
Anthony Adverse is now on his way to Cuba and will arrive there immediately after the next number. Play, Phil. 20 years have elapsed, and we find Anthony Adverse arriving in Cuba. His boat has just docked mid-scenes of Cuban revelry.
Goodbye, Captain.
Goodbye, Mr. Adverse. La cucaracha, gangway. I'm looking for Mr. Adwoy. Ah, Mr. Adwoy?
Yes, are you Carlos Cibo, the Cuban?
Am I a Cuban, he's asking. Welcome to Havana, my friend. ¿Cómo está, señor?
Estoy muy bien, gracias, amigo mío.
Ha, 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 you said it.
You know why I'm here?
Sure, Mr. Bonnyfeather wrote me, so I want you should be my guest.
Thank you.
I want your stay in Cuba should be a pleasure. Don't be afraid to ask for anything. Everything I got is yours.
What have you got?
Nothing.
I see. Now listen, Carlos. You owe Mr. Bonnyfeather a lot of money, and I'm here to collect it.
Take it easy, Anthony. Stay here with me. We'll go out and make whoopee.
Listen, I don't do that kind of
stuff.
stuff.
Come on. Now, first you'll have to get some new clothes.
New clothes? Why?
I'm a tailor.
Now listen, Carlos, let's settle this debt right now so I can get back to my wife.
Pipe down, Poopsie. First, let's have something to eat. I prepared that special breakfast yesterday.
It must be cold by now.
Don't worry, it's herring.
Now quit stalling. I can't go back to Mr. Bonnyfeather without that money.
Well, money I ain't got. But if you would like to take a trip to Africa, I got there a piece of property that's #1. It's a rubber plantation.
Oh, so you're in the rubber business, eh? I thought you were a tailor.
That's me, Robert Taylor.
And you say if I go to Africa, that plantation will belong to me?
Take it, my friend. That's yours.
All right, I'll go. Adios, Carlos. Adios.
Who needs it?
I'm off to Africa.
Africa, that's where he's going. Africa, that's where he'll stay. Africa, where wine is flowing.
10 years later, and we find Anthony in darkest Africa, where he has become the owner of a rubber plantation in the jungle. He is plagued with fever, drunk with power, and mad with greed. Africa, Anthony Adverse.
Stop that infernal noise! Come on, you slaves, get busy there. Cut that rubber, haul that barge, tote that bale. This heat is enough to drive you out of your senses.
Hey, boss.
Yeah, what do you want?
Uba, guba, gluba, gluno, guno, thou.
Oh, yeah? Well, why don't you do something about it?
I don't know what it means, that's why.
I want a drink. Where's my man Friday? Friday.
What's that, boss?
Are you my man Friday?
No, sir. I'm your chocolate sundae.
Well, give me a drink. I'm getting drunk with power.
Oh, Mr. Adverse, why don't you give up this life and go back to your own people? Ain't you got no heart?
No, I ain't got no heart. I ain't got no conscience. I ain't got no soul.
Have you got a match?
Oh, this sun, this heat, this infernal jungle. Quiet! Quiet, you slave. Ouch, that whip is always getting caught in my leg. But I can take it.
What's the matter with the balls, man?
He must be delirious. Better bring him some water.
That's what I want. Water. Everything is going black.
Look, he's fainted.
2 from 12 is 1. 3 from 12 is 1. 4 from 12 is 1. Gee, I'm still stubborn.
Anthony Adverse. That's what we'll call him. Anthony Adverse.
Anthony.
Aha! Welcome, my friend, to Havana.
How did he get here? Oh, this jungle, this heat. I can't think. I can't eat. I can't sleep.
You can't act either.
Angela, my wife! What are you doing here?
Don't bother, it's just a dream.
Oh, yeah? Wait a minute. What about that man in your arms? Is he a dream, too?
Is he? Wow!
Angela! I want to go home! I want to go back to Italy! Back to Angela, my wife!
For the big news, the grand and glorious good news. Now you can make luscious homemade chocolate pudding more easily and more economically than ever before, and all because of Jell-O chocolate pudding. It's a brand new product and one you'll welcome with open arms. For Jell-O chocolate pudding gives you smoother, creamier puddings, more chocolatey and more delicious than any you've tasted since your grandmother used to make them. This is how you make yours. Just mix the contents of 1 package of Jell-O chocolate pudding with some milk in the top of your double boiler. Then let it cook until it becomes smooth and thick. After the mixture's cooled, serve it in sherbet glasses and watch the faces of your family light up the minute they taste it. Real old-fashioned chocolate pudding made with very little trouble and very little expense. Jell-O chocolate pudding sells for the same low price as Jell-O, and 1 package makes 6 servings. Ask your grocer for Jell-O chocolate pudding in the morning. And if he hasn't put it in stock yet, make sure he orders it for you.
This is the last number of the second program in the new Jell-O series, and I hope you'll all be listening in next Sunday night when we offer our second episode of Anthony Adverse. The part of John Bonnyfeather was played by Charles Irwin, and Carlos Sebo, the Cuban, was played by Patsy Flick through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. Oh, Jack, don't you want to say something? Good night, folks.
Jell-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston was a Red Network presentation of the NBC studios in Hollywood. The tune When I'm With You is from the score of the picture Poor Little Rich Girl. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, Mary Astor, and an all-star cast in These Three.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program tonight is your program, made possible, ladies and gentlemen, by your purchases of Lux toilet soap. You will hear Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, Mary Astor, Constance Collier, Alma Kruger, Marcia May Jones, and Helen Perry, enacting Samuel Goldwyn's great screenplay, These Three, while our special guests are those young writers, the three Abbey children, and their mother. The Lux Radio Theater Orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers, and your host and producer is Hollywood's pioneer director. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil C. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A wedding in the film capital is often front-page news. But there was one the other day which completely escaped the headlines, and properly so. For you never heard of the bride nor the groom, and perhaps you never will. The groom, in fact, is a stable boy, and the scene of the ceremony was the bunkhouse where he and the hired hands lived. But I doubt if Hollywood ever witnessed a happier wedding, because one of our most distinguished stars supplied the wedding feast, and she herself attended, danced with everyone, and made them all forget that she's the groom's boss, and that her name is Barbara Stanwyck. That's the true character of the girl who returns to our stage tonight, starring for us as Martha Doby in These Three. Errol Flynn, the Dublin-born globetrotter who came to Hollywood after a daring career in the South Seas, plays Dr. Joseph Cardin. Errol these days is twanging the longbow on the Warner Brothers lot, where he starred in The Adventures of Robin Hood. Mary Astor, whom you've seen this year in Dodsworth, Prisoner of Zenda, and Hurricane, makes her debut tonight in the Lux Radio Theater, where you hear her as Karen Wright. From the cast of the film are Alma Kruger as Mrs. Tilford and Marcia May Jones as Rosalie. Helen Parrish plays the part of Mary Tilford. And I'm delighted to announce the presence of Constance Collier, veteran of the stage and films, whom we welcome in the role of Aunt Lily. Time won't allow me to say all I'd like to about these 7 important personalities, so we let them speak for themselves as the Lux Radio Theater presents These Three, starring Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, and Mary Astor. Graduation day at a women's college in New England. In the fading light of a May afternoon, students stroll aimlessly about the campus, many of them for the last time. On the edge of the college grounds, 2 girls in the robes of graduating students sit quietly beneath a tree, listening to the distant song. They've been silent for some time. At last, one of them speaks.
What train are you taking, Karen?
I don't know. I don't know what time my train goes or where it's going to. Funny. I always thought graduation would be a happy day. It isn't.
What was it the dean said? Let me see. Starting a new life may sometimes be a lonely business.
What are you going to do, Martha?
Oh, I don't know. Teach somewhere, I guess. If I can get a job. I'd hate to tag along with Aunt Lily, and she's the only relation I've got.
That's just one more than I have. You think I could teach?
Maybe we could find some place together. 2 well-educated young women, all so neat and clean, wish positions.
Martha?
What?
Martha, I've got a farm. About all I have got. My grandmother left it to me. I haven't seen it in years, but I used to spend my summers there when I was a little girl. We could go there. We could work there.
Teaching the farm?
No, there's no one there anymore. Hasn't been for years. Martha, do you know, we might start a school, something of our own. It'd be fun, and we'd be good at it, too.
Yes, but it isn't practical, Karen.
We can't just sit here. We've got to do something.
Yes, but...
We can get a train tonight. Oh, Martha, take a chance with me and come.
A chance. It is a chance, but... Well, it might be worth it.
Of course it is. Now, look, I'll tell you what we'll do.
are, girls.
Oh, but is this the old right place? Are you sure?
This is it. $2, please.
I have it, Karen. Here, driver.
Thanks, lady.
Oh, Martha. Just look at it. It's a shack. Well, it's a large shack. It's ready to fall down. Oh, Martha.
It doesn't matter, Karen.
It matters a great deal. I remember it as it was when I was a kid. Very dangerous, Martha, remembering things that way.
You know, maybe it wouldn't cost too much to fix it up.
No, not much. I should guess about $2 million would do it. What's that?
Somebody hammering.
It's over this way. Come on. There, up on the roof. Up on the... Martha, do you see what I see?
Well, I don't know what you see, but it looks to me like a man.
Well, what's he doing up there anyway? Say, you. Hey, you up there on the roof.
Hello.
Would you mind coming down here, please?
Not at all. Look out below. How are you?
We're all right, thank you. We were a little worried about you.
Oh, I'm all right. I was up there getting at some honey under the roof, but I didn't get stung once.
That isn't what we were worrying about. You see, this is a house. And while it isn't the best I've ever seen, it belongs to me, and I'd rather not have its roof knocked off.
Oh, now. I really wasn't doing any harm. I'm very fond of this old place, and I come over here whenever I have a day off from the hospital.
Oh, the hospital. I see. You been there a while?
Oh, in a way. I'm a doctor. Will you have some honey?
No, thank you.
It's yours, you know. Very good, too. Better take it.
We won't be needing it. We're not staying here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why aren't you staying here? This is a lovely old house.
It's old, all right.
Are you afraid of work?
No, we're not afraid of work.
Then there you are. You know, my place wasn't nearly as nice as this, and it needed much more fixing, too. It doesn't cost much less than you think, and it's fun doing it. So much fun that I'd like to start all over again.
Well, anything you could do, we could undoubtedly do.
Sure, that's just what I said.
We wouldn't starve, Karen. We'd have free honey.
And free help. I'm a good carpenter, a good house painter, a good plumber.
Why are we talking to this man this way, as if we'd known him all our lives?
Well, that sometimes happens. Now, the first thing I'd do is to knock down this old fence.
Here, stop that. You're knocking the whole thing down.
Oh, think nothing of that. Then when the ground's all cleared, we can start working on the inside, see? And, There you are. Hey, Karen, is this picture hanging straight?
It's beautiful, Joe.
Joe Carden and his little hammer. How could we ever have done without you?
Oh, you couldn't. Hold that stepladder, will you, Martha?
Mm-hmm.
There we are, all fixed up. Now all you need is a couple of students.
Oh, we have one, you know.
What?
Mary Tilford. She's old Mrs. Tilford's granddaughter.
Say, that's all right. Mrs. Tilford's the works around these parts. How'd you come to get the kid?
Well, I think she's been thrown out of the last 3 schools.
She's a little bratty, but she ought to bring in business.
Martha!
Uh-oh.
Martha, darling, how are you?
Aunt Lily.
Martha, I'm so glad to see you.
Where do you want these grips, lady?
Oh, just put them down any place. Any place. No, wait. Take them upstairs, please.
All right.
Martha, how well you look. Almost pretty.
Thank you, Aunt Lily.
And Karen, prettier than ever.
How are you, Mrs. Morton?
Aunt Lily, I thought you were still in a play.
I was. But the theater isn't what it used to be. Now, who's this young gentleman? Your assistant?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
This is Dr. Carden, a friend of ours.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Glad to meet you.
Aunt Lily, is this a visit? You see, we're not very well equipped here now. We've been having a hard time.
Oh, I know, dear. And I know all about the school, too. That's why I'm here. I've come to put my shoulder to the wheel with you. I knew you need an elocution teacher and a general supervisor. That's why I came.
But, Aunt Lily, this is Karen's house.
But I came here to help you both. And until you're started, I shall take only the smallest fee for my services.
It's all right, Martha.
Now I'll go upstairs and unpack, and then I'll come right down and help you arrange the furniture. I shall have to rest for an hour or two. Martha, will you come and show me to my room?
In a moment.
Hurry, dear.
Well.
The Duchess?
The Duchess.
Yes, the Duchess. Gosh, I better stop her before she takes one of our rooms.
Mrs. Motta is an actress.
Oh, I gathered that.
I suppose we'll just have to put up with her.
Well, not all the time. What about dinner tonight, Karen?
Well, I guess I could manage it, but...
Swell. I'll pick you up about 6:30. See you later. Oh, and give my love to the Duchess.
Well, I was right.
About what?
She picked your room. Where's Joe?
He'll be back later.
For dinner?
Well, no. He asked me last week about having dinner in town, and you don't mind, do you? I've been feeling a little guilty about leaving you alone at night.
Oh, don't be silly, Karen. You have all the fun you can. It won't be so easy when the term begins, and Joe, well, he's a grand fella.
He is, isn't he?
Yes. And, of course, I won't be alone.
What?
Don't tell me you've forgotten Aunt Lily.
Oh. Will you translate that, please, Rosalie?
Yes, ma'am. But pious, Aeneas, when the last right pay, were paid.
Very good. Mary, will you take the next few lines? Mary Tilford.
Yes, ma'am. Closely they skirt the shores of Circe's land, where the rich daughter of the sun held sway.
That's a lovely translation, Mary. It was just as lovely when Professor Hobson of Harvard published it about 10 years ago. That will do, Mary. All right, girls, it's a fine day for your hockey game. Run along now.
Gee, Miss Dopey certainly caught you that time.
You shut up, Rosalie.
I didn't. Never mind. Maybe someday other people will be caught doing other things. What? Maybe someday Miss Dobie will find out who stole Helen Burton's bracelet. I don't know what you mean. Oh, yes, you do. I think I'll borrow your sweater this afternoon, Rosalie. Well, all right. Come on.
Well, Martha, everything going all right?
Oh, the Tilford kid's been cutting up again. Nothing very serious.
She's a vixen, that child. If she were mine...
But she isn't, Aunt Lily.
Where's Karen?
She went out.
Where?
Oh, Aunt Lily, please. She went out with Joe. She went to the fair with him. What difference does it make?
Oh, very well, very well.
Joe, this is marvelous. I love merry-go-rounds. How did you know?
I like them, too, but 5 times round's enough. Let's get off this thing.
What?
I want to tell you something.
Can't hear you.
Listen, Karen. Listen, darling.
What?
I want to tell you something. Get off this thing.
The brass ring? I'll get it the next time around.
Listen, will you? This is important.
Joe, that was grand.
I'm glad you think so.
What was it you were saying before? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, never mind.
What's the matter with you? You're an awful grouch.
Well, this is what's the matter with me. I'm in love with you. I've been trying to tell you for an hour, and now I'm tired out, see, and I can't tell you.
Oh, Joe.
I can't ever tell you. I won't be able to. There aren't words enough to tell you with. But I love you. I love you with all my heart, Karen.
And I love you, Joe, with all my heart.
Karen, where are you?
Joe, be quiet.
Oh, hello, Martha. Karen upstairs there?
No, come on up and help me paint a table.
Sure.
In here, Joe.
Oh, is this your room, Martha?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Sit down. Karen forgot something, and she had to go back into town. How's the hospital?
Oh, just the same. No money, bad lab, everybody growling at everybody else. Quiet here. Is it late?
No, only 10:30. But the girls are in bed, and Aunt Lily is worn out from doing nothing. Oh, hand me that paintbrush, will you?
Yeah. Karen tells me your aunt was showing the girls how to play King Lear the other day. You know, that's going to come in handy later on in their lives.
Oh, wait until she does Portia standing on a chair.
Ooh.
Sir Henry taught her to do it that way. Said it was the test of a great actress.
You must have had a fine childhood, Martha.
Oh, I did. I did indeed. I lived with Aunt Lily from the time I was 5. I went to 16 schools altogether. And every time the stock company would move, I'd move with it. But school wasn't the worst part. It was after school and never anything but hotel bedrooms to go home to. And then in the evening, I'd have to do my homework sitting on a dirty box backstage and jump up to help Aunt Lily change from one blousy costume to an even blousier one. Oh, I used to be so alone and so sorry that I couldn't have what other kids had. You know, I think that's really why I wanted to teach. being young is awfully hard, and when I grew up, I sort of wanted to make it easier for other kids. Say, I'm running out of paint. Do you want a glass of milk? Joe, I said... Are you asleep, Joe? Joe? Oh, darling Joe. Wake up so violently?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that on after?
Oh, just the milk. I thought you'd like a glass before you left.
Oh, well, thanks, Martha. Oh, how long have I been asleep?
An hour or so. Maybe a little more.
Martha, what was that crash I heard? Oh!
It was me, Mrs. Martha. I was wrestling with myself.
Aren't you rather late to visit Dr. Cobb?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I've been here for 4 days. I was hiding in your trunk. Good night, Martha.
Oh, don't go. Karen will be home any minute.
Oh, no, ma'am. I gotta get home now. And warn Karen that when we're married, she'll have to stay at home and watch me knock over milk glasses. Good night.
Good night.
I hope I'm not hurrying you away.
No, not any more than usual.
Joe's so in love with Karen, isn't he? I do hope they'll have the wedding in the spring. We could stage it so well in the garden. Of course, when they're married, it'll be rather hard on you. But Karen says she intends to go right on with the school.
There's never been any question of that.
And it really won't be so lonely for you because you'll be seeing her all the time. And you'll be seeing Joe, too. Perhaps you'll be seeing more of him than usual. You'll like that, won't you?
Oh, that's enough, Aunt Lily.
Good night, darling. Oh, God.
Just heard Act 1 of these 3. In just a few moments, we will continue with Act 2 of our play, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, and Mary Astor. But now it's intermission time in the Lux Radio Theater. While we are waiting for Act 2, we want you to go with us to Beverly Hills. There we meet a lovely young Deb and her co-ed sister.
Mary, darling, may I borrow one of your dresses? I'm going out with a senior at Stanford, and I don't want to look too utterly childish.
So baby sister's growing up, is she? Well, let's go and see what's in the closet. Let's see now. This black one's a little too sophisticated. Now, what are you doing at my dressing table?
Just putting on some fresh makeup. It's pretty late, you know, and I've got to start getting ready.
I don't care how late it is. Don't ever let me catch you putting on makeup without first using Lux toilet soap.
But my face isn't dirty.
You may not think so, but if you want to guard against cosmetic skin...
Oh, heavens, yes. It would be horrible to have those little blemishes and enlarged pores.
You're right, dear. Cosmetic skin is horrid. That's why you ought to use Lux toilet soap always before you put on fresh makeup.
And that will keep my skin really lovely.
Oh, please don't be flippant, dear. You know it's true. It's the active lather in Lux toilet soap that removes dust and dirt and stale cosmetics thoroughly. Prevents pores from getting choked.
Well, even if you are my own sister, I must say it's obvious you practice what you preach. Because your skin is swell.
Never mind my skin. Just look at the screen stars. 9 out of 10 of them use Lux toilet soap.
And with that good advice, we return now to Mr. DeMille and our play. Our curtain goes up on the second act of these 3, starring Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, and Mary Astor. Several weeks have passed. For Karen and Joe, happy in the thought of their approaching marriage, time has slipped by almost unnoticed. For Martha, watching their happiness with hopeless yearning, the weeks have seemed like years. In the library of the farmhouse, Mrs. Mortar is conducting her class in elocution. A girl in pigtails recites in sing-song rhythm.
The quality of mercy is not strange. It falleth as the gentle rain from heaven. Upon the place beneath, it is twice blessed.
Good morning, girls.
Good morning, Miss Mary.
Everything all right, Mrs. Mortar?
Yes. Aren't these flowers beautiful? Mary Tilford just gave them to me. Aren't they lovely?
Yes. Where did you get the flowers, Mary?
She picked them just for me. The first wild flowers of the season.
But not the very first. Where did you get them, Mary?
Near Conway's cornfield.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't necessary to go so far, Mary.
There was a bunch exactly like that in the garbage can this morning.
Oh, what a nasty thing to do, Mary.
All right, children. Mary, will you come outside with me, please? Mary.
What?
Mary, why do you do these things? Why do you lie to us so often?
I'm not lying.
If you have to do things, come and tell us about it. We'll try to understand. We'll try to help you. But this kind of lying is so bad for everybody.
I got the flowers near Conway's cornfield.
All right, Mary. You'll have to be punished. No horseback riding, no hockey. Don't leave the school grounds for any reason.
But you said I could go to the boat race this Saturday.
I'm sorry, you can't go.
I'll tell my grandmother. I'll tell her how I get treated here and how you punish me for everything. I'll tell her.
Mary, go upstairs.
I don't feel well. I've got a pain. I've had it all morning. It hurts here. It's a bad pain. I've never had it before. My heart, it's my heart. It's something or something. I can't breathe. I can't. Oh!
Mary. Mary, get up off the floor. Mary. Mary!
Raise her head up, just a little.
What do you think, Joe?
Can't tell much yet. Hand me my stethoscope.
Oh, this is terrible. Perhaps if you put her feet up and her head down. Or is it just the opposite?
Oh, Aunt Lily, Dr. Carden knows.
Well, that's what I did in the theater once, and Delia Graham fainted.
And did this Delia survive?
Oh, yes, I saved her.
Then perhaps you'd like to take charge here.
Oh, that's how you feel.
I think she's annoyed.
Oh, I'll take care of her. Aunt Lily.
That's a nice thing. That man in there practically turned me out of the room.
Oh, Aunt Lily, be quiet.
Then you don't object on being snubbed and humiliated. I, who worked my fingers to the bone here.
Don't tell yourself that too often, Aunt Lily. You'll come to believe it.
To the bone, to the very bone.
Aunt Lily, you've wanted to go to London for a long time. You can go now. I can spare the money and...
Oh, you want to get rid of me? Turning me out isn't my...
Oh, how can anybody deal with you? You've been talking about going for years, and now when you can go, you...
Don't raise your voice, please. I decline to be shipped off to England. Next year I'm going back to the theater.
No, I'd like you to go sooner. The truth is the school isn't quite the place for you.
The truth is, I ought to have known enough to stay out of your way when he was here.
When who was here?
You don't think you can fool me, my dear. I wasn't born yesterday. I know what I know, and I know what you feel about him. You don't want them to be married, and I know why.
Be still.
I know what's going on here. You were never very clever at hiding things, Martha. You're in love with him.
Be still, Aunt Lily. Be still. These
can't close people's eyes the way you rush over to him on the slightest pretext. And that night when he was coming out of your room late, I saw...
Aunt Lily, there's been no trouble in this house, and I won't let you do your usual job of starting any. I want you to leave as quickly as... There's someone at the hall door. Wait a minute.
Oh!
Rosalie. Helen. What were you doing outside this door?
We just came down to see how Mary was, Miss Dobie. Yes, Miss Dobie, that's all.
Did you deliberately listen?
Eavesdropping is something nice young ladies just don't do.
Oh, you girls never used to do things like this. I'm afraid we'll have to separate you. Mary, Tilford, and Rosalie. Go on up to your rooms now. Miss Wright will speak to you later.
Yes, Miss Dobie.
Wait. No, Aunt Lily, it's very bad having the children hear the things you say. There's money in the bank for you. I'd like you to leave as soon as it's convenient.
Do you think I'd take your money? I'd rather scrub floors first. I'll be out of here before it's dark.
Whoops. Excuse me.
Excuse me, Joseph.
The Duchess cutting up again?
Oh, yes, she's particularly good today. What about Mary?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I could have managed a more convincing faint when I was 6 years old.
We've reached the end of our rope with her. I don't know what we're going to do.
Martha, what's wrong? Aren't you taking this kid too seriously?
Yes. I'm taking everything too seriously. Everything. Are your things ready to move, Rosalie?
Yes, Miss Wright, almost.
Mary?
I'm getting them as fast as I can. I'm awfully sorry, Miss Wright.
I am too, Rosalie. But I think it would be better if you and Mary are separated.
And it's all because I had a pain. You're always mean to me. I get blamed and punished and picked on for everything that happens around here.
Go on with your moving, Rosalie.
Rosalie, what were you and Helen doing outside the door down there? We heard Miss Dobie and Mrs. Mortar having an awful fight. A fight? What were they fighting about? Well, Miss Dobie wants Mordred to go to England, and Mordred got sore at that and said she knew why they wanted to get rid of her. Go on. Why didn't Dobie want to get rid of Mordred? Because Miss Dobie is in love with Dr. Carden. Oh, so that's it. And Mordred knows about it. And then she said an awful lot of funny things about them, and all about how one night Dr. Carden was up in Miss Dobie's room, late or something. Did she say that? Yes, why? I'm going home. Home? You can't do that. Can't I? You just wait and see, and you're coming with me. You got any money? No. Don't lie. You've got $2.45 in your drawer. Get it. Why, no, I won't. Then I'll get it myself. Get away from me. Well, where did you get this bracelet? It's mine. It is not. It's Helen Burton's. Now, will you give me the money? I can give you part of it if you won't. Get it and get your hat and coat. We're going to my grandmother's.
Mary, look at me. Do you mean you left school without permission?
I couldn't help it, Grandma. I couldn't help it. I got Rosalie to come with me, and I ran away. I had to.
That was a very bad thing to do. Now, you're going right back, both of you. Where is Rosalie?
No, Grandma, don't do that. Please don't do that. Grandma, please, they'll kill me.
Mary.
I can't go back. I can't. They'll kill me, Grandma. They will.
Mary, stop it. What makes you say such awful things?
They're true, honest. I fainted today.
Fainted?
Yes, I did. My heart. I had a pain in my heart, and Dr. Carden said I didn't have any pain, and I'm scared, Grandma. I'm scared. They've got something against me, and they punish me for everything. Today they even said I couldn't go to the boat races.
Oh.
But it wasn't that. It's things. Funny things.
What nonsense are you talking?
They've got secrets, Grandma. Funny secrets. All about Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden, and Mrs. Mordred told Miss Dobie that she knew what was going on, and...
What?
She knew what was going on, and she always had known what was going on.
Stop using that silly phrase, Mary.
But that's what she kept using, Grandma. Miss Dobie said she'd have to get out of the house. And that's why we have to remove our room, I'll bet, because they're frightened and we'll hear things, too. That's we did that awful night.
What awful night?
Well, Dr. Carden was in Miss Dobie's room late, and other times when things happen, too, and I can't say them out loud, Grandma. I've got to whisper.
Oh, nonsense. Why must you whisper?
Because I just got to, because it's bad. It's late at night, and Miss Dobie's room is right next to ours. And then Miss Dobie...
Oh.
And just about that time...
Mary! You know what you're saying? Are you telling me the truth?
Honest. And then later on...
Oh.
There's Dr. Carden. Mary, where were you so long? Keep quiet. I was talking to my grandmother. Well, what's going to happen? Aren't we going back to school tonight? Maybe I'm never going back. Maybe none of us will. Well, I want to go back. Why shouldn't we go back? Oh, you'll find out. You're always pretending you know everything. Anyway, I don't want anything to do with your silly secret. No? Suppose I told you that maybe you're in on the silly secret. Suppose I told you that I may have said you told me about it. Why, Mary Tilford, I didn't tell you anything. I'm going right into your grandmother and tell her I didn't tell you anything, whatever it is. You're just trying to get me into trouble. Wait a minute. I'll go in with you. I've got something to tell her, too. About Helen Burton's bracelet. What about it? Just that you stole it from her, that's all. Shut up. I didn't do any such thing. I borrowed it and I was going to put it back and I forgot it. I never meant to keep it. Oh, nobody will ever believe that. I guess I ought to go and tell Grandma anyway. And she can call the police. No. And you'll spend the rest of your life in one of those solitary prisons, and you'll get older and older, and when you're very old, they'll let you out. Maybe with a sign on your back saying you're a thief. And you don't have any place to go, and you'll beg on the street. No, please. Stop falling. You won't tell. Say you won't tell, please. Maybe. If you'll take the oath. Say, from now on, I, Rosalie Wells, am the vassal of Mary Tilford, and will do and say whatever she tells me under the solemn oath of a knight. I won't say that. I won't. That's the worst oath there is. Right, no, Mary, please don't say it. Swear it? But then you can tell me to do it. You'll have to do it. Say it quick. I'll say it. From now on, I, Rosalie Wells, am the vassal of Mary Tilford, and will do and say whatever she tells me under the solemn oath of a knight.
Good afternoon.
What is it, please?
Miss Wright, Miss Dobie, and Dr. Carden. We'd like to see Mrs. Tilford, please.
I'm sorry, but Mrs. Tilford...
We want to see her. Who is it, Agatha? If it's anything... Oh,
Good afternoon, Mrs. Tilford.
good afternoon. You may go, Agatha.
Yes, madam.
We want to see you, please. You know what it's about.
We've lost 10 students since yesterday evening. The rest are leaving today.
You know why, I assume? We heard why. From Mrs. Burton's chauffeur when he came to take Helen home.
I don't think you should have come here. I was coming to see you tomorrow to explain my position in all this and to ask you to explain yours. I'm sorry this had to happen.
I think we'd better understand each other. There is nothing for us to explain, and I very much dislike your sympathy.
So you don't think we should have come? Then what were we expected to do, Tilford? Lie down and grin until you'd finish kicking us around with these lies?
No amount of words that we can throw at each other, Dr. Carden, can do any of us any good now.
Do any of us any good? Listen, Mrs. Tilford, you're not playing with paper dolls. We're human beings. It's our lives you're fooling with, our lives. That's serious business for us. Can you understand that?
I understand that. And I understand a lot more. You've been playing with a lot of children's lives, and that's why I stopped you. I think I know how you must feel, Miss Wright.
You don't know anything about how I feel. You can't know how any of us feel. You get lost trying to fight a lie, very lost.
I did what I had to do. I had to tell those mothers. Whatever went on in your school may possibly be your own business. But it becomes a great deal more than that when children are involved.
But it's not true. Not a word of it is true.
I'm sorry that I can't believe that.
But you can believe this. We happen to be people who've worked hard for what we've got. That school meant things to us. It meant self-respect and bread and butter and honest work. And now it's gone.
There must be something we can do to you. Something that will make you feel the way we do tonight. Don't think we'll let you whisper this lie. You made it, and you'll come out with it in a courtroom. Tomorrow, Mrs. Tilford, you will have a slander suit on your hands.
That will be very unwise. It was wrong of you to brazen it out here tonight. It would be criminally foolish for you to brazen it out in public.
It's already quite public, Mrs. Tilford. Yesterday, we had our lives decently to ourselves. Now we've nothing left but the dirt you've made of us.
Or the dirt you've made for yourself. Clean your house, Miss Wright, and in time count yourself very lucky.
You have understood nothing. Nothing. These are my friends. When we clean house, the three of us will clean it together.
Mrs. Tilford, perhaps we should clean your house for you. Where's Mary, Mrs. Tilford?
Under no circumstances. I would not allow that.
So that's where you really got it. We couldn't believe it. She's a bad girl, your Mary. She always has been. She's hated us for a long time.
I won't have any more of this. You've been in my house long enough. Get out.
The wicked very young and the wicked very old. Let's go home.
Wait. Mrs. Tilford, when three people come to you with their lives spread on a table for you to cut to pieces, then the only honest thing to do is to give them one last chance to come out alive. We'd like that last chance. If you're honest, you'll give it to us.
Very well. Will you come this way, please?
Thank you.
She's in the library. Oh, Mary.
Yes, Grandma?
Come here, dear. Dr. Carden wants to ask you a few questions.
Hello, Mary.
Well?
Sit down, Mary. I want to tell you something first. Everybody lies all the time. Sometimes they have to, sometimes they don't. I've lied for a lot of different reasons myself. But there was never a time when if I hadn't had a second chance, I wouldn't have taken back the lie and told the truth. You're a lucky girl, Mary, because we're giving you that second chance. Were you telling your grandmother the exact truth about us?
Why, yes, Dr. Carden.
Remember, you're not going to be punished. You didn't make a mistake, did you?
No, Dr. Carden.
There you are.
We're not finished, Mrs. Tilford. Why don't you like Miss Wright and Miss Dobie, Mary?
Oh, I do like them. They just don't like me. They're always punishing me for everything.
Just tell your grandmother why you were punished yesterday.
Just because Rosalie and Evelyn heard things and you took it out on me.
That's not the reason you were punished.
Heard what things, Mary?
Mrs. Mortar was telling Miss Dobie that she knew what was going on and that she knew what Miss Dobie felt about you and things that happened.
Mrs. Tilford, my aunt is a stupid woman. What she said wasn't pleasant. It was said to annoy me. It meant no more than that.
What do you think Mrs. Mortar meant by all that, Mary?
I don't know, but funny things did happen. She said things about the times when you'd come at night and we'd listen. I'd get frightened.
Be still. No. You don't want her to be still now. What did you hear? What did you see?
I don't know. There was just things.
What things?
I don't know, but I saw plenty of things. We all did. And one night, Dr. Carden was up in Miss Dobie's room late, and I was listening.
Why did you think it was wrong for me to be in Miss Dobie's room?
Because it was at night, and I was leaning down by the keyhole, and I saw things, and I got scared. Then you left him.
Ask her again how she could see us.
I was leaning down by the keyhole, and
There is no keyhole on my door. What? There is no keyhole on my door.
It wasn't her room, Grandma. It was the other room. I guess it was Miss Wright's room. She was out.
And how did you know anybody was in Miss Wright's
I
room?
told you, because we heard you. I heard you.
My room is on the first floor at the other end of the house. It is impossible to hear anything from there.
Mary, what is this?
Everybody is yelling at me. I don't know what I'm saying with everybody mixing me all up. I did see them.
I want the truth now. All the truth, whatever it is.
We're finished here, Mrs. Tilford. We've cleaned your house. We can go home now.
No, please. Mary. Oh, stop that crying. I want the truth.
All right.
What is the truth?
It was Rosalie who saw them. I just said it was me so I wouldn't have to tattle on Rosalie. You asked Rosalie. You just asked her. She's here. She told me all about it.
Ask her, Mrs. Tilford.
Very well. Rosalie.
Mrs. Tilford, you deserve whatever you get.
I don't know.
Did you call me Mrs. Tilford?
Yes, Rosalie. Rosalie, Mary tells me that there's been a lot of talk in the school about Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden. Is that true?
I don't know what you mean.
What was the talk about?
Don't be frightened, Rosalie.
I don't know what Mrs. Tilford means, Miss Wright.
Rosalie, Mary has told her grandmother that certain things at school have been puzzling you girls. You particularly.
History puzzles me. I guess I'm not very good at history, and Helen...
No, that's not what she meant. She says that you saw certain things between Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden that weren't right.
Oh, no. I didn't. I never said such a thing. I never saw any such thing.
Oh, yes, you did, too. You told me what you saw. You're just trying to get out of it. I remember when you said it. I remember it because it was the day Helen Burton's bracelet.
I never did.
It was the day Helen Burton's bracelet was stolen, and nobody knew who did it. And Helen said that if her mother found out, she'd have the thief put in jail.
No!
There's nothing to worry about, Rosalie. You must help her by telling the truth.
Yes, the truth.
Well, Rosalie?
Grandma, there's something I've got to tell you. It's about Helen Burton's bracelet.
Yes! I said that. I told her it was right. That was right. I said it.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, and Mary Astor return to us shortly in the third act of our play. Since a child figures so conspicuously in these three, I thought it appropriate to invite here three youngsters who last year startled the literary world by writing the bestseller Around the World in 11 Years. They are Patience, Richard, and Johnny Abbott. And knowing them, I can assure you they're nothing like the Mary Tilford of these three. Their mother is here with them on our stage. Their father, James Abbey, is a noted newspaper photographer who liked to have his children near him during his assignments in Europe. A few months ago, the Abbey children came to Hollywood to gather material for another book. They called this one, Of All Places. Published in October, it already has reached a sale of 20,000 copies and contains some of the shrewdest observations on Hollywood I've ever encountered. Patience is 13, Richard is 11, and Johnny, I'd say you're about 10, aren't you?
I, Johnny, am 10 years old, and Mom here is 38.
And I, Cecil, don't believe Mama wants you broadcasting her age.
I, Johnny, like Mr. DeMille because he has a nice bald head like Papa's. I, Richard, think Papa's head is balder and bumpier.
And I think we should change the subject. Richard, the phrases I, Patience, I, Johnny, and I, Richard have become so well known
that it might be a good idea for you to explain how you happen to refer to yourselves in that manner.
Well, when we were children, living in Paris, Mama would be downstairs a lot of the time, and we would be upstairs playing. Mama would say, "Which one of you is making all that noise up there?"
And I would say, "It is I, Patience, if it was I."
So we got in the habit of saying, "I, Patience, I, Richard, or I, Johnny."
Very sensible. Now tell us about your new home in Colorado. Don't you miss tall buildings and exciting things that happen in the city?
I, Richard, like tall mountains better than tall buildings, and there is nothing more exciting than building a new home out of logs, which we are doing now on our ranch.
I, Johnny, would just as soon keep on taking a bath in a tin tub in front of the fire like we have to do in our present house. Our present house is not very high class.
I, Patience, think one of the nicest things about taking a bath is the Lux toilet soap we use. I, Richard, think you are trying to make an impression with Mr. DeMille. But it's so, Mr. DeMille, as Mama can tell you.
That's quite true, Mr. DeMille. The children have liked Lux soap for a long time. Even while we were living abroad, we could get Lux toilet soap almost any time and any place. When we were in Hollywood this summer, we visited the homes of any number of stars. It was really quite amazing to see how popular Lux toilet soap is with picture stars.
I, Johnny, like Hollywood very much. The stars let us swim in their swimming pools and didn't mind if we stayed till 10 o'clock.
Who are some of the stars who entertained you?
I, Patience, remember Bing Crosby especially. He's like a nice farmer. His eyes are blue and very beautiful. They may call him a crooner, but as far as we're concerned, Bing Crosby is a fine man. Cary Grant is a wonderful man with black eyes and fine teeth that are not false. I, Patience, think Hollywood is one of the most beautiful places in the world. At night it is like the Arabian Nights, full of jewels. And as you can forgive anything, if there is anything to forgive, when you see a city that is such a sight as that at night, and figure that it would not look that way if there was anything wrong with it. And I, Richard, think we have talked long enough and would rather sit down and hear the play, so let's beat it. If you had any manners, you say thank you first to Mr. DeMille. Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Thanks, Mr. DeMille.
You're very welcome. Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, Mary Astor, and an all-star cast resume our play, These Three. More weeks have gone by. Weeks which have dragged interminably through its trial for slander, ending in a judgment against the two girls. At the deserted farmhouse, Karen stands near the window, looking out at the bleak countryside. Martha comes from the hall and throws her coat on a chair.
Oh, it's getting cold.
Thought you were going out for a walk.
I thought so, too. I think so every day, but I can't stand being stared at anymore.
I know. It's raining again. I used to like it here when it rained. When this house and this room were full of girls and our life was full. All kinds of weather seemed good then.
Oh, you'll be getting married soon. Things will be all right then.
Yes.
Karen, there mustn't be anything wrong between you and Joe. Never.
Nothing's wrong. Nothing.
Woo, Joe.
What?
Oh, Aunt Lily, she's come back.
That's nice.
Here I am. Hello, Martha. Karen, darling, how are you?
What about these bags, lady?
Upstairs, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, the Duchess, returned at long last. We're delighted to see you.
And I'm so glad to see you both. I'm so glad to see the dear old place again. Dreadful weather. How's everything?
Everything's fine. We're splendid, thank you.
That's good.
Where have you been?
Around and around. I've had a most interesting time.
Why didn't you answer our telegrams?
Things have changed in the theater drastically, I may say.
Why didn't you answer our telegrams?
Oh, Martha, there's your temper again.
Don't bother about my temper. Answer me.
Well, I was moving around a great deal.
Was that why you refused to come back and testify for us?
Oh, that's not the way to look at it. I didn't refuse.
Listen, Aunt Lily. We've been trying for months to defend ourselves in the courtroom against the lies of a child called Mary Tilford.
Oh, what a dreadful girl that is.
A great part of the Tilford case was based on remarks made by Lily Morter, actress, against her niece. That's me. And a greater part of the case rested on the telling fact that Mrs. Morter would not appear in court to deny or explain those remarks. As you probably read in the papers, we lost the case.
But it couldn't have done any good for all of us being mixed up in that unpleasantness. And now that I'm here, I'm going to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I'm going to help.
There's a train at 6 o'clock. Get on it.
Martha!
You've come back to pick the bones dry. Well, there aren't even bones anymore.
When you wish to apologize, I shall be temporarily in my room.
Please see that it is only temporary. Joe, please sit down. You've been pacing the floor ever since you got here.
Sorry, Karen. I've got something on my mind. I'd like to get rid of it.
Yes? Well,
Karen, we're going away. You and I. We're going to Vienna.
you mean you're leaving the hospital? Why?
Well, I think it'll be better. I've cabled Dr. Fisher. He says I can have my old place back. It'll be nice seeing Vienna again.
You don't want to go to Vienna.
No, I don't. But we can't stay here. We've got to start all over again, with all this behind us.
Yes, what you've done, you've done.
What I've done? Karen, what do you mean, what I've done?
Oh, I didn't mean anything, Joe.
Karen, what's the matter with us? Everything we say to each other seems to mean something else. Look at me. Your face is the way it was that last day in court, ashamed. And sad at being ashamed. What is it, darling?
I don't know. I just don't know whether people can start again.
Are you telling me that you believe what that child said? That Martha and I
No, Joe, I don't. I don't know anymore.
Karen, Martha and I have never even thought of each other. Do you believe that?
People don't believe just because other people ask them to believe.
Oh.
It's that I'd never know, really know.
Well, that child certainly did a fine job on the three of us, didn't she?
If we could only take back these months, take them back and forget them, but we can't. Joe, go to Vienna. Go alone. I can't go with you now.
Karen,
No.
darling.
Words aren't any good. They won't help us anymore.
Karen, I'll always love you. If ever you can believe in me again, I'll be there for you. Goodbye, Karen.
Goodbye. My love.
Well, dinner's almost ready. Oh, where's Joe?
Gone.
Gone where?
Out, away, to Vienna.
Vienna? Oh, Karen, what's the matter? What's happened?
I told him that I believed you and...
Oh, no. No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have thought that. Didn't he tell you it wasn't true?
Yes, he told me.
You don't believe him?
I don't know what I believe anymore.
Oh, things can't be like this, Karen. It isn't true. You can't think
Oh,
that...
no, it's beyond that now. Don't talk about it anymore.
You've thought that all these months, and yet you stood by it. Oh, Karen, you've been a good friend.
Karen, that woman said, clean our house. Well, then, let's finish cleaning it. It makes no difference now. We might as well pull all the pieces down. I do love Joe. I have loved him. He never knew about it, and he never even thought about me. I think I've loved him since the first day we came here. There it is, Karen. That's all of it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the three of us. And can't you believe me now? Strange. He asked me the same thing. I see.
Martha? Martha, I'm ready to leave now. You hear, Martha?
Yes. Wait a few minutes. I'll be leaving with you.
Well, the whole thing was most unpleasant. You're well out of it, if you ask me. Martha, I tell you, when I read what those children said about you...
Oh, I don't want to talk about it, Aunt Lily, now or ever.
I know, but you'll be thinking about it. I know. I knew that girl from the first. She never took me in. I saw through her at once, deceiving me with those flowers and bullying the other girls. Why, she had that little Rosalie right under her tongue.
All right, Lily, let's not go into this anymore.
She made that child do dreadful things. I never thought about it at the time. But you know, I've thought for months that she made Rosalie steal Helen Burton's bracelet.
What?
Well, it was the day they left to go to Mrs. Tilford. Of course, I didn't know they were leaving. I heard them in their room. They were talking about the bracelets, and I'll bet...
Conductor!
Yes, ma'am?
What's the next stop?
Glendale.
Why, Martha, what on earth you...
I'm getting off. I want to see Rosalie, and I want to see Mary Tilford. I want to see them together.
This is a rather unusual request, Miss Toby.
Yes, but the girls are here, Mrs. Tilford. You sent for Rosalie?
Yes? Oh, come in, Rosalie.
Miss Toby.
Good afternoon, Rosalie.
Come in, Mary.
What does she want?
Rosalie, I want to speak to you.
Me, Miss Toby?
Yes, Rosalie. I want to ask you about Helen Burton's bracelet.
Oh, please. Please, Miss Toby. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to take it.
Then you did take it.
Yes, but I meant to give it back. I did. Honest.
All right, dear, all right. No one's going to punish you. But now, tell me one thing more. Those stories about me and Dr. Carden, they weren't true, were they?
No, ma'am.
Then why did you say they were?
She made me. Mary made me. She knew I had the bracelet. She was going to tell. She said I'd go to prison.
Oh.
She made me do it. I didn't want to. She made me.
Grandma, don't believe her. Don't believe a word she says. She's just trying to get out of it. She's making it all up. She lies all the time. Everybody knows she does. Grandma, don't believe her. You heard what she said that day. You heard her say about it.
Quiet. All my life, the mistakes I've made have been honorable ones. You made me make the first that was dishonorable. Go upstairs to your room, miss. And Rosalie, you wait inside, please. Well, Miss Dobie, there's no use pretending that I know any way to take back what I've done. But whatever little there is to do, a public apology, the damage suit paid in full.
A public apology and money. You think that fixes everything? That's very neat, Mrs. Tilford. If we were puppets on a string whose hearts could be put together again, but... Well, that's not the way things ever happen.
Oh, but let me try to help you. Let me do what little I can.
Help me? No. But I'd like you to take the message to Karen. Tell her everything that's happened today, and then tell her to go to Joe, wherever he is. Tell her I said that. Tell her I want her to go.
She said, tell Karen to go to Joe, wherever he is. Tell her when that happens, I'll be all right. She said you'd know what she meant, Miss Wright.
Yes, I know what she meant. I know so well. You'll excuse me, won't you, Mrs. Tilford? I've got to pack. I'm leaving tonight for Vienna.
The music swells, the audience applauds. The curtain slowly falls, bringing our play to its happy conclusion. Checking up on the current doings of our principals, I learned that this first week of December finds Mary Astor just finishing a new film at MGM. Barbara Stanwyck is casting a proud eye on the racehorses at her San Fernando Valley ranch, preparing for the Santa Anita track opening. While Errol Flynn, as I mentioned before, is swinging the quarterstaff and wearing Lincoln green as Robin Hood. I hope, Errol, that your picture is as big a hit as when Douglas Fairbanks played the role just 15 years ago.
Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille. I hope so, too. I remember the old version distinctly. I was at school in Ireland at the time and sneaked out of classes and spent my lunch money for tickets. By the way, what else were you people in Hollywood turning out those days?
Well, many of our listeners will recall Orphans of the Storm with the Gish Sisters, produced by D.W. Griffith. I tried to rival it with Fool's Paradise and Manslaughter. My big stars were Dorothy Dalton, Conrad Nagel, Thomas Meehan, and Leatrice Joy. Sound pictures were 4 years away, and Rudolph Valentino was silently elevating the blood pressure of the feminine world. Barbara Stanwyck, in her very early teens, was already dancing in a New York chorus. And Mary Astor... Well, Mary, what does 1922 mean to you?
Well, for one thing, it brings back the hours I spent in my father's room playing with a contraption he'd just built. It consisted of a wire coil, a pair of earphones, a piece of crystal, and a couple of inches of wire known as a cat's whisker. I think Dad called it a radio.
It was the year that The Sheep was no kind of a book for any respectable girl to read. And did we eat it up? And the whole country was humming a tune called April Showers, written by the musical director of this program, Lou Silvers.
Yes, and girls began bobbing their hair, and some of them got fired from their jobs for doing it. Not long afterwards, Lux toilet soap came along, and I hear it made the same fine impression on the Hollywood stars of the 20s as it does today. To me, it's the finest complexion care in the world, and I think Barbara will back me up.
Of course I will, Mary, because I use Lux toilet soap every day in the year, and I think that's the best recommendation I could give. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for another grand evening, and to all our listeners, good night.
And may I add just one word of gratitude to the members of our cast, Alma Kruger, Constance Collier, Marcia May Jones, Helen Parrish, and all the others who helped us so splendidly.
Let me thank you for them, Errol. We look forward to having you, Mary, and Barbara with us again during the new year.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Another gala program awaits you next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater. And Mr. DeMille returns shortly to tell you about it. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Tonight's cast included Dorothy Gray as Helen, Helena Grant as Agatha, Lou Merrill as taxi driver, and Frank Nelson as conductor. Barbara Stanwyck is currently seen in the RKO film Breakfast for Two. Marcia May Jones and Helen Parrish are making Mad About Music at the new Universal Studios. And now, here's your producer, Mr. DeMille. It's a play of melodrama, romance, and strange, dark happenings that awaits you in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. A play that carries you from the fog-bound streets of London to the bleak and misty moors of Scotland. Its title, The 39 Steps. Filmed by Gaumont British, it's one of the most successful modern mystery stories ever brought to the screen. As the polished adventurer, caught in the web of violence and intrigue, we star Robert Montgomery. And at the other end of the romantic seesaw, one of the cleverest of our rising young stars, Miss Ida Lupino. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
You know, it's a strange thing, the way we accept the Lord's blessing sometimes. Perhaps it's because we try to tell the Lord the method and manner in which we'd like the blessing delivered. We forget that while the Lord listens to our prayers and requests, He still knows what's best for us. The Lord's wisdom is without fault, and we're the ones who fail to understand His ways because we think that we know all the answers. Our story today pretty well illustrates what I've been talking about. I think I'll call this one The Blessings of Snow. Let's drop over to the big feed mill owned by Barney Carver. In fact, the place is known as Carver's Corners, where two main roads intersect right in the heart of the big prairie country just to the southeast of Knotty Pine. It's mid-morning, and a group of the farmers are gathered around having a little chin fest.
Another dry year, and I won't be bringing any grain here to be ground, Barney.
I guess you won't be alone, Sam. If we don't get moisture pretty soon, the big prairie will be the big desert.
Yeah, it's almost that now.
I know. Me and the missus took a ride last week, and I had to turn back. I just couldn't stand looking at that country shriveling up like a dead branch.
Leo, how long do you think you can hold out?
Well, I don't know. A year, maybe 2. Not more than that. I don't want to use up all my savings to get blood out of a turnip. Now we have to use some of it to relocate. No, but I won't relocate on a farm. I'd go to the city first.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too.
You too, Bruce?
Yep, me too. There's no sense beating my head against a brick wall. If the good Lord isn't going to send moisture, then I'm going to quit farming.
I'm afraid you fellas reflect the attitude of most of the farmers, and that's bad. Very bad.
Yeah, but what kind of work can fellows like us do in the city? Why, we've been farmers for generations. I don't know about city life.
Yeah, but I still
Well, I suppose you'd rather move to another farm and get parched out on it. Well, then when you're stone broke, try to start all over again. Well, that's not for me. No, I'm giving 1 more year. If we don't get enough moisture to farm like this, well, I'm pulling up stakes.
Leo's right. You don't call this stuff grain, do you? Look at it.
Yeah.
This ain't grain. I don't know what it is, but maybe you could call it a handful of nothing. A whole year's work for a handful of nothing.
Barney, fill the tanks with diesel juice, will you?
Sure, Lefty. Right away.
Howdy, men. What kind of critters you got in the truck, Lefty? Why, don't you know? Them are cattle, steers. I was just a-wondering. They sound like steers, but they sure don't look like steers. They changed the market now so you can get the highest price for the skinniest critters? Sort of looks that way with the load I've been hauling to market.
You're filled up, Lefty.
Thanks, Barney. Well, gotta get going now. There's supposed to be a blizzard heading our way.
Blizzard?
Turn on the radio and you'll hear the joke of the year. Weather Bureau says we're going to have moisture.
Now, let's go inside for a while and listen to that noise box.
We interrupt this program to bring you a blizzard warning for the Knotty Pine and Big Prairie area. It is expected that 8 to 10 inches of snow will fall, accompanied with high winds and dropping temperatures. The storm is moving swiftly and is expected to hit this area around noon. We return to our regularly scheduled program.
You hear that? You fellas had better skedaddle for home and get your hatches battened down.
Barney, you must be loco.
Huh?
Like Lefty said, this is the joke of the year.
And hell, I'm not a betting man, but I'm almost tempted to put $10 on the fact that not one snowflake will fall on Big Prairie.
Yeah, I can see the snow piled high all around now. My snow shovel has got so much rust on it that only the handle is left.
What is a snow shovel?
Well, a snow shovel is a dustpan type object with a handle that you keep around the house so you have something to fall over.
So that's what that big red shovel I got out in the garage is used for. I was going to give it to the museum.
Hey, did you fellas know I've got a white elephant painted red?
No.
Yeah, it's a snowplow attachment for the front of my tractor. You know, we had a big snow 7 years ago. I bought it. Well, what a waste of money.
You should have bought a sprinkling can for the front of your tractor instead.
Hey, say, we better hurry, Homer. We might not make it for all the snow.
I got it. Hello, Ranger Headquarters. Bill Jefferson speaking. Well, thanks for the warning. Yes. Goodbye. Well, fellas, we better put our parkas on, get ready for a snow battle.
Blizzard?
Yeah. A real bad one heading this way.
You sure it'd come here, Bill?
Yes, that's what the weather boy just told me. Knotty Pine and Big Prairie Country will get the heaviest snowfall. Well, here's where I go into hibernation in my rocking chair.
You do it. I'll put a tack there.
Oh, yeah? You try it. I'll put a piece of plank in my britches. All right, you two. Let's get ready for the big snow. Save your energy for that. We might need it.
Boy, oh boy. Look at that snow. Wow.
Yeah, 20 inches of it so far. There's not much we can do with it blowing so fiercely either.
That's right. Using snowplow, waste of time.
When does storm due to get tuckered out?
Sometime tonight or early tomorrow.
Well, I guess I'll go back to sleep until then. You do that, old-timer. We'll keep an eye on this wonderful snow.
You talk like this blizzard's a blessing.
It most certainly is, pal.
Why, but think of all the damage it's doing.
I'm sure the benefits of the moisture will be more than offset by the damage, especially on the Big Prairie.
Yeah, that's right. I never thought of it that way.
Big Prairie hard hit by drought. They need snow.
Well, they're sure getting it. Last report, they had 29 inches over there.
That ought to make them happy.
I hope so.
You made it.
Sure I made it. You don't think a little snow's gonna stop me?
We were kind of worried. Big Prairie got plastered with the stuff.
You don't say. What pen do you want me to put these stairs in?
Make it number 12. Hey, what's your hurry?
Gotta go back for another load.
What, in this weather?
Oh, this ain't tough weather. The stuff will be gone by the time I get back to Big Prairie.
Hello, Sam. How do you like the snow?
What snow? It's going down the river fast it came. You looked at your thermometer lately?
Well, you mean this moisture isn't going to do any good?
No, I knew it was too good to be true. We need a slow thaw so the stuff will soak into the ground.
That's it.
This is leaving as fast as it came.
It sure is. Real runoff.
If this warm spell holds out another day, the snow will be gone. Every last bit of it.
Just a little bit more. Oh, that's good.
Well, Big Brute didn't get much of a workout.
I'll say he didn't. This fast thaw sure took the snow away in a hurry.
Yeah. Well, hope the Big Prairie got some benefit from this storm.
Yeah, so do I. Boy, they sure need it.
And how? Well, a little bit's better than none at all. Perhaps the farmers will have enough moisture from this to sprout their spring crops and help the winter grains.
If they can get that much benefit, then this snow is some blessing.
You're right there, pal. The Lord does everything for a purpose, and it's up to us to see the blessing in it. Sometimes we can't see the blessing until it's long past.
Hello, Leo.
Howdy, Sam. I see you getting your plows ready to go.
Yep, Bruno's putting the razor edge on them. I figure I might as well plant seed. There won't be much more in the hole because of it.
Well, that's the way I figured, too. Maybe the little moisture we got will be enough to sprout the seeds.
Little moisture's right. Why, I turned over a couple of furrows just for the fun of it, and, why, the soil's like powder.
Let's stop kidding ourselves, Sam. We're through farming this country, and we all know it.
Yep, we're hanging on to a Greased rope.
Can I take the stick a while, Grey Wolf?
Ah, sure. You get sleepy from nothing to do.
Yeah, sure am. You know, some days flying patrol it isn't worth a nickel. Just trees and trees and more trees. Throw in a couple of rivers, about a dozen creeks, and that's it.
You're right. Ah, you ready to take over?
Yeah, now.
Yeah, set automatic pilot. Then we change seats.
I feel better. That exercise moves some blood around.
Why you not get out and run a while?
I would, but my legs aren't long enough to reach the ground from here.
Bill to Patrol Plane 6. Bill to Patrol Plane 6. Over.
Oh, I wonder what Bill wants. Patrol Plane 6 to Bill, over.
Henry, Grey Wolf. You fellas hot-footed into the field. I'll be waiting for you there. Over.
Okay, we're coming right in. What's up? Over.
Another blizzard warning. Only this one is to be worse than the last. Over and out.
Home, James, and don't spare the horsepower.
Tie the plane down, and then we got to get out of here.
Okay, on the double.
Where we go in great hurry?
Over to Carver's Corners.
All that distance with this storm coming up?
I figure we can beat the storm and still get there and back if we hurry.
Why we go to Carver's Corners?
Well, I heard through the grapevine that they're kind of laughing at these warnings. I want to talk to Bonnie about it. If it's true, try to impress them. At this time, they'd better listen. The weather boys tell me this is going to be a real humdinger.
The plane's anchored down.
Okay, let's go. Hey, looks like Lefty's going to take a load of cattle through to Central City.
Yes? Why, he's crazy if he does.
See you later, Bonnie. Don't get caught in all the snow we're going to get.
Hey, Lefty.
Huh? Oh, hiya, Bill, fellas.
Howdy, Lefty. You aren't going to drive through to Central City, are you?
Sure, why not?
Well, look, man, we're due for a worse blizzard than the last one we had.
No, I drove through that one and made it almost on time.
Young fella, your roof leaks like a sieve.
Taking chances is what makes life interesting, old-timer. Keeps you young.
Yeah, you're right there. It'll keep you young, all right.
Yeah, what do you mean? I don't like the way you agree with me.
You'll stay young, all right, taking chances like you do. In fact, sonny, you'll never grow old because you won't live that long.
Oh, come on now.
Stumpy's right. You better stay here.
Bill, you see how high my rig rides off the road?
Yeah?
Well, I'd have to put down 15 to 20-foot drifts to stop that diesel job of mine. There's real power there, boy. Oh, see you later.
Lefty, use your common sense.
I am. You know as well as I do that there's not going to be any 15-foot drifts. Big Prairie get 15-foot drifts. What a joke that'll be.
Well, Lefty, I hope the joke isn't going to be on you. Barney, we can't stay but a couple of minutes, so I want you to listen closely to what I have to say.
Go ahead, Bill. Shoot.
I've heard through the grapevine that the boys out here on the Big Prairie are laughing at the blizzard warning.
Oh, you heard right.
Well, you'd better get a hold of the influential men out here and talk some sense into their heads before it's too late. This blizzard coming our way is going to be a humdinger. The granddaddy of them all. You understand?
Well, I understand, Bill, but I don't believe it. And you can't blame us for feeling the way we do.
Well, I haven't time to argue the point, because we got to get back to our equipment so we can help fight the storm. But mark my words, Tell the farmers out here to take heed, or they might be sorry. Awfully sorry. Let's go, man.
Hey, go on.
We've got first aid gear, rope, lights, blankets, and stimulant in Big Brute's cabin.
Fine, Henry. Keep the motor idling so we can be ready to go at a moment's notice.
Right. Hey, look at it snowing outside. Why, big as silver dollars.
That's why we gotta be ready. Good and ready.
Yeah, you said it. I have a feeling that this is going to be one we're not going to forget for a long time.
The rotary plows are in good shape, Sonny, and they got their cabins chock full of stuff we might need to help out. That's fine, old-timer.
Snowmobile ready. Boys at airport have skis on patrol plane.
Good work, Grey Wolf. Now we're ready for anything. And that's what we're liable to get, too. Well, let's go back in the office and set up our cots. Get 4 or 5 hours sleep. And we'll take turns staying up and keeping our driveways cleared off so we can get out in a hurry.
Sounds good to me. Let's get some shut-eye.
Shut-eye good. Maybe last we get for a long time.
Bill, wake up.
Oh. You, pal, huh? What time is it?
4 o'clock.
Huh? Already? How's the snow?
Bad. Very bad. Boy, are we getting pasted, but for real.
Well, say we're getting pasted. By the ton. Get Stumpy and Grey Wolf up. I'll make breakfast.
Okay. Stumpy, Grey Wolf, come on, get up.
Ah, what do you mean, get up? I've been awake ever since you got Bill up. You fellas make more noise than a wounded moose.
Well, I say same thing.
Go on, roll him out of the sack and open the door, pal. That'll get him up.
Okay.
You do it, I'll bounce his boot off your pumpkin head.
That'd wake him.
How's the white stuff outside?
Oh, there's feet of it.
That's not so good, Press. Come on, get it, fellas. Isn't fancy, but... All right, I'll get it. Ranger headquarters. Oh, yes, Doc. Well, sure. Sure, we'll be right out. Goodbye.
Here we go.
Right. Grab what you can of breakfast, Henry, and run. Grey Wolf, Stumpy, you fellas stand by here and use your own judgment on calls for help. Come on, pal. We'll take Big Brute.
Well, this begin merry-go-round until storm over.
Yep, it sure does. And Bill calls snow a blessing.
Say, I forgot to ask. Where are we going and why?
Well, it was Doc Wilkins. He's out at the Sims Ranch. A little girl has appendicitis, and he can't get through the snow to get her to the hospital.
Big Brute will get through all right. Look at the way this cat shoves those drifts back where they belong.
Right. Turn the radio on, pal. That way we can keep our ear tuned for trouble.
Right. Here's the Sims place. Boy, we can't see more than 50 feet ahead of us.
You said it. I'll pull as close to the house as I can and then turn around. You take over the controls then. I want to talk to the doc.
Okay.
Okay, take over. I'll be back shortly.
Bill Jefferson,
thank the Lord you got here.
How is she, Doc?
Not too bad, but we can't wait. Should we take her in Big Brute?
No, sir.
Why not?
I can only see 50 feet. You follow us in your car. If Big Brute falls off the road, you'll see it and stop at once.
I see. Well, let's get going.
Right.
All set?
Yeah. Let me take the controls, Henry. If we lose the road, I don't want it to be your responsibility. Now, hang on. Bill to Grey Wolf. Go ahead, over.
We get call that busload of people stranded in snow on Highway Z. What do we do, Bill?
I'm bringing in Doc Wilkins, the Sims girl, and her parents. They're following us in Doc's car. Have Stumpy meet us at the intersection of Highway Z and 4. Tell the old-timer to get out there fast with a rotary plow. We'll proceed out Highway Z to the stranded bus and plow the highway to Carver's Corners for the bus. Over and out.
We have it, Bill. Out.
How's the doc making out back there, Henry?
Pretty good. He's right behind us. I guess that helps keep the snow off his windshield. Once in a while, Mr. Sims hangs out the window and knocks the snow off.
Fine. We'll meet Stumpy in half an hour.
Bill, that big cat of yours sure has power.
Sure has, Barney. It's really two cats in one.
Yeah? Well, whatever it is, it sure does the job. These passengers have you to thank for getting them to safety.
How much snow do you have out there, Barney?
25 inches with drifts of 15 feet.
Hey, what's that? The roof! Get the people out of here! Get out here! We got to get up there and shovel off some of the snow right away before the roof caves in.
Well, thanks for the help, men. Boy, that was close.
Well, we got to get back. Henry's in the cab now, listening to the radio. In case more calls for help come through. Have you got any diesel fuel left?
Well, officially, no. Unofficially, yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I thought I'd better try to conserve what I had, Bill, just in case it was needed for an emergency, like filling up Big Brute. We got to keep that big cat going.
Bill, a call just came through.
Huh? What happened?
Lefty's just showed up in Central City.
Hasn't showed up? Uh-oh. As soon as Big Brute's fuel tank is full, we'll get out and look for him.
Boy, going's really getting rough, even for Big Brute.
Nothing to worry about, pal. I still have 2 lower gears to shift into.
I know, but look at those drifts. Man alive.
Just keep an eye out for Lefty's truck.
How far have we gone?
Well, I'd say roughly 50 miles.
Roughly is right. Hey, there's a truck up ahead.
Good. I hope we've made it in time.
I don't see any signs of life, but it's Lefty's truck, all right. Should I get out and go in the cab?
Just a minute. I want to clear some space around the truck for our own safety. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, pal. Let's get out and have a look.
Wait a minute.
Huh? What's the matter? You're white as a ghost.
On top of the truck, where the canvas is flapping. There's a man's foot.
Great Scott, you're right. Come on. Must have been trying to fasten down the canvas. I'm going up there, Henry. Get him. Give me a hand on the way down.
All right, here he comes. Top. I got him.
All right, let's get him into the cab. There he goes.
That's it. There he is. Well, there's Lefty, all right. Boy, he must be almost froze to death.
Not almost, pal.
Don't fool him. Is he dead?
Yeah. He took one chance too many.
Bill, you said that this snow is a blessing from the Lord?
It is, pal. This snow is worth millions of dollars. It's too bad Lefty couldn't have lived to take fat cattle to market.
Instead of skinny steers.
Yeah. You can't defy all rules of common sense and still live to enjoy the Lord's blessings. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guests tonight, Mr. and Mrs. James Mason, yours truly, Toby Reed, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we join the Burnses today, Gracie is just giving George a bit of thrilling news.
George, I just found out the most exciting thing. Guess who moved from England and lives right here in Beverly Hills?
Who?
James Mason.
No.
Yes, and his wife. Or, as they say in England, his old fruit.
Remember Mason in the Seventh Veil? Wasn't he great?
Oh, wonderful. And just think, now he's our neighbor. We're almost close enough to hear his wife scream.
Well, why should his wife scream?
Well, it must hurt when he beats her with that cane.
Gracie, he only did that in the movie. In real life, James Mason is probably very kind and gentle.
Don't you dare say such mean things about him.
Mean things?
Kind and gentle. That's a fine way to talk about that magnificent monster.
I'm sorry I insulted him.
What a man. He's Humphrey Bogart with a broad A.
Sure.
You know, some girls dream of getting a husband who'll cover them with diamonds and mink. I'd rather have James Mason and be covered with Band-Aid.
You would?
Sure. Women love to be dominated. But in all the years we've been married, you've never struck me once. You're very selfish, George.
Yes, I'm a mess.
Well, please try to act rough and rugged when the Masons get here. I'm going to invite them over for a visit.
Gracie, you can't do that. They're reserved English people, and they won't accept an invitation from a stranger.
Oh, my goodness, I feel like I know Mr. Mason. I've been using his jars for years.
That's a different Mason who makes mason jars.
But my father belongs to his lodge.
That's the Masonic Lodge, and it has nothing to do with James Mason. And while you're at it, you can also forget the Mason and Dixon line.
That I knew.
Well, good.
I've never seen Dixon, but Mason doesn't need a line.
Wow, yeah.
With those piercing black eyes and that cane, all he has to do is give you a look and a clap.
Gracie, for the last time, Mason is not that type of man. He's very soft-spoken and gentle. As a matter of fact, his hobby is raising cats.
You mean pussycats?
No, Sam Cats, Balaban's partner. He owns the Chicago Theater. Remember? We had trouble with our laundry? Yes. Now, forget about inviting the Masons over. We have absolutely nothing in common with them.
No?
No. They're British and we're Americans. They're in the movies, we're in radio. Their hobby is raising cats. Ours is raising a hooper. I hope.
So, their hobby is raising cats.
Sure, they've written a book. The Cats in Our Lives.
I see. Well, goodbye, dear.
Where are you going?
Out.
Just a minute, young lady. If you don't tell me where you're going, you're not leaving this house.
Oh, George, how thrilling. You ordered me not to leave the house. If you keep it up, you'll be just like James Mason.
Yeah, I'll go get my cane.
Yeah. So, dear, practice while I'm gone.
I'll practice,
Goodbye.
yes, goodbye.
George has no imagination. So we need something in common with the Masons. So we'll have it.
Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm your neighbor, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Burns? I'm Mr. Mason, and this is my wife, Pamela.
How do you do?
I just stopped by to ask you if you've seen anything of a stray cat.
No. Did you lose one?
Yes, my husband has a rare and valuable collection, and one of them disappeared.
Really? It so happens that Mrs. Mason has quite a collection of cats.
You don't say.
Yes. In our family, my wife is the fancier.
Oh, I don't know. You're pretty cute yourself.
I meant she's an expert on cats.
Oh, you mean like my husband?
Yes. How many do you have, Mrs. Burns?
Oh, only one. That's all the husbands they allow in this country.
I believe she was asking about cats, not husbands.
Well, we had 15 when I left the house. Of course, there may be more when I get back. See, our mother cat is very popular.
Is she expecting a litter?
No, her boyfriends can't write. They just call to her from the back fence.
Mrs. Burns, when a cat has a litter, she gives birth to kittens.
I don't doubt it. Oh, a shock like that.
Would you care to try, Pam?
Thank you, James. Mrs. Burns, what kind of cats do you have?
The kind with 4 legs and fur.
Yes, of course. But do you have any Persians or Siamese?
No, we don't keep people, just cats.
She's yours again, James.
Thank you. Mrs. Burns, what is your method of raising cats?
Well, we put both hands under their tummy and lift.
Righto. Do your cats have pedigrees?
Oh, no, we keep them very clean.
James.
Quiet. Have your cats ever been in a show?
Oh, yes, they love Mickey Mouse. They like your pictures too, Mr. Mason.
Pam?
What do you feed your cats?
Cheese.
Cheese?
Well, yes, they're too aristocratic to go looking for mice. And this way, the mice smell their breath and come looking for them.
James?
No, thank you, dear. I've had enough.
Mrs. Burns, we'd like very much to have a chat with your husband.
Oh, wonderful. Here's our address. Come right over.
Thank you. Now we can see for ourselves this wonderful collection of cats.
Oh, yes, the cats. Well, you better wait for about an hour or so. I don't think they're home right now.
I suppose your husband has taken them out for an airing.
Oh, I love that English accent. He doesn't take them out for an airing. They eat airing and halibut at home. We'll be expecting you.
Well, having told the Masons that her husband has a collection of cats, Gracie now has to produce them. So she has slipped a sardine into George's coat pocket and has talked him into walking through an alley with her.
Gracie, I don't get it. Why walk through an alley? We've got sidewalks.
Oh, but this is so quiet and romantic.
Only you could think an alley is romantic.
Rita Hayworth thinks so, too.
That's a different kind of an alley. And another thing. Oh, go away, kitty. Go away. Go away. And another thing. I keep smelling fish.
Oh, well, that's just the wind blowing in from the Pacific Ocean.
It's blowing the opposite direction.
Oh? Oh, well, then it's the wind from the Atlantic Ocean.
That's the other side of New York. We're in Los Angeles.
I know. Think how it must smell in Kansas City.
And an Altoona, too. Another cat following me.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Those darling little kitties like you.
Kitties? These are Skid Row tomcats. Oh. Coming at me from all directions. Shoot. Scat.
Oh, be careful, dear. You know, I think that black one could throw you.
Let's head for home, but fast. These broken
There's someone at the front door, George. Will you answer it?
I can't get up. There are 10 cats on my lap. They're swarming all over me.
Oh, all right. I'll go to the door. Oh, how do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Mason? Come right in.
Thank you, Mrs. Burns.
We're so anxious to meet your husband.
Oh, you'll love him, Mrs. Mason. He's the same type as your husband. Beats me all the time.
What?
Your husband beats you?
Oh, he's so British. Well, step right this way. He's frolicking with his cat.
Yes, I see him in the chair. He looks very distinguished with that long black mustache.
Oh, no, one of the cats has his tail in his face again. But that's my husband and his famous collection of rare cats.
Really? A bit moth-eaten, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the cats love him anyway.
I meant the cat.
Oh, well, come on and meet George. Darling, look who's here, Mr. and Mrs. James Mason.
What?
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
How do you do?
By Jove, Mr. Burns, I've never seen cats so devoted to a man.
Yes, look, James. They're trying to stick their heads into his coat pocket.
Well, they're so shy in front of strangers.
Shoo. Get off of me. Get off.
There seems to be a curious mixture of breeds. Pam, what would you say that grey one is?
Well, it could be part Maltese, but it's difficult to tell. It's shedding its fur.
Well, yes, it's part Maltese and part striptease. Well, Mr. Mason, how do you like the collection? They're real cats, aren't they?
I'm trying to decide. Mr. Burns, your wife told us about your cat collection, but we never expected anything like this. You must have tamed these creatures with a chair and a whip.
Wait a minute. My wife told you I collected cats? Gracie, I want to speak to you in the next room.
Yes, dear. Excuse me, please.
Certainly.
Come on. Oh, stop. Stop hanging on to me. Get away. Get away.
Well, Pam, isn't that the oddest collection of cats you ever saw?
Yes, but they fit in nicely with the people.
Mrs. Burns is a bit eccentric, isn't she?
Quite.
Of course, you can't blame her. That cologne he uses would drive anyone nuts.
Yes. It must be called Evening on a Live Bait Boat.
Strange people, these Americans.
I Can't Give You Anything But Love, one of our really top American tunes. Why, back in 1928, when it was first introduced, folks bought more than 1 million copies. What's the secret of a hit tune? Well, it's not one, but many things. Melody, rhythm, harmony, and they must all be expertly combined. Now listen a moment. Here's another great song from 1928. It's still a top favorite today. But can you name it when you hear just this mellow harmony? Listen now when we add this lovely counter melody for richness. Well, you still need the vigorous rhythm. And now listen to this grand song as you've always enjoyed it, the final arrangement complete with the full-bodied melody. I'll Get By. Truly a great song, isn't it? Yes, and like all the wonderful music we hear and enjoy year after year, it's made up of not one, but many fine orchestral parts, all skillfully blended in a final, full, rich arrangement. And friends, it takes this same skill in blending to bring you the famous brand of coffee that most Americans drink and enjoy. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. Its flavor, rich, satisfying, good to the last drop flavor that has made Maxwell House America's favorite brand of coffee. And to create this superb flavor, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many choice coffees from the highlands of Latin America. First, they select premium grades of Manizales coffees for mellowness. To these coffees, fine Medellins are added for richness. Next, other choice coffees are added to the Maxwell House blend for vigor. And then Bucaramanga's coffees contribute their fine, full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh.
It's a winning combination, friends. That superb flavor plus wonderful value. For today, you can enjoy superb Maxwell House for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the lowest priced coffee sold.
So tomorrow, discover all the extra flavor that's yours in every cup of America's favorite brand of coffee, famous Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, George still doesn't know that Gracie slipped a sardine into his coat pocket so that his popularity with cats would impress the James Masons.
Oh, quiet. Shoo. Get off of me. You back fence baritones.
No, George, please. The Masons are right in the next room.
Can't understand why these cats keep trying to stick their heads into my coat pocket. The world could be in there that, I see. What is this you put in my pocket?
Just a cigar, dear.
Oh, yeah? Well, I've looked at a lot of cigars. But this is the first one that looked back at me. Here, look at it.
Oh, how cute. A cigar with a mouth. It can blow out its own smoke.
Gracie, this is a sardine.
Really? Well, here, I'll light it for you.
You expect me to smoke this?
Well, why not? My brother Willie works in the cannery. He smokes fish all day.
So that's why these cats followed me. You stuck this fish in my pocket.
Well, darling, I wanted to make a good impression on James Mason and his wife. They're crazy about cats.
Well, fine. They can have these as a present. Come on. Excuse us for being so long, folks.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, my husband has decided to give you his rare collection of cats.
What?
It's a gesture to welcome you to this country.
We should have stood in England.
That black one might be useful, James. You could hang your hat on its hip bone.
Yeah. Say, wait a minute. Look at that magnificent white Persian under the chair.
Oh, he's a splendid fellow. I didn't see him before.
I think he's been hiding from the others.
Mrs. Mason, if you like him, he's yours.
Oh, Mr. Burns, do you mean it?
Certainly.
Oh, I could just kiss you.
Well, you better not kiss my husband. If you do, I'll kiss your husband.
I didn't really mean it, Mrs. Burns.
No, come on, please kiss him.
I think you meant that.
Honey, we better be running along.
Yes, thank you again for this wonderful cat.
Oh, tally ho, Mrs. Mason, or as you English say, goodbye.
I'll carry the cat outside for you.
Pram, I have an idea. Let's call the cat George in honor of our favorite American entertainer.
Oh, you shouldn't do that.
Why not? That George Jessel is a very clever chap.
Oh, yes, Jessel, one of Edward's boys, yes.
Goodbye, and thanks again.
Goodbye.
Hey, George, what were you three talking about out there?
Nothing, dear.
You know, Mrs. Mason certainly has a crush on you. I'm surprised she didn't take you home.
Oh, stop.
Well, she started flirting with you the minute she walked into this house. I saw her give you the double wink.
The double wink?
Well, sure. She took one look at you and closed both eyes.
Yes, she adores me. Hey, George, I just dropped by to tell you that you're in big trouble. One of the neighbors says you stole his white Persian tomcat. Holy smoke. Followed me home, and I gave it to James Mason. Well, then you better get it back. That's a valuable animal. That's the second most famous tomcat in town. Second? I'm the first. Gosh, Bill, I'm ashamed to ask for that cat back. You do it for me.
Okay. Gee, I never thought the day had come when I'd say I wanted George Burns' puss.
Come on, I'll drive you over there. I've just got to get that cat back.
Well, Pam, how are you getting on with the new cat?
Oh, famously, darling. I've bathed him and brushed him, and he's simply beautiful. Aren't you, George? See, he already responds to his new name.
Strange that Burns should have one thoroughbred among all those mongrels. You know, I'll wager it was Mrs. Burns who collected all those battered old veterans.
Why should she do that?
Well, having acquired Mr. Burns, she wanted a matched set.
Would you answer the door, darling? I want to go out in the garden and have a romp with George.
Very well, dear.
Come along, boy.
Hi, Jimmy. How's the boy?
I beg your pardon. Have we met?
Well, no, but surely you recognize me. I do picture work.
I'm sorry. We have none to be friends.
No, I act in pictures. I'm the darling of the American screen. Haven't you seen these dimples, these blonde curls?
Don't tell me you're Mary Pickford.
I'm Bill Goodwin. But enough about me. Mr. Burns sent me over to ask you if you'd return that white Persian cat.
But that was a gift to Mrs. Mason, and she's become extremely fond of it.
Well, I'm sure she'll listen to reason. You British are such fine, generous people. You've always been so gracious and understanding. Oh. That's the basis of the wonderful relationship between our two countries. That traditional British love of fair play and good sportsmanship.
By Jove, I like the way you talk, Mr. Goodwin.
And every word comes straight from my heart.
Let's continue this discussion over a cup of tea.
Fine. Well, as I was saying, you... Ooh. Tea! How dare you insult me like that?
I drink nothing but Maxwell House coffee. Offering me tea. Can't you British take a hint? We dumped that stuff overboard 200 years ago. What are you trying to do, start another revolution?
I'm awfully sorry.
You'll never talk this country out of Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite brand. A blend of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection. And you want us to drink tea? You skinny Charles Lawton.
Calm down, Mr. Goodwin. I'm well aware of the merits of Maxwell House coffee. I think it's quite delicious and refreshing.
It's too late to butter up to me now. I'm going out among people who know that Maxwell House coffee is rich and mellow, good to the last drop. Goodbye.
Bill, where's the cat? What did Mason say?
Oh, George, I'm too mad to talk about it. I'm going over to the golf course and cool off.
Okay. I'll talk to you over there. I'll meet you on the first tee.
Tea! Take that!
Oh.
Goodbye, you traitor.
I wonder why he slugged me. I'm his boss. I give him a salary. Why, every week I pay him... Maybe I better give him a raise.
Meanwhile, Gracie has learned that her husband was last seen at the Masons. Convinced that Mrs. Mason is trying to steal him, Gracie hurries over to get him back.
I'll get it, Pam. It may be that mad coffee merchant again. Oh, it's you, Mrs. Burns. Come in.
I've come to get George.
Oh, please don't. I've grown so fond of him.
Must you take him away?
Yes, I must.
Mrs. Burns, I appeal to you.
You certainly do, but I've come to get George.
Please let my wife keep him, Mrs. Burns.
You wouldn't object?
Not at all. If it makes Pam happy, I'll even let him sleep on the foot of our bed.
You English are broad-minded.
I'm sure James will be glad to pay you for him.
You want to buy him?
Yes, I'll give you $50. Why do you hesitate, Mrs. Burns? Is he worth more?
No, the price is right, but I love him.
I don't blame you. He is adorable. He has such a shiny coat.
Well, if you think that's shiny, wait till you see his pants.
What a cute way to describe his little fuzzy legs.
You've seen those?
Certainly. When I gave him his bath.
You gave him a bath?
Yes.
Well, if he let you do that, I've lost him. He's yours, Mrs. Mason.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, but be kind to him. Remember, he's getting old.
You'd never know it. He acts quite frisky around me.
Well, it's your first day together. He was frisky on our first day, too.
Any particular diet we should give him?
Oh, no. Just to help him to the table and put a napkin around his neck so he won't spill food on himself.
You think of him almost as a man, don't you?
Well, yes, and you must, too, no matter how people laugh.
Any other instructions?
Well, he's used to having a clean nightshirt every week.
He sleeps in a nightshirt?
Always.
Well, it's a sweet idea, but aren't they rather bunchy around the tail?
Not if you get them full. And, oh, yes, always have plenty of cigars for him.
George smokes cigars?
A dozen a day.
He'd be a sensation in vaudeville.
No, you're wrong. He tried it. Well, I'll be going. Tell him goodbye for me.
Wouldn't you like to see him before you go? After his bath, he looks so cute and fluffy.
No, I'm going home. Just tell him he can stop by any time and pick up his golf clubs and toothbrush. Goodbye.
Did she say golf clubs and toothbrush?
Yes. Pam, we've really got ourselves a cat.
Oh, Gracie, I'm home.
Well, decided to come crawling home to me. Eh, Fluffy?
Fluffy?
My, aren't we nice and clean after our bath?
Fluffy?
I suppose you had a perfectly delightful afternoon. Enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, I did.
You did, eh? Well, I'm leaving.
Why is she mad at me? I'm her husband. Her partner. Every week I divide our salary. I give her... Maybe I better start splitting it even.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for the Al Jolson Show, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash your graft rackets.
News desk has got... Hello, Gunnigan. Reed talking. I've just checked your front page. It's good. Fine. Keep that investigation yarn as the lead for all editions. That's right. Somebody sliced that graft melon, and the Sentinel's going to learn who got the slices. Check me if you get any bulletins. How's it coming, this case?
Last line, Mr. Reed. There you are. Is this going to be the lead editorial for tomorrow's Sentinel?
Yes. Mm-hmm. It looks okay.
I like the lead on it. The highway that Graft built.
It's not bad, is it?
Not bad. It hits the nail right on the head. Honestly, if the Sentinel hadn't learned how much that highway cost to build, nobody would have done a thing.
A newspaper that doesn't dig for facts doesn't get many scoops, Miss Case. Not only that, there's the name of this newspaper.
Huh?
I can remember when my father founded the paper. He called it the Sentinel. The meaning of that word is to watch and to guard. As long as I run this paper, we're not losing sight of that meaning. We're guarding the public interests with every issue.
Well, I may be prejudiced, but I'd say we're doing a pretty good job of it. Well, this investigation would never have started if Lowry hadn't discovered that somebody knew things ahead of time.
And this city needed a superhighway, Miss Case, but the price we paid for it...
Who bought that land ahead of time and boosted the price? This city real estate company...
The city real estate company is just a dummy up front. It's nothing but empty offices now.
What about Carson? He was listed as the president.
So what? Unless he admits that some political grafter gave him inside information on the route of the highway, he can keep on saying it was a lucky guess forever. And no one can say otherwise.
Proof, huh?
Yes, a little word, but it covers plenty of territory.
How's the investigation going?
You know as well as I do. Nothing so far.
Well, they've certainly got plenty of political big shots on the committee, hadn't they?
5, Miss Case. Bennett, Harper, Calloway, Monroe, Evan. Too many.
Why?
Well, the more men, the more chance that the strings are being pulled. With just one man, you know who gets the credit or the blame.
He's standing in the spotlight, is that it?
Exactly. Dead center. There's nothing like publicity to keep a man honest in this case.
Reed, the investigating started at last.
You been over at the meeting, Axford?
I couldn't get in. You know they're holding it in secret. But I got some friends, Reed.
Sergeant Moran, eh?
Golly, Casey, who told you?
Well, let's have it, Axford. The committee's calling up a witness.
Reed, Moran says the committee's going to subpoena Carson today.
Carson, huh? Miss Case, get Carson on the phone.
Right.
Reed, Carson won't give you no statement, not over the phone.
Perhaps not, Axford, but he can't refuse a request for an interview. You're going to see him tonight.
Your phone, Carson.
Calloway, you promised me I'd have no trouble about that highway. I bought that property, and your assurances there'd be no trouble.
None yet, is there?
You're a member of that investigating committee. Why didn't you protect me?
I couldn't ask not to have you questioned, could I?
It's not right.
Take that, Miss Prentice.
Yes, sir.
Calloway, I'm a respected citizen of this town. I refuse to be third degree.
Never mind that line, Carson. You and I work together to make some extra money.
Crooked money?
Crooked money or not, it still buys the same amount of food. Now stop sniveling. All right, you'll appear before the committee tomorrow. Just keep on saying that you made a guess about where the highway would go.
A guess?
A lucky guess. You stand pat.
Suppose they learn that you gave that advance information, that you told me to buy low and sell high.
Of course.
Suppose they learn that you and I split a profit of better than 500% of the real value of that property. Everyone suspects it already.
They don't suspect me, Carson. Just you.
If I named you...
You won't. You won't have to name anyone. Remember, I'll be at that meeting. I'll steer your course for you. Make sure nobody browbeats you.
But it's not fair. I'm taking all the punishment.
Money is worth risks. You'd have had nothing if I hadn't brought you the proposition in the first place. Don't forget, suspicion never put anyone in jail. Not yet. Well, Miss Prentice?
The Daily Sentinel is calling Mr. Carson.
The Sentinel? You told them I wasn't in?
What do they want?
Apparently, the Sentinel learned that Mr. Carson is to appear before the investigating committee tomorrow, Mr. Calloway. They want an interview tonight.
But Calloway,
I can't... Eh? Carson, tell them you'll see a reporter tonight.
Yes.
But he can't afford to.
He can't afford not to. The Sentinel might make too much of it. Answer the phone, Carson.
Yes. Oh, this is a terrible situation. Terrible.
He's green around the gills, Mr. Calloway.
I'm afraid of him.
You think he might talk?
Look at him. I can only go so far tomorrow. After all, if I protect him too openly, I point the finger at my part in this.
You're right. He won't stand up, not under questions.
We'll have to do something about this. Oh, quiet. Here he comes.
Well, I'm seeing a reporter tonight.
When?
9 o'clock. Calloway,
All right. Stop airing your troubles. It's time for me to go.
You'll protect me tomorrow?
Yes. We'll go out the back way, Miss Prentice, the way we came in. Carson, watch your tongue tonight. Be pleasant, but vague. Understand?
Yes, I'll try.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Miss Prentice.
Yes, Mr. Calloway.
I don't like it. Not at all. If Carson cracks, it means my political future is ruined. Completely ruined. I want you to phone Trigger and have him at my office this afternoon.
Trigger? But he's a gunman, a hired killer.
Exactly. At my office this afternoon.
Price is right, Calloway. I'll do the job for you.
I'm sure you will, Trigger.
Meaning what by that?
I've helped you a lot of times in the past. I know a lot about you.
Yeah? It's mutual.
Carson must be removed.
He's as good as gone right now. When's that reporter show up?
9 o'clock. I want it done before then.
Carson won't talk to no reporter, Calloway. You can put your chips on that.
Good.
Yes, Mr. Calloway.
Bring in $1,000 in new bills, Miss Prentice. I've just made a deal with Trigger.
Just surprised, Mr. Brett?
We'll leave the Black Beauty here in the alley, Cato. This is Carson's house.
I wait for you?
Wait right here. We're going to throw a scare into Carson. I want to make sure he talks.
Yes, sir.
8 o'clock. I won't be long.
Just 1 hour before that reporter comes.
Your clock is slow, Carson. It's 5 after 8.
What the... Who's that?
So you'll be on the carpet tomorrow, Carson.
How did you get in here and what do you...
Through the window.
Your mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Stay away from that phone.
Gun.
I've got orders to use it, Carson.
Use it? I don't understand.
On you, Carson.
On me? But I told Calloway I wouldn't...
Go on.
Nothing. Nothing.
It's pretty apparent you'd crack the first time someone tossed a tough question at you.
No, I won't. I mentioned Calloway's name to you because you're wearing a mask. You've got a gun. That's a lot different than just answering questions.
Calloway might not be so certain.
Hornet, please. You're in with Calloway, aren't you?
Too bad, Carson.
You must be. He's the only one who knew I was worried. Tell him it'll be all right.
I always leave one of these when I make a call, Carson.
Green Hornet seal.
Calloway must know what he's doing. You haven't got any nerve, Carson. No backbone.
No, Hornet, I swear it. I swear I won't say a word.
Take it, you rat.
No, wait, gas. I can't breathe.
And that's the kind of rat that goes in for graft.
Out the window.
Is that you?
You'll talk plenty. Step on it. Get the Black Beauty out of here.
Well, what do you know? The Green Hornet. I ducked back out of sight just in time. Maybe I ought to phone Calloway. This might change things, kinda.
Hello?
Calloway, listen. This is Trigger.
Oh, you're early.
I ain't done that job yet. I went there, but...
Why not?
Well, Calloway, I seen the Green Hornet leaving that house through the alley.
What?
The Hornet. I was ducked back out of sight. You didn't tell me the Hornet was working with you.
This is bad, Trigger. The Hornet's not working for me.
Oh, he ain't, huh? Well, what about Carson? Do I still do that job?
It's even more important now. Yes, do it.
Okay, Calloway. I just wanted to know. You'll read about it in the papers.
No, Casey, I ain't going to talk to Carson, not you.
I just came along to observe your technique, Axford.
Reed give me the assignment, and just on account of you didn't have nothing better to do, I don't want you butting in.
I hear and I obey.
None of your dirty digs.
I haven't said a word.
Ah, you ain't saying nothing, but you're thinking plenty. You can listen, but you ain't interrupting.
Absolutely. But if you should forget to ask the kind of questions that Mr.
I won't forget nothing. And don't you forget. Shut up.
He doesn't answer.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be 9 o'clock, wasn't it?
it was. And that's what it is, just 9.
Honey, it's dark in there. There's no lights from the inside at all. Axford!
Holy crow, them were shots. Get back, Casey.
Axford, don't be a fool!
Leave go, Casey.
Something for the police!
Now we'll see what goes on.
Come out of there, you idiot!
Get the cops, Casey. There ain't time for... It come this way. It was here. Hey, you in that window? No, you don't. Let go. No. Where are you? Where did that go?
Axford, what is it? Are you all right?
Casey, get out of here. He clipped me with brass knuckles or something. He was here.
It's gone. Who was it, Axford?
Golly, I don't know, Casey. It was dark. Switch on some lights, will you? There ought to be somebody at the door.
I got them. Here's the door. There.
Yeah, he ducked out through the window. Must have had a car parked out in the alley. If I could get me hands on him, I'd...
Axford, do you think it was Carson?
Hmm?
Oh, no, it couldn't be. He wouldn't leave his own house. Besides, there were those shots, and... There were those shots.
Casey. Hey, what are you staring at?
Axford, behind the chair. Isn't that someone's hand?
Golly, you're right. Holy crow, it's Carson.
He's holding something in his hand.
Yeah, a piece of paper.
We'd better get him to the hospital. He's badly hurt.
Yeah, them shots. Casey.
Huh?
Casey, that guy. Look at this paper. It was the Green Hornet.
Carson must have seen Axford by this time, Cato. I can just see that headline rolling off the presses.
You sure he talk?
Well, that's why I went out as the Hornet, to scare him into talking. Steady, someone at the door. Put the Hornet mask and the gun away.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Oh, Reed, I figured you might be asleep. Reed, I got news.
Good, Axford. Who was it, Monroe or Calloway?
No, it ain't about that, Reed. There were shots when me and Casey got there and...
Shots? When you called on Carson?
Yeah, Reed. It was dark, so I couldn't see the guy. But it was the Hornet.
Oh, I'll get to that later. What about the highway graft? Who did Carson name?
Nobody, Reed. Carson died in the hospital. Don't you want me to keep after the Hornet yarn?
That's the affair of the police, Axford. I want every man in this newsroom to bear that in mind. Sure, I know it's more exciting, more dramatic to go after the Hornet, big-time crook, man of mystery. But we're still trying to dig up the scandal in the purchase of highway land. Hunting a criminal may be good for headlines, but this political racket took more hard-earned money out of the voters' pockets than a criminal ever did.
Mr. Reed, the Hornet must have killed Carson.
That's beside the point, Hawks.
Reed, the Hornet must be right in the middle of this mess. Suffering snakes, what about the Hornet seal I found on Carson?
All right, if we get this story, if we found out what political grafter was working with Carson, and... well, if the Hornet gets trapped while it's being done, all well and good. Just remember, it's the racket we're after.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
Yes, Miss Case, what is it?
There's someone waiting in your office. It's Calloway.
Oh, yes, huh? We mustn't keep an important politician waiting. Let's go.
You wait, Reed. Just wait till I nab the Hornet.
As long as you keep after the story, it's okay. And that goes for all the men, Gunnigan, all of them. What's Calloway want, Miss Case?
He didn't say, Mr. Reed. He seemed rather nervous.
Nervous? Perhaps he's mixed up in this, Miss Case.
Calloway?
Why not?
That's impossible. He's a big man, Mr. Reed. Besides, this is murder.
Yes. It must be nice being able to read character the way you do. Even big men get mixed up in murder sometimes, Miss Case. Well, Calloway, what can the Sentinel do for you?
Oh, Reed. Too bad about poor Carson getting killed.
Murdered. On a newspaper, we like to be accurate, Calloway.
Yes. Too bad for the investigation, too. With Carson gone, no one will ever know if there was political connivance on that highway matter.
Why do you come to the Sentinel, Calloway? We've never given you our support.
Oh, with that, why, forget it. After all, the Sentinel's a public-spirited publication. You've done a great service by causing this investigation to be started. It's only right you should learn what the committee has done before the others.
Well, what has the committee done?
The investigation is dropped by a vote of the members.
Did you hear that, Miss Case?
I hear it, but I don't like it.
It would only waste the taxpayers' money. There's no one to question.
When you have a murder, Calloway, there's always a murderer.
Oh, yes. This Green Hornet. Tell me, Reed, your reporter was Johnny on the spot, wasn't he?
A minute sooner, and he'd have been crowding the spot Carson was on. Why?
Well, I was wondering, didn't your reporter have any idea of the man's appearance?
Well, that's just it, Calloway. I'm sorry. That's a secret we're keeping in the Sentinel.
Oh, yes, I see, of course. Well, glad to have seen you again, Reed. Goodbye. As sure as we're standing here, that reporter knows more than the newspaper story admitted. I'm certain he caught a glimpse of Trigger, enough to make him dangerous.
You spoke to Mr. Reed, Mr. Calloway?
Naturally, Reed didn't come right out and say the reporter had seen Trigger. As a matter of fact, he tried to cover it up. But not before I got the drift of things.
I checked on that reporter's name, Mr. Calloway. The byline over the story says by Michael Axford.
Axford?
He's a big man, isn't he?
A bullet doesn't make any exceptions, Miss Prentice. Trigger will have to do another job, but this time he won't be paid. He'll be saving his own neck. What was that?
What is it? I didn't hear anything.
Sounded like a door closing.
There's no one out here.
I guess I was mistaken. Call Trigger, Miss Prentice. The sooner he gets this over with, the better.
Is that you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato, it worked.
Yes?
When a man has a guilty conscience, he imagines a lot of things that aren't so. In the office this afternoon, I deliberately covered up when he asked me if Axford had seen the murderer.
I see.
Miss Case didn't notice a thing. But Calloway left in quite a hurry.
You out to his office tonight, Mr. Britt?
In the next room, Cato, wearing the Hornet mask. Cato, the man who murdered Carson is Trigger.
Trigger?
Calloway paid for the murder, and Trigger carried out the assignment. Prove that, and the highway graft is cleaned up, with both of them behind bars.
I see.
I heard Calloway tell your secretary to call Trigger. But as long as Axford is safe in the next room, and we can keep an eye on him...
Mr. Britt, he's not there.
What? Axford's not there? Cato, where is he? Where'd he go?
He go to Carson's to look around.
To Carson's? Cato, he's in danger. I plan to stay with him every minute. Come on, we're going out in the Black Beauty. If anything happens to Axford, it's my fault. Mine.
Swiftly, Britt Reed and Cato, his valet, raced through the secret panel in the rear of the apartment. Then along the narrow passage built within the wall itself, which led directly to the adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building served as the secret hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty high-speed car of the Green Hornet.
Cato, keep the Hornet mask and the gas weapon handy.
Yes, sir.
We're trailing after Axford, and we're going as the Green Hornet.
Golly, maybe I shouldn't have phoned Casey and told her to meet me near Carson's place. I got a kind of funny feeling like there's somebody following me.
There he goes. That's the guy that I slugged last night. Axford, that's his name. Well, pal, in a couple of minutes, the only place he'll use your name is on a tombstone. Hey, what the...
Get in the alley, quick.
Say, what is this? Who
was it in the alley? Now keep your mouth shut when I take my hand to where the gun goes off.
You're the Hornet.
Trailing that reporter, weren't you?
What's your angle, Hornet? First you call on Carson and give him a shot of gas.
Oh, you know about that, huh?
I seen you, and Carson did some talking.
Before you murdered him?
Sure, that's my business. You done plenty yourself.
I'll drop that. I'm going along with you, Trigger.
What do you mean?
Calloway wants to make sure of this job. You bungled the other one.
Nuts, I clipped Carson like nobody's business.
And almost got trapped by that reporter.
Hey, what gives? First Calloway says you ain't working for him, swears you ain't. And now you show up Johnny on the spot. There's something screwy going on.
Don't be a fool. You think I'd want Calloway to advertise that the Hornet's with him?
Well, I know it now, don't I?
It's necessary now.
Yeah. Well, if we're going, we better get moving before that reporter gives us a slip.
Right. Carson's house is empty. We can work our way in the back and wait for him. Come along, Trigger.
You been waiting long, Casey?
Oh, I just got here, Axford. You're not going in that house again, are you?
Sure I am. Golly, maybe I can pick up a clue. Didn't I used to be on the force?
Police have gone over the whole house. They didn't find a thing.
Ah, Miranda, them guys. They couldn't find a 10-pin in a bowling alley. Casey, I'm going to get a scoop and crack this racket murder wide open.
Pipe dreams. Besides, the police locked his house up.
Aha, I told you I used to work in the force. Do you see this?
Where did you get that?
This morning, over to headquarters. It's the key to the front door. I sort of borrowed it, Casey.
Don't go in there, Axford, please.
Ah, lightning don't strike twice, Casey. Now, you stay out here on the sidewalk. Just keep watching for cops or anybody.
Be careful, you big ape.
Sure, Casey. I be seeing you. Wide open. Better leave the door open just in case. Now, let's see. Which room was Carson's body in? Must be over. What the? Who closed that door? Who closed that? Holy cross, the Hornet hit out. Gas. Can't breathe. I can't. Casey. Casey. Get out of here. Get out. Oh.
Hey, what's the idea, Hornet? You plugged in.
So what? That's what you were going to do, Trigger?
I was all set standing behind the door in the dark.
I'll take that gun, Trigger.
Huh?
I said I'll take your gun.
Hey, what's the idea? Give me back that gun.
This gun has your fingerprints on it, Trigger.
Huh?
I'm wearing gloves. When the police get here, they'll check your fingerprints. They'll check the bullets from this gun. They'll know you murdered Carson.
What are you getting at? I ain't leaving that gun here.
No, Trigger, but I am. I'm leaving the gun and you.
Yeah, come on, let's get... Huh? What do you mean by that crack?
You're getting the same thing Carson got, Trigger.
Now, listen, I got protection. Calloway
would be a lot safer with you out of the way, Trigger.
Nuts, I know plenty about that lug.
Dead men don't talk, Trigger.
Ah, so that's why you're here, huh? I finish off Carson. Calloway figures I know too much.
This way the murder is solved. There's no chance that Calloway will be dragged into it. All right, Trigger, this is your...
No, you don't give me that gun out! Miss me!
Yes, but this time I won't take it, you rat!
No, you can't get that...
You shot me, gas!
All right, Cato, they're both hot cold. I didn't like to gas Axford, but it won't do him any harm.
Why did you fire the other gun, Mr. Brett?
Why? In just a moment, Cato.
Axford!
There it is, Cato. That's why I fired a shot.
Miss Case.
Axford! What was that shot? Axford! Oh, help! Somebody come help me!
There she goes, Cato. She must be getting the police.
That's why?
Yes, I knew that shot would bring Miss Case running. It's a good thing we saw her outside with Axford.
What do we do now?
Now we're calling Calloway, Cato. I want to make sure he comes over here fast.
Yes?
Let me talk to Calloway. This is the Green Hornet.
What's the matter, Miss Prentice?
Mr. Calloway, it's the Green Hornet for you.
Hello. How much do you know and what do you want? Ever since Trigger saw you, I've been expecting this.
You'd better get over to Carson's house before the police do, Calloway.
What?
I have Trigger here. I followed him when he went after that reporter. Now I can see that the police get him or you
How
pay.
much do you want?
Get over here, Calloway, fast.
Hornet, wait. Oh, hung up. Stay here, Prentice. I'm going.
What's it about? Where?
No time now. The Hornet's threatening to turn Trigger over to the police. They'll arrest him for murder.
Trigger would blab about you. He'd tell all he knows.
And that's plenty. I'm going over. I'll talk money with the Hornet. I've got to.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Moran talking. Huh? Who is this? This Case. Huh? What's that about Axford? Yeah? He went into the Carson house looking for a story, and there was a shot, and then... Wait! Holy mackerel, don't go near that house, Miss Cave. Stay away. I'll be right over.
Oh, Michael, are you all right? Are you sure? Well, when I heard that shot and I found the door locked...
Sure, Casey. Golly, it was just some of that gas the Hornet uses. I'm okay. Him and Trigger must have been waiting inside the door.
Gosh, you were crazy to do it, Axford.
Never again, Casey. Not for me.
Trigger's coming out of it.
He is, huh?
Yeah. Listen to him.
Give me my gun, Hornet. That's the rod that killed Carson. If the cops check on it...
He's Carson's murderer.
Holy crow, we got something.
Pipe down.
Where am I? What's going on?
What the... Sergeant Moran? Yeah. We missed seeing you in the lineup for a long time, Trigger. Now, come on, give.
I don't know what's going on. I ain't talking.
Recognize this?
The gun, he left it here. It ain't mine.
Quit stalling, you rat. We're checking these prints later, and they'll match yours. You murdered Carson.
Okay, you got me. Besides, that gun's registered my name. I couldn't slide out of this rap no matter how. But I'll get even with Calloway.
Huh? Calloway?
Good grief, what's Calloway got to do with it?
Plenty, sister, plenty. Calloway paid me to bump off Carson. Calloway was running that highway grab.
Holy crow, Casey, you hear that? We got a story for the Sentinel.
Axford, hold it. Put out that flashlight.
Huh?
Put it out.
Gosh, there's someone walking along the alley, coming around to the front entrance.
Yeah, I heard it. This Case, quiet now. Axford, here's my gun. Keep it in Trigger's ribs.
I got you, Moran.
I ain't moving. That must be the Hornet coming. Is he gonna get surprised? He figured he killed both of us, and
Keep
now...
your lip, you rat. I'm proud of being paired up with you on anything.
Quiet, he's coming up the steps.
Give me that flashlight.
Here it is.
Okay. Stay back out of the way, Miss Case. I'm going to put this light right in his face soon as he comes in. Quiet now.
Who's that? That light in my face I can't see. Is that you, Hornet? I came over, as you can see. I'll pay anything. Anything. Just don't let Trigger talk to the police. Hornet.
You're under arrest, Mr. Calloway. Police! No, you don't. Don't move. You see, the cops already got Trigger. Yeah, we got him and he's talking. Ain't you, Trigger?
I'm talking plenty.
You're under arrest, both of you, for murder.
Sentinel extra paper! Politician jailed for racket murder! Hired killer talks! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel extra paper!
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty high-o silver, the Lone Ranger. When the early pioneers settled in the western United States, they kept many of their eastern customs, but they were unable to maintain law and order in the new territory. Outlaws preyed on the honest settlers. Cattle was stolen, banks were looted, and no man's property was safe. That was when the masked rider of the plains first rode in the cause of justice. No man did more in the fight against crime and criminals, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Wellsville! Tunnel's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
The town of Wellsville was founded by Zeb Wells, an Easterner. Its citizens were old neighbors and friends of Zeb from the East, and it was Zeb's money that had made it possible for them to settle in the new country. Zeb refused either to follow the customs or to be friendly with the people of the West. And the other inhabitants of Wellsville, because of their debt to him, were forced to obey his wishes. As the first scene of our drama opens, we see Nate Porter, the marshal, hailing two riders who've just entered town.
Hold on there. Fellas staying in town for a while, you're going right on through.
Reckon we'll stay a while. Won't we, money?
Reckon we will, Duff. What's it to you, Marshal? Well, if you're staying, you'll have to hand over them shooting irons you're wearing.
Huh? What's that?
You're loco. Them's the rules, and I'm here to enforce them.
I never heard of such a thing afore.
Is that some more of them darn fool notions of Zeb Wells? It was Zeb give me my orders. You fellas strangers here?
Yeah.
And how come you'd know about Zeb?
Shucks, everyone around these parts has heard about the crazy things he does.
Is it a fact old Zeb won't let none of the girls in this town keep company with anybody that ain't from the East? It sure is.
And he won't let nobody but Easterners stay in town unless they're on business?
Well, not that exactly. There ain't no way to stop strangers from coming here. They just ain't made welcome, that's all.
You don't talk like no Easterner.
I ain't. But Zeb had to have a fella that's handy with a gun for town marshal, so he hired me. This is sure the darndest setup I ever seen. Give me your shooting irons. You can have them back when you're ready to move on.
All right. Here's mine.
They'll be in my office when you want them. And here's mine. Mm-hmm.
Come on, Monty. Let's get going.
Here. Say, Marshal, there's two more fellas coming. Them fellas on two big white horses. You taking their guns, too? I sure am. There ain't nobody comes to this town without handing over his gun belt.
Come on. Get up there.
Get up there.
Get up,
Come
on. Get up there. Get up there. Come on, get up.
I don't know whether I should have let them fellas stop in town at all. They're sure a pair of tough-looking hombres. Hey, you fellas. Go, Silver. Go, boy. Steady there.
Here's my gun belt, Marshal.
Here mine. Well, I'll be doggone. How'd you fellows savvy what I stopped you for?
We heard it was a rule here.
Well, it ain't none of my doings, but I reckon Zeb savvies what he wants.
He seems to have definite opinions about everything.
He has that.
Especially about Westerners.
Shucks, Zeb ain't a bad feller, but he's just come out this way, and he's still got the notion there ain't no Westerner was ever any good.
I see. Come on, Tonto.
Your guns will be in my office, stranger.
Very well. Come on,
Get him up, white feller.
Where are those two men gone who were talking to the marshal just before we rode up, Kimosabe?
Them stopped by livery barn.
They looked to me like Dolph Layton and Monty Meagan. When we saw Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings, they told us Dolph and Monty were riding this way.
Them two fellers, outlaws.
Dolph and Monty are two of the worst outlaws in this section.
What them do here?
That's what I want to find out.
How you find out?
First, I want to have a talk with Zeb Wells.
Him plenty strange feller.
I've heard a lot about him lately. And from what I've heard, I'm afraid he's heading for trouble.
Why you think that?
He's prejudiced against everything Western.
That's right.
For instance, he won't allow his people to carry guns.
That's bad.
Zeb insists that only bullies and outlaws need guns. He isn't aware that if outlaws carry guns, honest people must do the same to protect themselves. Wellsville has no bank. People here take their money to Zeb, and he keeps it in his safe.
Maybe outlaw know that.
That would be a temptation to any outlaw. Zeb sometimes has thousands of dollars in his safe, from what I've been told.
Not heap plenty cash.
That's why I wanted to come here when I learned that Dolph and Monty would be in town. I may plan to take advantage of Zeb's ignorance of Western ways.
Maybe that's right.
Tonto, I want you to follow Dolph and Monty.
Tonto do that.
Try to hear everything they say. And in the meantime, I'll look over the town before calling on Zeb.
Tonto leaving you now. See you later.
Right.
Come, white fella.
Come on, Silver.
Young Cliff Dolan had been born in the West, and now was the owner of a small but prosperous ranch not many miles distant from Wellsville. We see him as he enters the general store run by Zeb Wells in town.
Howdy, Rita.
Cliff, what are you doing here?
I come to see your pa.
Oh, no.
I told you I was. And I ain't afeard of him even if he is Leb Wells.
Oh, Cliff, if he should find out I've been seeing you.
That's just what I figure on telling him.
But you can't...
Well, where is he?
He just stepped back in the storeroom. Please leave before he comes.
Now, honey, you can't do that. We might just as well settle things once and for all.
You can't talk to Father.
I aim to tell him you and me plan on getting hitched.
He'll be furious.
Maybe he will, and maybe he won't. But I don't hanker to keep on sneaking behind his back. He's going to find out right now how things stand.
Oh, Cliff, wait. Please wait.
But, Rita, there ain't no sense in it.
You don't know. He may change his mind about things after a while, and you know I'll always wait for you.
Sure, I savvy you love me, honey, just the same way I'm crazy about you. But it ain't fair to any of us to let things go on the way they've been.
I think I hear Father coming.
Well, that's just fine.
Go. Please go. If he gets into one of his terrible tempers...
Rita!
Yes, Father.
Where's this young man you're talking to? Customer?
Why, he...
I ain't no customer, Mr. Wells.
Yes?
I come to tell you I aim to marry your girl.
What's that?
And Rita wants to marry me, too.
Rita, this true?
Yes, it is.
Get out of here, young man.
Now, look here, Mr. Wells. That ain't no way to act. There ain't nothing you could have agin me.
I said get out.
Not till I've said all I come to say.
You'll get now, or I'll take a whip to you.
Father, there's a customer.
He can wait. Won't have any young whippersnapper like this defying me.
Mr. Wells, I got a ranch and cash in the bank over to Leadville. I ain't a drinking man nor a gunfighter neither. I can't see why you don't
No
want...
daughter of mine will marry a Westerner.
But you ain't...
I know your breed. You're ruffians. Nothing but ruffians, the whole lot of you.
That ain't so.
When I founded this town, I said no one living here would have anything to do with your kind.
Father, can't you be reasonable?
I am reasonable.
I'm saving you from a foolish mistake.
Well, you might as well know right now that I ain't giving Rita up.
Do you see this whip?
What do you aim to do with that?
I said I'd take a whip to you if you didn't leave.
You better leave, Cliff.
There ain't a man alive can drive me out of any place.
No? Well, I'll show you. That was just a warning. Next time it'll be across your back.
Why, you...
I warned you.
I'll fix you for that.
And here's another. I know you don't. Let go my arm.
Not until you drop that whip.
Get back, stranger.
Drop that whip. Drop it.
I can handle my own fights.
There isn't going to be a fight. Get out, Cliff.
I'll do no such thing.
Susie says, Cliff. Don't you understand the trouble you've made for me already?
But I tell you, I'm
I'll
not
be the
going...
one that's punished for what's happened, not you.
Go on, Cliff.
I'll go. But it won't be you that's making me go, Mr. Wells.
If I ever see you near my daughter again, I'll horsewhip you within an inch of your life.
I'm sorry about the way things had to turn out, Rita.
So am I, Cliff.
So long. But I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye.
All right. You can have your whip back, Zeb.
Confound you. What right you have to end up here? You a friend of his?
I'm a friend of all Westerners.
Just as I thought. You can get out of here, too.
I came here to talk to you. I hope to persuade you that the course you're following is wrong.
By thunder. What's that?
Just cowboys letting off steam, Zeb.
Shooting off guns in town. I won't stand for it.
There's no harm in it. It's just their custom.
Where's the marshal? Why did he take their guns away? I'll see to this. Out of my way, Redskin.
Him plenty mad.
I apologize for the way Father talked. He isn't always this way. Really, he isn't. But, Cliff...
I know.
Was there something you wanted?
Only to talk to your father, but I'm afraid that's hopeless.
Yes. He won't listen to anybody.
Come, Tonto.
Come back later. He may be more reasonable then.
Thank you. What did you learn, Kemosabe?
How to hear 'em talk.
Dolphin, Monty? What did they say?
Me learn there plenty other feller with 'em.
They have a gang?
That's right.
I wonder where the rest of the gang is.
Maybe we trail 'em, Dolph, huh?
That's a good idea. Steady, Silver.
Then leave town only short time.
We'll see if we can pick up the trail. They must have something planned if they're here with the gang. And I'm afraid it won't do any good to talk with Zeb now.
Why, that?
I'll tell you about it later, Tonto. But now we're in a hurry. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white fella.
The two outlaws, Dolph Layton and Monty Meagan, were careful to avoid the regular trails when they left Wellsville. They headed straight for the hills and a dense forest. We see them now as they enter the clearing where their gang is camped.
Hi there, Link. Well, fellers, what'd you find out?
Plenty.
This is going to be just about the easiest stunt we ever done.
Yeah?
Monty's right. That blame fool Zeb Wells couldn't have fixed things better for us.
That's why I said it might be a good notion coming here.
And it was the best notion you ever had, Link. I'm telling you, there ain't nobody in town even carries a gun except the town marshal.
That's a good one.
What's more, when some cowboys come riding into town from off the range, firing their guns and whooping it up, you'd have thought everybody in town would go loco.
Even old Zeb himself beat it out of his store to stop him.
Zeb did that?
Weren't only him. The blacksmith, the hotel clerk, the fellow in the feed store, the whole bunch of them come running to give the marshal a hand.
Well, I'll be doggone.
And it was just that gave us our scheme.
Yeah?
You tell him about it, Dolph. It was your idea.
How would you fellas like to be cowboys for maybe an hour or so?
Go ahead, Dolph.
Well, it's like this. When I seen how all the folks in town rushed to help the marshal when them cowboys rode in, I figured you fellas could do the same thing.
How do you mean?
I suppose you know all the cash in town is mostly kept in Zeb Wells' safe.
Yeah, that's because they ain't got no bank here.
Well, if you fellas rode into town firing your guns in the air and making a plenty noise, that'd give me and Monty a chance of that safe while nobody was around.
My golly, that ain't a bad idea.
Zeb would be out of his store like a flash as soon as he heard the commotion.
And Dolph and me'd be right there to open the safe with blasting powder.
But that'd be heard.
Not if you fellas made enough noise.
Just a second. If there ain't none of them carrying guns but the marshal, why can't we just ride into town and help ourselves without trying to fool them?
Sure, we could do that. Then it'd be known who was the outlaws. This way there won't be no one to see us. And there ain't no way for it to be proved you was working with us.
I reckon you're right at that.
All you fellas got to do is make a commotion. Do you see us riding out of town? And when we meet you in camp, there'll be cash enough for all of us. And all because old Zeb is too darn stubborn to savvy what's good for him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue the story. Zeb Wells brought a group of Easterners to the West and founded the community of Wellsville. But he stubbornly refused to adopt Western customs or make Western friends. And a group of outlaws, led by Dolph Layton and Monty Meagan, planned to take advantage of this. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger had been following their trail closely. As our second act opens, early the following day, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto riding toward the ranch of Cliff Dolan, a friend of Zeb's daughter, Rita.
I hope we find Cliff at his ranch, Tonto. We know the outlaws plan to enter town this afternoon, but we need help to trap them.
Tonto, think Cliff help us.
If we'd had more time, I would have told Zeb what we heard when we trailed the outlaws to their camp.
Him not believe you.
I was afraid he wouldn't. And then that much time would have been wasted. And there was something else.
What that?
Zeb hates all Westerners.
Tonto know that.
He needs something to show him that he's been mistaken. Most of the people in town would like to live on good terms with their Western neighbors. But they feel they must obey Zeb.
That's right.
So all we have to do is show Zeb that he's wrong, and the situation will be cleared up.
You got plan?
I have, but it depends on Cliff.
There, his ranch.
And I think that's Cliff sitting on a horse next to the corral.
Him see us.
Yes, he's riding this way. He won't recognize me with this mask on. When I met him yesterday, I was disguised.
Hi there.
I want to speak to you, Cliff.
What in blazes? Your mask. Whoa.
An outlaw. Well, I'll shoot
You
him.
not shoot him.
Give me back my gun. You snatched it right out of my holster.
Tonto, keep him gun. Give him you later.
Blast you, I want
You'll get your gun back, Cliff.
But I tell you...
Right now, I want your help.
What help could I give you?
You're in love with Rita Wells?
What if I am?
I happen to know that outlaws are planning to rob her father.
What's that?
Tonto and I trailed them to their camp and overheard their plans.
That's a darn funny thing for an hombre like you to be telling me.
If I were an outlaw, I'd say nothing about it.
Yeah, there's something to that.
I have a way to capture the outlaws and show Zeb that he was wrong.
You mean it might fix it so he wouldn't object to me and Rita keeping company?
I do.
I don't know.
Everything depends on your willingness to help.
By golly, I'll do it. Anyhow, I'll listen to what you have to say. And if it makes sense, then I'm with you.
Good. Now, this is what we'll have to do.
The outlaws had completed their plans for the raid upon Wellsville. We see them now, their horses saddled and their guns loaded, as they discuss the final details.
I reckon you fellas have got most everything straight now.
How soon do you want us fellas to follow you into town, Dolph?
Just give me and Monty 5 or 10 minutes. Then come riding in as noisy as you can.
Yeah.
Just a second, Dolph. How about blasting powder for the safe? I was forgetting about that.
I weren't.
But I don't see none.
Just keep your shirt on, Monty. Old Zeb is going to give us the powder for blowing up his own safe.
Huh?
Why should we carry any? We have to give our guns to the marshal. And if he sees us carrying blasting powder into town, he's liable to suspicion something.
Yeah, I know,
but Zeb's got some in his store. We'll buy it from him. Then when he's out, we'll just take back our own cash with the rest of it.
I gotta hand it to you, Dolph.
Ain't you taking extra guns with you?
Sure. Got 'em hidden inside our shirts.
We'll give our gun belts to the marshal, and he won't never think of looking for more shooting irons.
And most likely we won't need 'em if everything goes off all right. The main thing is make all the commotion you can.
You just leave that to me and the boys.
Set one of the fellas to watch the general store. If he sees any trouble, the rest of you can come and help us out.
Yeah.
But if he sees us come out and get on our horses, he can give you the high sign and you can all light out and get away.
I won't forget.
You got our horses there, Monty?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get going.
We'll be seeing you, fellas.
You're darn right you will.
Get up there. Come on.
Get up there. Come on. Get up there. Get up there.
Let us flash ahead to Zeb Wells' general store in town. The old man, still bitter toward Cliff Dolan, is speaking with his daughter Rita.
You haven't seen anything of young Dolan since yesterday, have you?
No, Father.
Yeah, you'd better not.
Father, can't you realize how wrong you are? Cliff is one of the nicest men I've ever met.
They're all the same.
Oh,
Haven't
you're
I
unfair.
seen them gambling, drinking, gunfighting? I won't have a daughter of mine associating with them.
I suppose there's no use trying to argue with you.
None at all.
Oh, there's the marshal.
Howdy, Mr. Wells. Hello, Marshal. Quiet in town today.
Yep. Just took some guns off a couple of strangers. They didn't make no trouble.
Strangers?
Well, not exactly. They was in town yesterday, but I never seen them before that. I got some cash here. Reckon you could put it in your safe for me?
Be glad to.
Here it is.
Close to $40 there. You're saving your money.
Shucks. There ain't nothing else to do with it in town.
I'll put it away for you now. The safe's open.
You got a sight of cash there.
Close to 10,000. Won't be long before we'll be needing a bank here.
Not by the looks of it.
There. It's all locked up good.
There's the strangers now I was speaking of. They're coming up the steps.
I see them. Good afternoon.
Howdy.
You got some blasting powder here, mister? Why, of course.
What we want is blasting powder, fuse, and caps.
Yes, I can sell them to you all right. Blasting out some trees, are you?
Nope. We're using it to get gold.
Oh, you're miners.
You might call us that.
Yeah, it's right over here. I'll get it and...
Blasted, Mr. Wells.
More cowboys?
It sure sounds like it.
Sounds like there's plenty of them.
Most noise I've heard yet in town.
Well, don't stand there, Marshal. Do something. Stop them.
I'm a-going to.
You may need help. I'll go along with you.
Father, you were waiting on these men.
You can wait on them.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it you wanted?
Just stand there. That's all we want. And the first move you make, we're liable to shoot you. All right, Monty, get going. I forgot about the girl here. That ain't gonna make no difference. Just get the blasting powder ready and we'll blow up that safe.
In the town's main street, a band of mounted men were whooping and firing their guns in the manner common to cowboys celebrating their arrival in town. From all sides, the townspeople, aroused by the shooting, ran to aid the town marshal.
The blame fools! What do they think they're doing? Hold on there! Stop that racket! Stop in the name of the law! Stop it, I tell you! Lay down those guns or you're going to jail!
Back in the store, Dolph and Monty wasted no time. They prepared the blasting powder, lit the fuse, then stood back, waiting for the explosion.
It'll blow up in just a second, Dolph.
You crook!
Shut up.
Watch it. The door's blown clean off.
Now to get the cash.
You can't get away with this.
You just think we can't. Come on, Duff.
Curly, I never seen so much gold and silver before. It fell all over the floor.
Pick it up. We gotta hurry.
I'll call the marshal.
Get her, Monty.
Hey, you.
Let go.
We warned you.
Get your hands off me.
Tie her up, Monty.
That's what I'm gonna do, the blame wildcat.
You coward.
I got it.
Let her go.
What the?
Monty, look. There's a dozen of them.
And we caught you robbing the store, you low-down coyote.
Put up your hands. You ain't gonna get me out. Oh, my hand. All right, Monty. Up with your hands or I'll shoot your gun away.
There's my gun. And I'm raising my hands. Don't shoot me.
What's going on here?
Father.
Zeb, these outlaws blew open your safe and were stealing your cash.
What's that?
But with Cliff's help, they were captured.
Monty, where's our fellas? Why don't they come to help us out?
They're all prisoners, Dolph.
But we've got
We
to...
made them prisoners just as soon as you left camp this afternoon.
But who was doing all the shooting outside just now?
That was my fellas from the ranch. We caught your gang, then headed for town and hooped it up so you'd go ahead with your scheme.
We had to do it that way. If you hadn't blown the safe, there would have been nothing against you.
Hold on. Let me get this straight.
Zeb, this was all your own fault. These men would never have tried a trick like this if they had thought they were going against armed men.
But I
They never
still
would have
don't-
been captured if Cliff and his men, the same Westerners you've misjudged, hadn't come to your help.
They saved me close to $10,000. If it had been taken, I'd have had to pay it back.
You would, every penny of it.
It would have ruined me.
I hope that now you'll believe they're friends.
After the way I've talked, I'm not so sure they want to be my friends.
Shucks, Mr. Wells. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones.
Thank you. But how'd you know this was going to happen? How'd you find out about these crooks?
It was the masked fella and Tonto that done that. They trailed them to their camp and heard what they was planning.
But why wasn't I told?
The masked fella figured you might be sore at him after his taking that whip away from you.
Is that the same man?
Sure it is. He talked me into taking the fellas that work for me and capturing the other crooks when these two left for town. The rest of the gang planned to do just what we done. Come yelling and shooting.
And without guns, we could have done nothing.
The masked fella was sure enough right about that.
I think I've been wrong about a number of things. But I've had my eyes opened at last.
You have. And it was the masked fella that done it.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the wheat country near Graceville. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is dress. D-R-E-S-S.
Really?
You bet your life. DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Why doesn't he give up? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some Scotch war brides to the program tonight, along with their husbands. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Clarence Parsons. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, Scotties, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll win $100 in cash immediately. It's a common word, something you see every day. What is your name? Nan Parsons, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're a Scotch war bride, huh?
That's right.
How old are you?
25.
25?
Yes.
25-year-old Scotch, huh? Well, you look smooth and mellow, Nan. And if you ever need a chaser, give me a ring sometime. You're the war bride's husband?
Yes, sir.
Clarence Parsons.
That's right.
How old are you, Clarence?
29, sir.
Are you Scotch, too?
No, I'm half English and half Irish.
Oh. Half and half. Blended, eh? Where are you from, Clarence?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And what part of Scotland are you from, Nan?
I'm from Wishaw.
Wishaw?
Wishaw,
I know
Scotland.
that song. When you wish upon a star. Is that the theme song of the village?
No, it isn't.
Is it, for a chick is like the bloom of the heather, her neck was like the swan. Her face, it was the fairest I had ever looked upon. Just as sure as my name is John, when I get back again to bonny Scotland. That was one of the things that contributed towards Vaudeville's death. How long have you two been married?
6 years.
Nan, how long have you been married?
6 years.
What sort of work do you do, Clarence?
I'm manager of Carnation's demonstration store here in Los Angeles. It's Carnation Ice Cream Company.
Oh, and what do you demonstrate?
The dispensing of ice cream, sundaes, malts.
You don't milk any cows in the window or anything?
Not recently.
What were you doing when you met Butterscotch here?
I was with Lockheed attached to the 8th Air Force in Ireland at the time. I was on leave, on vacation when I met her.
How did you trap this fellow? I'm curious about it. What method does a Halen lassie use?
Oh? I think they... we usually...
They're much more...
Well, there must be more to it than that, huh? You apparently worked very fast, didn't you, Nan?
I guess so, but ordinarily they do wait 4 years.
You usually wait 4 years in
Yes,
Scotland? Why do you wait so long?
Oh.
Does it take the groom that long before he'll cough up the $2 for the license?
I think you trust them.
What's that?
It takes that long to trust them.
It takes 4 years before you know whether you can trust him? It takes longer than that, kid, but you just don't realize it. You don't seem to have much of an accent, Nan. I thought all Scotch girls talked about the broad brick, moonlich, nick, to nick.
Well,
Why is it you don't have a burr? Not even an errand burr. If that be treason, make the most of it.
I did have an accent when I come over at first, but I lost it.
You lost it, eh? Well, I'm sorry you did, because I think it's very charming, this Scotch accent. I'm crazy about it. Are there any other Scotch war brides that you visit occasionally, Nan?
Yes, my sister.
Do you have any relatives over here besides your sister?
My in-laws and my closest relatives are overseas in Scotland.
Your close relatives are in Scotland, huh? They're going to be crazy about that crack, Nan. Are the Scots really thrifty, Nan, or is that just a kind of a legend, huh?
Oh, they're the average Scot, just as thrifty as you are.
Well, that certainly answers my question. Now, Nan, in Scotland, I understand the husband is invariably the boss. Is that true? Do the males always wear the pants in the family?
Oh, some, yes, and Some have kilts.
Well, don't you find it confusing when someone says your slipper showing and you don't know whether the remark is intended for you or your boyfriend? Well, you're both very nice kids, and you have every Scottish right to be happy. Huh? Now, let's see if you're going to be the ones who get the chance at the $2,000 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
You'll never have to wonder about what kind of service you'll get when you take your car to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Well, that's where you always get efficient service, courteous service, service at a fair price. Yes, and that's where you'll find out about two truly great new cars, DeSoto and Plymouth. The brilliant new DeSoto, with its sweeping lines, is new from its magnificent full-width front grille to its smart-looking, newly designed rear end. Inside and out, it's as beautiful a car as you've ever seen. Inside and out, it's as practical a car as you've ever dreamed of. When you drive the new DeSoto, you'll be thrilled by the surge of power at your command. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the beautiful car that's packed with value and ready to prove it.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with time in the title as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
$10.
$10. Give me the title of this song. It's Rudy Valley's theme song. My time is your time is right.
And they're on their way with $30, Groucho.
As Fenneman says, you're on your way with $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. What is the name of this song? It has time in the title.
Apple Blossom Time.
Apple Blossom Time is right.
They're climbing. They have $55.
You have $55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
$50. They get along famously, don't they? This song was made famous in the picture Casablanca. What's the title?
As time goes by.
Time goes by is right.
They're really up there now. They have $105.
Man, you had me scared that time. I thought you were going to blow the Duke. You got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105 will you try?
All of it.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet $105. What is the title of this song? Okay, Jerry. Time on my hands is right.
And they wind up with $210.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still dress.
Dress.
Perhaps our next couple will say it.
Perhaps.
Just before we went on the air, we selected a married man from the studio audience and a hotel housekeeper. And here they are, Mr. Phil Sonis and Mrs. Vera Isolde. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if you say the secret word, you divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A housekeeper and a husband, eh? Mrs. Vera Isolde, you're the housekeeper, huh? Where are you from originally, Vera?
I was born on 12th Street, New York City.
I'll call you Vera, huh?
That's right. New York
I know
City.
it's right, but I'll call you Vera anyway. You have a charming accent there, Vera. What is it?
Touch of English.
Mr. Phil Sones?
Sonis, yes.
Sonis. What kind of an accent is that you've got?
That's California.
What part of California do you come from originally?
Chicago.
I was under the impression California only extended as far east as Pennsylvania. However, I understand they have an option on New England. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a house-to-house salesman for the Killigan Saltwater Service Operation.
You sell houses, you say, from house to house?
No, I sell soft water.
Sounds like a pretty soft job to me. Vera, let's get back to you. I'll return to you in a moment here. Don't think you've heard the last of this soft water. You're a housekeeper, you say, Vera?
Yes.
Where do you keep house?
A flamingo in Nevada.
Keep house
Las
for
Vegas,
a flamingo? Huh? You mean you run a bird cage?
No,
What is the flamingo?
it's the most beautiful hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, Las Vegas. Oh, a squirrel cage, huh? Sure, you got me all confused. What does this menagerie look like?
We have wonderful grounds and a very, very nice casino.
Was that big casino or little casino? What is the casino?
Well, it's where the guests come to gamble.
Wiped out is what we call it. Do you get any free shots at the roulette table?
I don't gamble. I don't understand gambling.
That doesn't stop the other people in Las Vegas. You say you don't gamble at all? You don't understand it? What's a double six in craps?
Boxcar.
I see. You don't understand gambling, but you understand railroading. Is that it? Now, Vera, has anything unusual ever happened in your casino, like somebody winning?
Well, I've passed through sometimes and heard quite a noise because the people have won the jackpot.
What is the jackpot?
Well, it's slot machines, I believe. And
You're
when
not so certain now as you were.
Well, I don't understand very much about it, but I know some of them have put some money in, and out comes the jackpot,
proprietor,
as they
if
say it.
Out comes the proprietor and fixes the machine so no money will ever come out again. Where do you live in Las Vegas?
Well, the management gives me a room and bath.
I understand the room, but who gives you the bath? The manager, huh? That's a very old joke, but it's a very old manager, too.
No, it's a young manager.
A young manager. Well, in that case, you take a shower. Mr. Sunnis, you might as well wake up. Do you... Tell us about this job you do, this soft water swindle
Well,
that you...
It's a matter of going house to house and trying to sell the housewives on the advantages of all the soft water services that they have available to them.
And just what are they?
Well, there's mostly Culligan soft water service. That's the one I'm associated
That's that double
with.
talk again, huh? Do you help your wife with the housework?
Occasionally.
How much do you help your wife?
About as much as other husbands.
You ever wonder what those other husbands are doing in your house? How long have you been married, Phil?
About 10 years now.
Now, how'd you meet your wife?
Well, again, it gets back to the soft water business. I was a house-to-house
What's the name of it?
The Culligan soft water. Rang the doorbell, and this very irate young lady came to the door. She was very much provoked, and her hair was in shambles. But shortly after I got through...
Shambles?
In shambles.
Well, is that near there?
Explain it to her.
When did she get her hair back, huh?
Well, after I got through telling her about my product, she threw her arms around me, kissed me, and the next night we had a date, and I was able to explain to her the advantages of soft water.
Well, is that the customary reaction you get?
If you use the proper approach, it's the customary reaction.
Do you need somebody to work the other side of the street? Maybe we could combine. I could use hard water across the street, huh? Well, Vera, I've made up my mind, and I'm flying to Las Vegas in the morning on my Flamingo. But right now, let's see if you can clean up in the battle for the $2,000 question. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than the other couples to get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Scottish war bride and her husband won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the colors of flowers as your category. All right, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
5.
All right, what color is a gardenia?
White.
White is correct.
Now they have $25, Groucho.
I should say white is right. Now you got $25. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 25?
15.
$15. What color is a daffodil?
Yellow.
That's right.
They're on their way. They have $40.
All right, you've got $40. And here's your third question. How much of the 40?
30.
$30. What color is a poinsettia?
Red.
Red is correct.
They're climbing. They have $70 now.
All right, you got $70. And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 70?
Shoot the moon.
What color is lilac?
Purple.
Purple is right.
And they wind up with $140.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $2,000 question.
Friends, you'll find a DeSoto Plymouth dealer ready and eager to serve you no matter where you drive.
I'm driving my friends a distraction. Like to come along, Fenneman?
Well, I'll go as far as the nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer, Groucho.
I don't want you any further, Fenneman.
Well, that's where I know there's expert factory-trained mechanics who give your car and my car the same watchful care a mother gives a baby.
Did you ever try to burp at a soda?
Expert mechanics work with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment to give you the best service job you can get, no matter what the make of your car. So visit him the very first thing tomorrow morning.
Now, won't that look pretty? All those people driving around in their pajamas. All right, Fenneman, who's ahead in the battle for the $2,000 question?
Well, the Scottish couple are ahead with $210. And the secret word is still dress. We invited some glass blowers and some movie stuntmen to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected glass blower Richard Seaman and stuntman Bob Morgan. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Richard Seaman.
Yes.
You're a glass blower, is that right?
That's right.
Well, blow me down. Where are you from?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Mr. Morgan, Bob Morgan? You're the stuntman, huh?
Yes, I am.
How's tricks?
I don't do tricks. I do stunts.
Well, how's stunts, huh? Where are you from, Bob?
Mount Carmel, Illinois.
Pretty sticky place, isn't it? Where do you do your glass blowing?
I don't...
Mr. Seaman.
At the Glasscraft Company.
The Glasscraft, huh? Is there anything like the Chris Craft?
No. That's a boat, isn't it?
That's a boat, huh? Well, this is a boat glass blowing. We're talking about new. So what do you do in your job?
Well, we take molten glass and on the end of a blow iron and form it into different shapes like perfume bottles or television tubes.
What's your most popular item?
The television tubes. They're in most demand right now.
Why is that?
Well, they're scarce and everybody wants them.
Everybody wants them?
For there.
Not people who are employed in radio. Have you ever had the hiccups while blowing a light bulb? And all you got were percolator tops? Let's get back to you, stuntman. Just what do you do in your job?
Well, I double actors and stars in the business.
You mean double actors?
Whenever they have a hazardous stunt that an actor can't perform or shouldn't perform, why, they call in a stuntman to do it.
You mean if there's something an actor won't do, they hire you for the job?
Yes, that's right.
I don't see how you make any money, huh? I didn't think there was anything an actor wouldn't do. Now, how much would you charge me to jump off a 100-foot cliff?
Oh, about $10 a foot.
Well, that's cheap enough. All you have is 2 feet, huh? How much would you charge me to jump off a curb?
I don't jump from curbs.
How do you get across the street? How do you manage a double for a star and keep the audience from getting wise?
Well, they generally select you because of your physical resemblance to the star. They keep our back to the camera, profile, so forth, and keep our face out of the camera as much as possible.
In many cases, the audience has their back to the picture, too, you know. Our listeners would like to know how you do some of these stunts. For example, say you jump off a 500-foot cliff. How do you manage it?
Well, ordinarily they will put a parallel about 10 feet below the top of the cliff. And the stuntman will jump to the parallel, and they'll cut away to a long shot of a dummy flying through space and landing.
Do they ever get confused?
Not yet.
Now, glassblower, are you getting the jitters listening to all this mayhem?
No, I haven't.
How did you get to be a glassblower?
Well,
Did you start off to school one morning, twirling your books and say, when I grow up, I'm going to be a glassblower, and nobody's going to stop me?
that was the last thing I ever thought it would be. Just looking for a job, and
Well, you went someplace where they were blowing glass? And,
yes.
And they asked you if you had any experience? And you lied, huh?
That's right.
How do you blow glass? Do you chew up old milk bottles and puff?
No, we take molten glass, and we make different articles out of it. After you get it on the end of this blowpipe, it's about 4 or 5 feet long, where you can blow it into different shapes. Or
Can you control the shape of the
oh yes,
things that come?
any shape you want.
You can, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know what shape I want, but I don't know whether you can do it. Now, what happens after the glass is shaped?
We anneal it.
I beg your pardon.
It's annealed.
It's anneal? I thought it was a television tube.
No, it's anneal. A-N-N-E-A-L.
You don't have to spell it. All the kids are in bed by now. What has an eel got to do with all this? Is it a live eel?
No, it's not an eel. It's an eel.
You know, we can be sued by Abbot and Costello for that. I think this guy's blown his top. I better humor him. What is the eel doing in your blowpipe?
Well, by that I mean anneal. You take the glass over to a furnace and you take the strains and stress out of it. That's anneal.
Boy, you're a whiz at clarifying things. All right, now let's see how a glassblower and a stuntman make out and You Bet Your Life. You beat the other couples and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The Scottish war bride and her husband are still ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the tools of the trade as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
How much do we got?
You have $20. You may wind up with $20.
$10.
All right. Who would use a mortar and a pestle?
Either a chemist or a scientist.
Well, I think that's right. It's a pharmacist, but I think you had it right, huh?
You're on the way with $30, Groucho.
All right. You're running along. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try? $20. Who would use a stick and a press?
Printer, for one thing.
That's right. A printer is right.
Next time, we have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50? Talk it up now.
25.
How much?
25.
$25. Who would use a transit and a plumb bob?
A surveyor.
A surveyor is correct.
Now they have $75.
All right, you got $75. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 75?
All of it?
$50. Who would use a scalpel and a suture?
Doctor.
A doctor or a surgeon is right.
And they wind up with $125. And that means the Scotch war bride and her husband with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Prompt, courteous service at a price that's fair. That's the creed of every DeSoto Plymouth dealer. When you drive in for service at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, you can count on this. Expert mechanics working with factory-approved tools and equipment will give your car the careful attention you want it to have. They'll do a better job on your car in a shorter time, and that means money in your pocket. It also means a car that will give you faithful, economical service for miles and miles. So next time your car needs service, stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here's the the Scotch war bride and her husband, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
All right, kids, here's a chance to make you the two richest people in Scotland. Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. President Truman recently made a cross-country trip to participate in a dedication at a great new dam in the Columbia River. For $2,000, what is the name of this important dam? Okay, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
Grand Coulee?
That's right. That's right, you win $2,000. You had the right answer, so you win $2,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
She's going to do it.
What are you going to do with it,
I'd
man?
like to give my husband's mother some of it, help her out. She's been so wonderful to me.
Couldn't you help her out for less money than that? All right, you win $2,000 plus $210 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,000.
Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Don't wait for a rainy day to check your windshield wipers. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Maya, I really am sorry about what I did to your living room. Look, I was just trying to make it better as best I could. Look, I'm so sorry. Look, I made you a sandwich. Please. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. Let me try and take it. What is this? It's the best sandwich there is. It's a seagull sandwich. I made it with the leftover seagull we had in the fridge. Please. Never try to be helpful again. But I need you to like it, Mother. Okay, all is forgiven. Just never prepare a meal in my house again. Well, I'd love a happy ending, so good night, folks.